Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Secret Confessions of the Enticing Duchess by Olivia Bennet. Chapter 1. Unevenly Yoked. Lady Martha Stanley sat in the sun-room, embroidering a cushion when the butler, Forbes, brought in Lady Rosaline Hoskins' calling card. She smiled with pleasure, expecting her visit, and bade Forbes to send her in. Lady Rosaline swayed into the room, leaning in to touch her cheek to Martha's. "Your ladyship," she murmured, straightening up and seating herself in the armchair next to Martha's. Martha put her sewing aside. "My dear Lady Rosaline, how pleased I am to see you. It has been too long." "Indeed it has. I am recently returned from the country where we spent the Christmas holidays. My father sends his most sincere regards." Martha inclined her head in acknowledgement of the greetings, her face coloring slightly. "Thank him for remembering me. Now tell me how you have been faring, my child. It is so nice to have another woman around to speak to again. Henry and his Grace are quite hopeless at civilized conversation." She gave a small laugh to indicate she was joking, and Lady Rosaline smiled back at her. "And how is his Grace?" Martha smiled, noting the high color on Lady Rosaline's cheeks and the way her hands fidgeted. Her tenderness for Martha's nephew was no secret, and Martha was trying to do all in her power to make him step up to the mark, so far with no luck. She reached out, patting Lady Rosaline's thigh. "No need to fret, my dear. We shall get what we want sooner or later." Lady Rosaline sighed. "I do hope so. The Duke is everything I ever dreamed." Lady Stanley smiled to see her so enamored. "And you are exactly what my nephew needs, as well." Percival Montagu, Duke of Northcott, found reviewing accounts exceedingly tiresome. It was, however, better than sitting in the parlor and enduring his aunt's endless entreaties. There was only so much a person could be expected to suffer because of the hysterics of a former guardian, before they declared themselves wearied. He flicked through the ledger, looking over the profits from the Northcott dukedom, sighing occasionally with fatigue, and wished all his relatives to the devil. His mind drifted toward Lady Rosaline Hoskins, daughter of the Earl of Huntingdon and the woman his aunt would have him wed. She was fair of face and comported herself well, Percival could concede. He did not know much about her, but his aunt did assure him that she would make an excellent wife. He saw no reason why his aunt would lie about that. There was nothing to be gained by it. His only other option for finding a wife would be to participate in the season, and that he was strongly disinclined to do. Not only did he find it a supreme waste of his time, but the prospect of suffocation by various simpering, overly scented debutantes made him nauseous. His aunt was right about him wanting a family, and he gave her credit for being attentive to his needs. He would not have thought it of her if asked. So perhaps he would allow her to invite the Earl and his daughter for dinner and see if a match was possible. The Duke went back to his accounts, his mind clear and free from worry. "Ouch!" Abigail exclaimed as she pricked her finger on the sewing needle. She was quite good at sewing, if she did say so herself, but today for some reason she was distracted. It might have had something to do with her mother being out of humor, her pathos spreading about the shop like noxious fumes. Abigail was on tenterhooks, waiting for the other shoe to drop. She tried to concentrate on the intricate gown she was making for Lady Dorothea Grey, who was very particular about her wardrobe and trusted Abigail and her mother to have her at the very pink of fashion. Abigail did not want to let her down. She sighed, putting the muslin aside and getting to her feet. She could hear her mother huffing and puffing at the back of the shop, probably ruining fabrics as she tossed them about. Abigail knew she should go in there and ask her what the matter was, but Joan Thorne was not to be trifled with when she was prickly. She was wont to jump down one's throat, and Abigail did not see what good that would do anyone. Instead, she sent a ticket porter with a note to Philip Sinclair, entreating him to save Abigail from his beau's foul temper. Only he knew the secret to lifting Joan's spirits. Just as she re-entered the shop from summoning a ticket porter, she was besieged by a bevy of aristocratic ladies, all buzzing discreetly with excitement at the prospect of the first assembly of the season to be held 2 days hence at Almack's. They were mainly after ribbons and other fripperies to enhance the beauty of their gowns. Abigail put her mother to the back of her mind as she tried to cater to all of their needs. Looking up in the midst of fitting Lady Drake, with her mouth full of pins, she saw that her mother had emerged from the back room and was, with a strained smile, serving their customers. She sighed inwardly and turned her attention back to her own customers, fitting them with ribbons that looked well on their skin and suggesting new styles that would enable them to stand out and attract just the eye they were angling for. Abigail had been helping her mother in the shop since she was in leading strings. At the time, they were living in Brighton, but for some reason Abigail did not quite understand, they were run out of town. She looked up as Philip stepped into the shop, elegant in a top hat and riding breeches, his black hessians gleaming even in the dim light of the shop. His silver-tipped sideburns simply added to his distinguished air, and Abigail felt her own spirits lift just to see him. He favored her with a smile before stepping up to her mother, his hand gentle on her arm. He leaned over and whispered something in her ear that made her blush prettily. The ladies in the shop looked on from behind the shelter of their fans, whispering to each other about this blatant display. Abigail manfully refrained from rolling her eyes. Oh dear, there they go again. She had learned long ago to ignore the scandalized talk of the ton. Her mother was happy with her beau, and that was all that mattered. Every woman in their shop would give their right arm for such an attentive and refined gentleman. The only thing he was missing was a title. Her eyes softened as she regarded him fondly. And who needs a title when you are better than any gentleman I have ever met? Philip had been their protector and provider for as long as she could remember. Abigail considered him to be as close to a father as she was ever going to get. She had tried to ask her mother about her sire, but Joan had been reticent with her information, and eventually, Abigail had just left it alone. Once the ladies had left the shop, Philip entreated them to close up and allow him to treat them to ices at Gunter's. "You have been working hard and deserve a reward," he said. Joan frowned. "Oh, Philip, you know I do not like to mingle with the quality. They do love to talk so." "Well, it shall give you plenty to write about in La Belle Assemblée. Were you not saying how you could use some new material?" Philip lifted his eyebrows, his eyes wide with inquiry. Abigail smiled so wide her dimples showed, struck once again by how well Philip knew her mother. Joan wagged her finger playfully at Philip, trying to hide her delight. "Do not make a cake of me, you knave." Philip's hand went to his chest as he gestured dramatically. "I would never," he declared. He held out both arms for both Abigail and her mother to take, after making a leg. "Allow me to the honor of escorting you to Gunter's to partake of some ice on this warm spring day." Abigail looped her arm with his. "Well, I for one could do with some ice." They both looked expectantly at Joan, who gave a put-upon sigh before taking Philip's other arm. "All right," she said. "Let us get some ice." Abigail gave a discreet whoop of joy as Philip led them out to his barouche that would take them swiftly to Berkeley Square. She was excited to try the desserts she'd heard so much about, but hadn't dared to venture close enough to partake of. Even though the ton frequented their shop, they were not at all welcome to socialize with them. Many of the ladies considered Abigail and her mother beneath their touch, not worthy of acknowledgement outside the confines of their establishment. Abigail generally did not mind it, but that did not mean she liked to put herself in a position to be subjected to the cut direct by her high-in-the-instep customers. Still, it was nice to sit in the square and have someone else rush around on her behalf for a change. The waiters took their orders, liqueur glacé for her mother, fromage glacé for Philip, and for Abigail, soft green neige de pistachio, which was an ice spoon directly from the sour glass into the tasses à glace, the little serving cups. Despite her earlier objections, her mother took note of all the fashions on display for her article in the women's magazine. It was an engaging side project for her, which also raised the profile of their modest shop among the ton. She watched the lords and ladies saunter about the square in their riding habits, walking gowns, or carriage dresses, no doubt having taken a turn-down ladies' mile or a carriage ride around the ring at Hyde Park during the fashionable hour. Abigail sometimes wondered what it might be like to be one of these ladies. She made their clothes and supplied them with hose and corsets, stays and ribbons, but she was always the outsider, looking in. She huffed a breath, thinking what Claudette, her faithful companion of many years, would make of such a thought. Claudette had recently become the mistress of the Earl of Wallingside. He had been much taken with her performance in a play on Drury Lane and had sent a bouquet of flowers to her dressing room with his compliments. Claudette had been quick to see the advantage of such a liaison, and last they had spoken, she was to move into a cottage on St. John's Wood, courtesy of the Earl. Abigail had been pleased for her friend, if worried at the precariousness of her position. Abigail wondered if she, too, would consent to such an arrangement one day, or perhaps she would set her cap at a scholar or solicitor. Even though she was 22, her mother had made no overtures toward her on matrimony or any prospective groom. In any case, the shop kept them very busy and she was very far from on the shelf. Besides, I don't have time for all of that now. Dinner was a tedious affair, with the Earl of Huntingdon droning on and on about business affairs while Percival's aunt and Lady Rosaline discussed fripperies and ondits. The Earl's wife, Lady Mary, sat quietly, not saying much. Percival's cousin, Henry, sat listening like some moon-eyed chawbacon, his gaze rarely leaving Lady Rosaline's face. It was an embarrassing display, and Percival cleared his throat to attract his cousin's attention, to no avail, as the goosecap paid him no mind. Percival sighed, taking another gulp of his port, attempting to muster the energy to be sociable, and set his ears to listen to Lord Huntington's conversation. Instead, he felt more and more tempted to take French leave, retire to White's, and spend the evening in the midst of cheroot smoke and beefsteak. He was quite sure his particular friends, Lord Wallingside and Lord Weston, were in residence already, no doubt already a trifle disguised. He repressed a resigned sigh, realizing that he really had no reason not to extend a proposal to Lady Rosaline aside from his own stubborn notions. Straightening up in his seat, Percival regarded the Earl in all seriousness. "My lord, may I call upon you in the morn to discuss a matter of import to us both?" The Earl's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he nodded his head. "Indeed, your grace. What time am I to expect you?" Lady Rosaline rewarded her Friday-faced bloodhound with a slice of beef off her own plate. Her father had bestowed the dog upon her after she had cried at the conclusion of a hunt, when she realized that the hounds would be staying on Sir Lowry's estate and not, in fact, coming home with them. Having spent the weekend frolicking with the dogs, she was quite heartbroken to leave them behind. A newly weaned Perseus had been brought to her the next day, as stout as you please. While other ladies preferred their pugs and terriers, Lady Rosaline was enamored of her bloodhound. "Dear Lord Huntington, I would like to formally announce my intention to call upon you and your family this early March to enter into negotiations on the subject of my engagement to your daughter, Lady Rosaline Hoskins. Sincerely, Percival, Duke of Northcott." It had been written in a large, spiky hand with a slight slant to the right and thick down strokes. She ran her hand over the letters, noting the modest flourish he had added to his name. She looked at her name. Seeing his intent written out in his own handwriting made her heart beat a little faster. She had wanted this for so long, and now it seemed that the dream was becoming a reality rather quickly. She had planned, schemed, and pestered her father to make this happen. She wanted the Duke a lot more than she wanted her bloodhound, and now, finally, it was going to happen. He would be hers and she would be a duchess. Her dreams were coming true. "Why, your grace, this is ever so sudden," Lady Rosaline breathed, clutching her pearls as Percival got on one knee before her. He very nearly rolled his eyes as, according to his aunt, Lady Rosaline had been dangling after him for years now. Still, he would allow her her moment of the vapors if that is what she required of a marriage proposal. Getting back up to his feet as she finally said yes, he leaned over her delicately gloved fingers, placing a kiss in the air an inch above them, all propriety observed. She sighed with happiness and the deed was done. He stepped back, eager to leave as soon as possible, but the Earl insisted they all sit down to tea, to celebrate and plan the announcements. "I must have a new gown for the party," Lady Rosaline exclaimed, fluttering her eyelashes at Percival. "Won't you come with me, Your Grace, and pick out the color that pleases you the most?" Percival most certainly did not want to pick out any colors, but he did not want to start off his marriage by declining such a simple request from his bride-to-be. He inclined his head, smiling stiffly, and then immediately closed his eyes as she went into transports of delight. It was hard to be pleased about spending his day among bombazine and muslin, surrounded by a bevy of twittering ladies. The thought of it was enough to make him want to recant his proposal. "I shall be sure to make an urgent appointment on the day so that my visit is cut short." He nodded, pleased with himself for having thought of a way out of spending the entire afternoon looking at fabrics. He was aware that he would have to accompany her to the establishment so she could show off her duke. No doubt that was the purpose of the invitation. But he would, truthfully, not be able to tarry due to prior commitments. It was perfect, and he was relieved to have thought of it. He stretched his lips into as much of a smile as he could manage and reached out to pat Lady Rosaline on the arm. "I simply cannot wait," he declared with aplomb. Chapter 2. Bartholomew Baby. Abigail woke up early and left their rooms in Soho while the mist still obscured the streets from sight. She was not afraid footpads or brigands might assail her, for she knew them one and all. They were her neighbors and childhood companions. There, but for the grace of God and Philip, might she have ended up. She did not know why Philip did not move them to a more prosperous neighborhood, for neither he nor her mother were very clear about it. All she knew was that it had to do with a dark and mysterious past. Abigail could well understand that her mother might feel Abigail's opinion of her would be compromised if she knew what this past was. Abigail had long ceased to try and persuade her otherwise, for it was clear that her mother would not be budged. She arrived at the shop just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, and she paused to appreciate the beauty of the sunrise. A light drizzle had her hurrying in, leaving the door propped open behind her. She set about cleaning up the shop and arranging the window to display their wares to best advantage. The bell tinkled and she looked toward the door to see a tall dark-eyed man filling up the doorway, one eyebrow raised as he watched her. She was standing on a ladder, cleaning the ledge of the window of all the dust that tended to accumulate overnight. She descended the ladder, feeling mortified at being caught in such a position. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" It was only as she reached the floor that she noticed the young lady standing in front of the gentleman. Abigail didn't know how she could have missed the lady. She was dressed in an elaborate confection of pink lace and silk, not really appropriate for a walking gown. Her mouth was pursed in a displeased frown, and Abigail suspected she was not fond of being overlooked. Abigail could not even fathom why her eye had been drawn straight to the man. The fine cut of his clothes lovingly embraced his impressive physique and named him for a dandy. His dark hair and dark eyes drew the eye, but not to the exclusion of all else. At least, Abigail would say so if anyone asked. Still, even knowing that the lady was her customer, she could not stop her eyes from sliding to the man. He held himself straight and stiff, clearly uncomfortable but braving the unfamiliar setting like the gentleman he was. Abigail snorted quietly to herself before stepping forward with a welcoming smile and a curtsy. "Good morning, my lord, my lady, how may I help you today?" The lady preened. "We are newly betrothed and seek to procure a gown for the engagement party." Abigail experienced a sinking in her belly that felt like disappointment. "How can that be? I do not even know them." Nevertheless, her eyes drifted, again, toward the gentleman, and she nodded stiffly. "Felicitations to you both." The lady practically skipped, taking the man's hand and pulling him over to the array of fabrics on display. Behind them, now revealed by the emptied doorway, was an older woman, clearly the girl's chaperone. Abigail gave her a stiff smile before walking over to the happy couple so as to be on hand should they need any suggestions as to fabric or design. The lady was holding different colored fabrics against her flesh and Abigail took a moment to study them both. They were not familiar to her, which simply meant they had not frequented her shop in the past. The man wore what was clearly a signet ring on his finger, his hands held rigidly behind his back as he listened attentively to his fiancée. He did not strike her as particularly interested in the look and feel of the fabrics upon his lady's skin, but he paid sufficient attention to pass inspection. Why can't I stop looking at him? She was frankly bewildered. Suddenly he turned his head and his eyes met hers. Beetle-browed, eyebrows forming a perfect arch just below the sweep of his unwigged mane, he turned back to his bride-to-be, all agog again at her chatter. Abigail took a deep breath and looked away from them, trying to compose herself. "Come on, Abigail, you are better than this." "Fiddlesticks. Why isn't Mama here? I could leave the happy couple to her. What is wrong with me?" The bell tinkled again and two more ladies entered the shop, nattering away to each other. Their eyes fell on the gentleman and their conversation stopped quite abruptly. "Your Grace," the one in front exclaimed. "If this is not the last place I would ever have expected to see you." Her face went puce as she realized her faux pas, and she stepped back, lashes lowered demurely. "Forgive me, I did not mean to speak out of turn," she said. The Duke made a leg. "It is quite all right, Lady Ahern. I do understand. This is probably the last place I, too, would expect to see myself." He gestured toward his companion. "May I present my fiancée, Lady Rosaline Hoskins?" This led to a new eruption of twittering and excitement, and Abigail retired to the corner to set out some ribbons for them to examine once they were done with pleasantries. She did not know why it hurt to hear the lady referred to as His Grace's bride-to-be. It was patently ridiculous to feel this way about a man she did not know and had not clapped eyes on before this morning. "Girl," the lady called, gesturing for Abigail. "I require this fabric, please." The lady was pointing at a blood-red silk that would complement her pale skin but clash horribly with her strawberry blonde locks. Abigail opened her mouth to say that it might behoove her to choose a deeper red, the color of claret, perhaps. But then she closed her mouth again and with an internal shrug, fetched her scissors. The Duke was watching her with interest as she took a measuring tape to his betrothed and then wrapped fabric around her. The lady fluttered her eyelashes at the Duke and simpered. "How does it look, Your Grace?" He seemed thoughtful as he examined her and then his eyes slid to Abigail. "I would like to hear what the man-to-a-maker has to say, first," he said. Abigail narrowed her eyes at him, feeling cornered. No doubt the Duke was of the same opinion as to how the red clashed with the lady's coloring. Of course, he didn't tell her. "Oh no, I have to be the villain of this piece." She snorted quietly even as she composed her face into something suitably solicitous. Well, the color is lovely and no doubt you would look stunning in anything," Abigail began, still unsure whether to offer her unvarnished opinion. "However, a darker shade might suit you better." The lady turned her nose up at Abigail. "Do you presume to tell me what would suit me better?" Abigail hesitated as the Duke looked on, seemingly with bated breath, awaiting her reply. "I just thought." "Don't think." The lady cut her off, speaking sharply. "Just do as I say and make me the gown that I want." "Yes, ma'am," Abigail said and sketched a curtsy. She waited until the lady's back was turned before rolling her eyes and then her cheeks filled with color as she realized that the Duke was regarding her with amusement. She turned away toward the safety of the counter and extracted her extensive design collection for the lady's perusal. She was a consummate professional and would not let the presence of a duke fluster her in the slightest. The lady drifted toward her, looking over the designs with a disinterested air. She turned to her fiancé with a coquettish smile. "Which do you choose, Your Grace?" The Duke stepped forward, frowning, then studied all the designs with interest. He pointed to a complicated Parisian design. This one. The lady immediately began to gush about the perfection of his choice. She leaned toward him, her bosom on display. Do you think I shall look ravishing in it? I think you shall be a sight, he replied before turning back to Abigail. May we see your features? I fear Lady Rosaline forgot hers at home. Abigail bit her lip to hide a smile, going at once to the corner where they kept the tuckers. She selected a discreet green one that would complement the lady's gown and offered it for their inspection. The Duke barely looked at it. Perfect. We shall take that now. Do you have the measurements you need to sew the gown? Abigail nodded. Indeed, I do, Your Grace. Excellent. We shall let you get on with it. Come along, my dear, he said, holding his arm out to the lady. We shall take our leave of you now, Miss Thorne. She hastened to answer him. Abigail Thorne. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Thorne. I expect we shall be seeing quite a lot of each other should this gown live up to your reputation. Abigail's mouth was dry and she did not know what to say. Yes, I expect we shall. And what is your name? She longed to ask the question out loud but knew that it was not her place. Percival was well aware that his plan had gone awry. He had stepped into the shop and suddenly he forgot that he didn't want to be there. His first sight of the modist was her pert behind shaking from side to side as she stood on a ladder cleaning, while her gay yellow muslin shimmered in the sunlight. That was all he could see, along with the tight bun of her luxuriant dark hair. But then she turned around, regarding them with wide, moss-green eyes. Their gazes had locked and everything else had seemingly disappeared. All he had wanted was to take her hand and lead her to his home, ensconce her in his chambers, and never let her leave. It was disconcerting, to say the least. She had come towards them, skirts swaying from side to side, and they both startled when Lady Rosaline spoke. For surely they had both forgotten that they were not alone. Whatever he was feeling, she was probably feeling it, too. But then Lady Rosaline introduced him as her fiancé, causing the brightness of the modist's gaze to dim and she looked away from him. Percival felt the loss of her regard like a knife to the heart. He stayed for the entire visit, simply looking at the modist whose name he did not even know until they were leaving. Abigail Thorne. The name was like a caress in his mind as he thought of her, the dimples in her cheeks when she smiled, the eloquence of her moss-green gaze as she took Lady Rosaline's measure. And found her wanting. Percival had thought he was content with his decision, but to see the censure in Miss Thorne's eyes had only reinforced his own doubts. Perhaps Lady Rosaline Hoskins was not as excellent a party as he would have liked to think. It was a quandary for sure. His aunt would be disappointed, but until he was sure of his feelings, Percival decided to delay the official engagement. He knew one person who would be pleased by the decision. Henry hardly bothered to disguise his calf love for the Earl's daughter. Perhaps he ought to direct Lady Rosaline's attentions towards his cousin. He wondered why his aunt had not made that match if she was so eager for an alliance with the Earl of Huntingdon. On the other hand, Percival was not wont to make decisions based on sentiment, for it was an unreliable measure by which to navigate one's life. He prided himself on having mastered his emotions and basing his choices on logic and reasoning. It might have had something to do with being orphaned so young, Percival was not sure. But he had made this choice willingly and he could not go back on it without sufficient reason. Besides, feelings aside, the modist would be more suited to be his mistress than taken to wife. He could delay the engagement and sort out this temporary confusion before getting leg shackled. What could possibly go wrong? Dismissing the thought, he called his steward to him. Sherwood stepped into the room with a bow. Yes, Your Grace? I have an assignment for you, Sherwood. There is a dressmaker's shop on Bond Street run by an Abigail Thorne. I need you to find out everything you can about her. Sherwood frowned. Yes, Your Grace? Percival gave him a look and Sherwood turned around and left the room. Percival sighed, turning back to his accounts. Whatever happened next, he was done letting his emotions rule his life. It was as if he was a ghost, simply following the trail of his parents as they walked along the street, their hackney carriage 2 streets away. Where they were coming from, he did not know. He shouted at them, fruitlessly, trying to get them to stop, to turn back. But they just kept walking toward their doom. He saw the brigands long before his parents did. 3 of them, hiding in the shadows, watching the Duke and Duchess approach them obliviously, lost in their conversation. He ran forward, trying to push his parents out of the path of the robbers, get them to cross the street perhaps, anything to avert the looming danger. His hands went through their bodies and all he could do was watch helplessly as the street rats assailed them, surrounding them so fast that Percival could barely blink. They tore the Duchess rings from her fingers, her earbobs off her person, leaving her ears torn and bleeding. Then they reached down, tore her lace front off and grabbed her pearls. When the Duke tried to intervene, they hit him on the head and he fell, bleeding and unconscious on the ground. "Father!" "No!" Percival cried, but the Duke didn't hear him. He sat up in bed, bathed in cold sweat, breathing hard and wondering why that particular dream had returned. Why now? He staggered out of bed, grabbing the pitcher of water by his bedside and gulping it down without the benefit of a glass. He closed his eyes, trying to rid himself of the dream. His parents had passed on when he was nothing more than a youngling, waiting at his aunt's house for them to come for him. They never did. He had learned to live with the grief and accept the loss. But he had always hoped that one day he would marry for love just as they did. That was before heartbreak and disappointment taught him that love was for fools and children. Nowadays all he wanted was peace. Chapter 3. Nuncheon. Abigail was fiddling with Lady Rosaline's gown, working on gathering the material so it would disguise any imperfections about her waist. She could not seem to bring herself to focus on the work. Her mind kept returning to the Duke. The way his eyes had lingered on her as if he knew that she was entranced by him. The span of his knuckles as he had signed the chits. He had such big hands. She felt he might be able to lift her off the ground with them. And why would she be thinking about a Duke lifting her off the ground? It made no sense to her at all and she tried to dismiss her thoughts but could not quite manage. She sighed, turning away from the fabric. Her mother came in from the back room and then stopped short, eyes narrowed. "All right, Abby, I have had enough of your Friday face and sighing. Won't you tell me what is bothering you?" Abigail blushed to think that her mother had noticed her moping. "There is nothing wrong, Mother. Simply a flash of the megrims. I expect they will go away soon." Joan swayed over to her, placing an arm around her shoulders. "Whatever it is, dear girl, you know you need only but tell me and I shall try to make it better." Abigail smiled, reaching up to squeeze her mother's hand. "I know that, Mother. I promise you, if there was something to tell, I would tell you." The bell tinkled and both women looked up. Abigail felt her heart speed up as she caught sight of the tall, dark, handsome figure of the Duke. What is he doing here? And alone, to boot? The Duke stepped in the room. "Forgive me, but I wanted to make an inquiry." His eyes were on Abigail and she was suddenly short of breath. Oh, well that's quite all right, Your Grace," she said, stepping away from her mother and hurrying forward to pull up a chair for the Duke. "Please be seated." The Duke adjusted his breeches, sitting stiff and straight in the chair, and Abigail felt the need to curtsy or give some acknowledgement that they were in the presence of nobility. She wasn't sure whether she should or not and so ended up standing stiff and frozen. She bit her bottom lip, waiting for him to continue. He glanced to the side where undoubtedly her mother was still standing behind the counter and then back at her. "I wanted to purchase a few fripperies for my aunt." Abigail could not help how her eyebrow rose doubtfully. "Your aunt?" Yes, my aunt. I thought to get her a wrap and a reading goat. Do you know her sizes? Abigail asked. The Duke seemed nonplussed for a moment. Well, one does not need a size to buy a wrap. That is true, Your Grace. Abigail inclined her head, not wanting to argue with the Duke. But for the reading goat. Ah, you wish to know her girth? Abigail hesitated, not really wanting to agree with its description but also not wanting to argue with him. Yes. The measure of her shoulders and waist would be helpful. He looked over at Abigail's mother. She is more or less the size of your. Abigail hastened to introduce them. This is my mother, Joan Thorne. She and I run the shop together. The Duke inclined his head. A pleasure to meet you. Percival, Duke of Northcott, at your service. Joan sketched a proper curtsy, even bowing her head. Pleased to meet you, Your Grace. Your daughter is quite the modest if I may say so, ma'am. Why, thank you, Your Grace, we are much obliged for the sentiment. There was a pregnant moment in which no one said a word. Abigail sought to break it by whisking around and spreading her fingers wide to show the Duke their display. Ah, so we have quite a few wraps. The Duke stood up, not even looking at the array of fabrics. So I see. Which would you recommend? Abigail picked up a few shawls that she thought might suit an older woman and draped them on the counter for the Duke's inspection. He stepped forward, running the fabric between his fingers. He said. Are they suitable or would you like me to show you some more options? Show me some more. The Duke said, and Abigail was not in the least surprised. Whatever he had come for, it was not a shawl. She allowed him to ask her as many pointless questions as he wanted. At some point, she noticed that her mother had retired to the back rooms again. She was too busy enjoying herself, seeing just how outlandish his questions could get. What will happen when he runs out of questions? Will he purchase something or move on to another item of clothing? I shall take 3 shawls, he said at last. Now let us move on to reading goats. Abigail nodded and smiled. Well, if you will follow me. She moved to another corner of the shop. We have a variety of styles and fabrics for your perusal. I'm sure you'll find something that your aunt will love, she murmured, pulling pieces out and putting them on the display table so that he could take a look. He nodded, even though his eyes looked lost. These are indeed an excellent selection, he said. Come closer and feel them. She urged and almost touched him before she recalled that he was a duke and not to be touched without permission. He stepped closer to her so she could feel his warmth all the way down her side. He looked at the selection and then turned toward her. I have a confession to make, he said abruptly. Yes? She looked at him expectantly, knowing that they had come to the crux of his visit. I do not really want to buy a coat or a shawl. She lifted an eyebrow in faux surprise. Indeed? Yes, I simply wish to speak with you. Abigail frowned, wondering what he could possibly have to say to her. Oh. The Duke took a deep breath. He swallowed, looking nervous, and Abigail was intrigued. I was wondering if you would walk with me this afternoon along Hyde Park. Abigail almost smirked. Your Grace, while that is a very generous offer, I fear I must decline for I will be occupied with work. However, if you would like, we have luncheon around noon. Perhaps you could join us? The Duke stared at her for a long while before nodding. I will, thank you. You're very welcome, Your Grace. What are you doing? He is engaged. Her mind seemed to scream at her and her fingers trembled even as she curtsied him out of the shop. She turned around and was not surprised to find her mother regarding her with a mixture of understanding and fear. Is he the reason? Is the Duke why you have been moping? Abigail sighed, thought about denying it for a moment but then acknowledged how pointless that would be. Her mother knew her well. She knew already that she was right. Maybe. I don't know, Mother. What don't you know, Abby? Abigail shrugged, crossing over to Lady Rosaline's engagement gown, the irony not lost on her. She began, unable to find the words to explain the unfathomable pull that the Duke had on her. Percival Montagu, he sounds like a pirate. She smiled absently at her fanciful thoughts but then stopped when she heard her mother's sigh. She knew, absolutely knew, that this would not lead to anything respectable. Yet she could not stop her heart from fluttering at the thought of the Duke. Her mind turned to Nuncheon and what they could serve that would be worthy of a Duke. All they had was some bread, cheese, and gingerbread. It would have to do. She hurried to the back, choosing a light brown muslin gown that showed off her clear skin to perfection and paired it with an emerald green Spencer jacket that brought out the color of her moss green eyes. She added a pair of earbobs and retied her hair in a tight bun before adding a bonnet that matched her jacket. It was more than she usually bothered with on a daily basis but not too outré as to invite comment. She knew her mother would comment anyway and was not disappointed. As soon as she stepped back into the front room, her mother's eyebrows went up and she opened her mouth to speak. Abigail forestalled her. I know. I am building castles in the air. I don't want to be sensible about this, Mama. Please, just leave me be. Her mother sighed, eyes dropping as her cheeks filled with color. It was clearly an effort to refrain from speaking but she managed it, giving Abigail a curt nod instead. Abigail was relieved. Her mother and she were close but there were still secrets between them, the name and location of Abigail's father being one of the bigger ones. Abigail had stopped asking long ago but that did not mean her curiosity was slaked. She had it in mind to visit their old home in Brighton one day and find out for herself what the mystery to her existence was. For now, however, she just wanted to enjoy the Duke's company until he inevitably tired of her and sought to dismiss her. What harm could it do? They did not have a reputation to protect. In spite of their exceptional talent with the needle, and honest dealings, a cloud hung over their heads. Abigail suspected that it was linked to her mother's secrets but had long tired of asking. She busied herself for the rest of the morning with customers and gowns before retiring to the back room to set up Nuncheon on their sewing table. At almost noon, her mother poked her head into the room. I am going out, she said. Philip and I are to meet and inspect the housing development over at Devonshire Terrace. Abigail paused in her work to spare her mother a glance. Why? She asked. Joan hesitated. He feels our neighborhood is not quite safe for two women. He proposes a move. Abigail hesitated before nodding. All right. She returned to cutting up the cheese, her heart accelerating with the prospect of being alone in the shop with a gentleman. She wondered what her mother thought she was doing, leaving her alone like this when she knew full well the Duke was coming. While she appreciated the gesture of trust, she was also not ready to subject herself to the prospect of being compromised should the Duke. But no, he would not. Would he? Abigail cut the thought off as unproductive, finished setting the table and then straightened out her skirts. Whatever the Duke wanted to talk about, he would likely feel more at ease about it were her mother absent. Doubtless, that was why Joan was making herself scarce. She willed her hands to stop trembling as she ran them down the front of her gown, seeking to smooth it out and calm her nerves at the same time. At the stroke of noon, the Duke of Northcott darkened her doorway and she stared at him as if she had never seen him before. She gestured for him to enter. Welcome, Your Grace. He took one step into the shop and then another, taking off his hat and making a leg to her. Thank you, Miss Thorne. She led him, blushing, to the back room and he followed her with no demur, sitting where she directed him and watching as she plated some food for him. She smiled until her dimples showed, unable to help herself. It was exceedingly strange, sitting here with a duke, having Nuncheon and yet, being here with this man felt, fated. Here you are, Your Grace, she said, handing him the plate. Please, call me Percival. he replied softly, and she could not help but colour further. "All right, Percival." She took her seat, her own plate in front of her. "And you may call me Abigail." "Thank you," he replied, as if she were some high-born lady condescending to him. She took a deep shaky breath and picked up a piece of cheese, chewing thoughtfully as she regarded him, allowing herself to really examine him. His height was obvious even when he was sitting, and the breadth of his shoulders took her breath away. His elaborately tied azure cravat lightened the dark of his eyes, while his white shirt provided just the right contrast to his golden waistcoat visible beneath his unbuttoned coat. Both sat on his broad shoulders and impressive chest as if molded to it, and Abigail had the odd thought that she would like to just lay her palm flat on his chest and breathe in his sandalwood scent. Perhaps do more than breathe. She shivered at the thought. It was a ridiculous notion, of course, one which she would never act on. She cast about desperately for something else to say, to take her wayward mind away from its scandalous thoughts, but he beat her to it. "Tell me something, Abigail." She placed her cheese back on her plate and swallowed. "What would you like to know?" "How did you come to be here?" She raised an eyebrow, surprised at the question. Even though he was interested in her as evidenced by his presence in her back room, she had not expected him to show curiosity about anything except, perhaps, a potential liaison between them. She held no illusions as to the direction of his interest. Her own quandary centered around the question of whether she would grant his wishes or not. She reflected seriously on what his question might mean, whether he was speaking of here in the sense that she was sitting alone in a back room with a man and no chaperone, or else he meant here, in this shop, working as a modist. Perhaps it was both. "I only mean to get to know you better, if you don't mind." He provided the clarification after studying her face closely. Perhaps he could see her confusion. "I appreciate that. It is difficult to know where to start." He tilted his head becomingly to the side and smiled. "Start at the beginning," he said. She huffed, perfectly aware that he knew not the irony of his words. "Wish I knew what the beginning was," she murmured, mostly to herself. "Take your time, there is no hurry," he encouraged, and she narrowed her eyes at him doubtfully. "Isn't there? I shall need to return to work, and you probably have some duties that need doing." He gave her a smile. "Ah, but we can always continue the discourse at a later date," he assured her, and his words were more than a commentary on their conversation. He was saying that he wanted to see her again. Abigail did not know what to think about that. Chapter 4. Dreary. Percival had asked the question because he wanted to know Abigail better. He also wanted to see if she would confess to her family's murky past or conceal it from him. He did not know why he wanted to get the measure of her honesty. It was not necessary to the arrangement he was here to propose. An arrangement he had so far failed to bring up. She opened her mouth to answer him, and Percival trained all his attention upon her. "I don't know how I came to be here. I do not know who my father is, but my mother said he died when I was young. For all I know, I'm a bastard." Her cheeks colored prettily as she said it, though she kept her eyes on his. Brave girl. He wanted to reach out, maybe squeeze her hand, but he refrained. It was not de rigueur to touch without permission, and, lady or not, he would observe the proprieties. Well, some of them. After all, they were sitting in a room alone together without a chaperone. "Do go on," he encouraged. "We came to London from Brighton when I was in my leading strings. We had a shop there as well, but we had to leave suddenly." "Why?" She shook her head, but not as if she did not want to tell him. The puzzlement she still felt was palpable. "I do not know. All my mother would say was that conditions were importunate and it was exigent upon us to leave. All these years, she still will not tell me why." Percival nodded, his steward Sherwood having obtained for him all the details of their flight from Brighton. The accusations of theft had followed Mrs. Joan Thorne and her beau, Mr. Philip Sinclair, all the way to London. Undoubtedly, Abigail had been too young to know of these things, and Percival quite understood why her mother would keep it from her. "So you came to London?" he prompted. "Yes, we did. We arrived in London at the start of the season and dressmakers were in high demand. My mother made sure to peddle her services to as many ladies as possible, and she made some exquisite gowns for debutantes. Her fame grew and soon we had enough business to open a shop here. And here we've been ever since." Percival nodded, his eyes on Abigail. "And you, Abigail? Was it your dream to be a dressmaker, too, or do you have other ambitions?" She gave a surprised laugh at his words, her dimples on display. "No one has ever asked me such a question." "Do you mean marriage ambitions?" "I mean that you are not closed in by family obligations and you can do whatever you please. So what is it you wish to do?" Her glance became coquettish. "Is this where you offer me the world in return for?" Percival smiled, amused in spite of himself. "I am no genie with a lamp full of wishes." "No, but you are a duke with unlimited resources. I suppose it must look like that from where you stand." She regarded him with a raised eyebrow, seemingly unable to make heads or tails of his intentions. That made two of them. Percival had no idea what he was about, either. He stood abruptly, well aware that he had taken up a good bit of her time. "I should take my leave. Will you allow me to compensate you for the meal and this lovely chat?" he asked, already reaching for his coin purse. She flew to her feet, waving her hands in a negating gesture. "Oh no, Your Grace, you are my guest. You do not pay for that privilege." Percival stopped, feeling embarrassed at his presumption. "Please accept my apologies for being crass." She nodded, a small smile that did not reach her eyes. "It is quite all right, Your Grace." "Is it?" Percival asked. "Because you are back to calling me Your Grace rather than Percival." Her smile got wider, dimples winking in and out, her eyes shining with amusement. "Forgive me, Percival," she said with a pretty bow. "You are indeed forgiven if you will allow me to escort your mother and yourself to the theatre soon." She hesitated, seeming to want to say something but afraid. Percival waited her out, patient and quiet, giving her all the time she needed. What about your fiancé? Will she not have something to say about that?" Percival lifted his eyebrow, letting his amusement show on his face. "Why? We have committed no impropriety." She honest-to-goodness rolled her eyes at him, and Percival was transported. "Percival, gentlemen do not go about escorting ladies to the theatre all willy-nilly," she explained to him like he was a babe. For the first time in a long time, he found that he was holding in laughter. "My dear Abigail, I am well aware of what gentlemen do or don't do, seeing as I am one of them. There is absolutely nothing wrong with escorting two dear friends to see the theatre. We are not savages, after all." Abigail sighed in defeat. "Very well then. You may escort us to the theatre. My friend, Claudette, is performing in a play on Drury Lane and I would very much like to see it." Percival felt a jolt of surprise to hear that she had a close companion on the stage, but strove to conceal it lest it offend her. He was beginning to realize he had very preconceived notions about how the working class comported themselves. If he intended to continue to spend time with Abigail, he realized he needed to dispense with them. He bowed to her and then put his hat back on. "Then I shall make preparations," he promised. Abigail nodded and smiled, walking him to the door of her shop. He turned to her, trying to find the right words to express to her his gratitude for her hospitality and the chance for a respite from the trappings of being the Duke and just answering to Percival for a while. "I thank you for the lovely meal," he said at last. "You're welcome, Percival." He left the shop, already feeling bereft. Abigail watched the Duke leave with a conflicted heart. She was grateful that their liaison had gone well, but also very apprehensive as to where it could all lead. There was only one path for the aristocracy, and it did not involve marrying an impoverished modist without a name. Already she felt closer to Percival than she had any business feeling. She knew that she was risking getting her heart broken, but could not seem to stop the surge of happiness that assailed her as she thought about visiting the theatre with him. Her mother would not be pleased. Abigail was braced for her mother's concerns, for she knew what most of them were already and had gone over them in her own mind many times. She had no answers to offer either herself or Joan, so she decided to go back into the shop and finish Lady Rosaline's gown. Philip took them, on Sunday afternoon, to inspect the housing development to which he wanted to move them. "I don't see much difference between this neighborhood and ours," Abigail mused. Philip fixed her with a look. "Really?" "Because I see much few vagabonds hanging about." "Well, yes, but—" "No buts, Abigail." Philip's voice was stern. Abigail turned to face her parents. "For the majority of my life, you have hidden things from me, stopped me from asking questions. You would not tell me why we had to live in the slum despite your obvious ability to afford better, and now, out of the blue, we are to move here. What is this game you are playing?" Philip regarded her sadly, shaking his head. "No game, Abigail, merely a wish to protect you." "I do not need protection anymore, Mr. Sinclair." "Not from you." She turned to face her mother. "And not from you." Joan sighed, face falling. "Oh, Abigail," she said, her voice trailing off with despair. Abigail stared at them both, waiting hopefully for one of them to say something. They both continued to regard her with regret and something like pain in their eyes, and Abigail turned her head away, shaking it and hiding her bitterness. Her parent would never tell her what cloud hung over her life, their lives. "I like the place," she said without turning around. "Let us move here." "And that finishes the drawing room," Joan said brightly. She put the fabric samples aside to beam at her family with obvious delight. "All that remains to discuss are the bedchambers, your dressing room, Abby, and your upstairs sitting room." Abby looked from her mother to Philip and bit her lip to hide a smirk. Mr. Sinclair's eyes were glazed over and his normally impeccable couture showed signs of wear and tear, a byproduct of a seemingly endless afternoon sequestered in the shop, deliberating with Abby and her mother on decorating decisions for the home he and Joan had bought. Serves him right. Abby was feeling a little vindictive following her mother and Philip's refusal to confide in her. In fact, she was more than a little upset by the manner in which they continued to treat her like a child. Especially since her mother thought nothing of leaving her alone with the gentleman while she house-shopped, but could not even tell her why they had waited this long to make a move. "Dash it, Abby, surely you and your mother can devise a scheme for the bedchamber without my help. Do my own room the way I want it another time. Can't be expected to decorate a lady's bedchamber, stands to reason," grumbled Philip. Philip was to have his own rooms in their house for propriety's sake, although nobody was laboring under the illusion that he would actually sleep there. Oh no, guardian he might be to Abby, but he was much more than that to Joan. "Well, I'm sure Mother and I can manage just fine," Abby said a little doubtfully. "And I have no doubt it would look all the crack when we were done with it. But your opinions are so particular that I fear that I would hear complaints about this and that, forever on." "Stuff and nonsense," Philip said stoutly. "I am the very epitome of a devil-may-care. The question is, are we done with the dressing rooms?" Abigail shrugged. "No use asking me. Don't even know what kind of furniture Mother and I will need in the dressing room. Never seen a lady's dressing room, after all." Taking pity on her beau, Joan said, "You and I can do a good job on our own, Abby." Tongue-in-cheek she continued, "I'm quite sure Philip won't have much cause to notice what my bedchamber looks like, anyway, so my tastes are unlikely to bother him. Isn't that right, Philip?" Philip looked shocked, and said, "But, my dear Joan." "Exactly so," Abigail said, trying to forestall a descent into bawdy territory. Her mother and Philip could be quite shameless on occasion. To Abigail's astonishment, she saw that Philip was bright red and flustered. He fairly leapt out of his chair. "Well, that is to say, not a conversation for company. Must go anyway, meeting a colleague at Whitechapel. Can't take you, my dear, but I shall be by later." He bowed to Joan before turning to Abigail. "I will see you then, too, Abby." He started walking backward out of the drawing room, stopped, strode back, kissed his beloved's fingertips with his typical elegance, and left. Abby watched him go with a bemused smile, thinking if she found anything close to the love that her mother and Philip shared, she would be content. Joan gave her a look. "Well, he was in a hurry," she exclaimed. Abigail snorted with laughter. "I declare I've never seen Philip move that quickly before. However, mother, I do not blame him one bit." "What a thing to say." "But what did I say?" Joan asked, acting befuddled. "Was it about the bedchambers?" "To be sure it was, you goose," Abby said with a laugh. "You do love to embarrass that man, mother, don't think you have me fooled. One day he shall walk out that door and not return, you mark my words. You must stop being such a tease before it is the outside of enough." Is that why he looked so shocked?" Joan said faintly, stammering with embarrassment. "But our relations were the last thing on my mind, I assure you." Abby giggled. "That was only too obvious. Though I am sure it's no credit to him if that is the case." "Hold on, we go too far. This conversation is far too bawdy for mother and daughter. Hand me the fabric for the settee in your chambers. I want to have another look at it." Joan held out her hand so that Abigail could place the fabric in it. "Besides, you and your Duke are a much more interesting pair than we old scapegraces." Abigail narrowed her eyes at her mother. "What a talent you have for changing the topic." "I pride myself upon it," her mother replied with a grin. "Come then, tell me everything." "There is nothing to tell," Abigail said. "Yet?" her mother prompted. Abigail sighed. "Nunchin was lovely. He asked me to the theatre. I might go. Claudette is performing. I do not know how this is supposed to work when he is a fiancé." Joan shook her head. "I don't know, either. What I do know, is you were unable to take your eyes off each other the entire time he was in the shop." "Ah, young lust," Abigail mused with a theatrical sigh, and her mother burst into laughter. "You are amusing," she said, pointing at Abigail accusingly. "'Tis the nature of the beast," Abigail replied. Chapter 5. Sixes and Sevens. Abigail had not slept a wink since she and her mother had been returned to Devonshire Terrace in Northcott's carriage. Taking in a play at Drury Lane, in the company of a duke, was more nerve-wracking than she realized. Whatever her mother's inklings or ideas were, she gave no sign of having given the matter any particular thought at all as she joined them on their sojourn to the theatre. The company was performing A Midsummer Night's Dream with Claudette in the part of Helena, the lovesick young woman desperately in love with Demetrius, the one left out at the beginning of the play in the love triangle between Lysander, Hermia, and Demetrius. Abigail thought that Claudette played the part brilliantly and hastened to say so as they visited with her after the play. The Duke had taken Abigail, her mother, and Claudette to the coffee house opposite the Theatre Royal after the play. It was decidedly awkward to begin with, no one really knowing what to say in front of a duke. But with the consumption of a bit of brandy-laced coffee, their tongues were quite severely loosened and soon they were laughing and joking like old friends. There was a bit of excitement as the owner of the Theatre Royal himself wandered by to greet the Duke. He very graciously introduced the man to his companions. He complimented the women on their good looks before exchanging a few words with Percival. Abigail had been afraid that the Duke might want to distance himself after that, but he seemed unbothered. Perks of being a Duke. Only mind you call her Miss Thorne in company, Percival. Her mother admonished him when the man had left. "It is all very well that you share a meal in private, but she is a young lady and has her reputation to think of." It hadn't occurred to Percival that Miss Abigail Thorne might have a reputation, or what he might have to do with maintaining it. In due course, he handed the ladies into the carriage, and out of it. Miss Thorne had given him thanks, with another smile. It was enough to prompt him to hold out his arm so as to lead her into the theatre, wagging tongues be damned. He had her mother on his other arm, and that should be enough for any busybodies. There was none to say he was not simply escorting dear friends to a performance they might well not afford without his patronage. A man was allowed to be generous. Still, he knew if his aunt heard of this, there would be hell to pay. Oddly enough, that did not bother him in the least. If he had not known better, he would say that Abigail had surely bewitched him. He turned his attention to the show once they were seated, Abigail's mother between them, like any good chaperone. "She is quite a popular girl, you know," her mother whispered to him as a lovesick Helena mused on the nature of love. "She's never shown any interest in the gentleman dangling after her." Her mother turned her head to look at Percival, eyes narrowed. "Until you." Mrs. Thorne was not to know that whatever her daughter was feeling, Percival was under its thrall as well. He could well understand her fears, for all it took was one misstep and Abigail would be painted with a scarlet letter. Percival would get off scot-free, as Abigail was not a lady and therefore beneath the notice of any keepers of propriety. A drowsy watchman was on hand to receive Abigail and her mother at Devonshire Terrace when they returned from the theatre in the early morning hours, depriving Percival of one final chance to take hold of her gloved hand and help her to alight from the carriage. Nonetheless, she smiled at him when good nights were exchanged, and he saw that she lingered on the steps to watch the carriage depart before her mother pulled her into the house. She felt that it was pointless to continue attempting to sleep when she knew it would not happen. Throwing off her covers, Abigail silently dressed and crept downstairs, going out at the kitchen door, deciding that a walk in fresh air would do her more good than lying in the shut-up stillness of her room. She stood outside the door for a bit, listening to the sounds of the night and breathing deeply before padding back into the kitchen, and fixing herself a luxuriant cup of chocolate laced with sherry. She sat down, reliving her evening and wondering just what they were all about. There was no way this could end well. She knew it, so did her mother. The Duke knew it best of all. So why are we even bothering? A little birdie told me an interesting tidbit today. Lady Rosaline's maid Alice said, as soon as she stepped in the room and opened the drapes. Rosaline squinted in the sunlight, about to reprimand Alice sharply before her words registered in Rosaline's conscious mind. There was little she loved more than gossip, and Alice fed her addiction well. "What then?" "Out with it, before I have you whipped," Rosaline said. Alice took no notice of her threat, recognizing it for the bolder dash it was. "Your intended, my lady, was seen out and about at the theatre, with some wench on his arm," Alice confided with glee. "I beg your pardon?" Rosaline assumed that Alice was no doubt being preposterous, or else spinning a Banbury tale for someone's amusement, certainly not Rosaline's. Yes, I have it on very good authority that he was frolicking about on Drury Lane with 2 trollops." "His Grace?" "That's impossible. He would never." "Oh, but he did." Alice gave her a knowing glance. "He most certainly did." Rosaline's heart was going a mile a minute. This news was most definitely beyond her understanding. She could not imagine what might have gotten into the Duke. Unless Alice was mistaken. She has to be mistaken. Rosaline leapt out of bed, unable to stay still a moment longer. She hurried through her ablutions, let Alice dress her as fast as possible, and then hurried out to find her father. At this time of day, he was usually in his study, looking over the household accounts. He was very conscientious about it, something to do with how close to done territory they had gotten in the last 2 years. They had managed to conceal their dire straits from most of their circle, but it had been touch and go for a while. This match with the Duke was not only for her benefit. Papa! She cried, crashing into his study. The most terrible thing has happened. Her father raised an eyebrow, quite used to his daughter's foibles. What has happened now? Rosaline was so upset she could hardly speak. The Duke. He. The Earl stood up in alarm. Slow down, daughter. Breathe. Now tell me what has happened and I will remedy it. The Duke. He's what, Rosaline? Tell me. He was seen frolicking around town with a trollop. Rosaline finally managed to get the words out. The Earl frowned. That does not sound like the Duke at all. Are you quite sure? Rosaline opened her mouth to say, yes, but then realized that she was basing her information on nothing but Alice's gossip. She needed to investigate this on her own. So she shook her head and grabbed a piece of paper from her father's desk, wheeling out of her father's study without another word. She hastened to the morning room and sat down to breakfast. Get me a pen and ink, Stevens. She ordered the butler and he bowed, hurrying away to do as he was told. My dear Duke, I would love it if you would be able to accompany me to my fitting at the dressmaker's, for I value your opinion, and as my future husband, it would behoove me to know what pleases you. Sincerely, Lady Rosaline Hoskins. She summoned the butler, entreating him to have one of the servants deliver the note to the Duke post haste. Percival read the letter and scoffed. Lady Rosaline knew full well that they were not yet married, and it was likely inappropriate for him to be present at a fitting of her clothes. What did she mean by this? He wondered if perhaps she had heard about his night with Abigail. Innocent or not, he suspected the lady might not be pleased by it if she knew. Did she mean to confront Abigail in his presence? Or was his own guilty conscience making him imagine things? He sighed, knowing that he had no choice but to accept her invitation and face whatever came. He wrote a note of his own, sending his footman with it to Bond Street. If Lady Rosaline meant to have a confrontation, the least he could do was to alert Abigail and her mother of their impending visit. Once the note was sent, Percival confined himself to his office, sitting in his leather armchair, eyes on the light rain outside, and tried to decide exactly what he thought he was about. 2 hours later, he was standing in the doorway of the Earl's ostentatious London townhouse waiting to be announced. To his surprise, Stevens, the butler, led him not to the drawing-room where he might visit with Lady Rosaline in the company of her governess, but to the Earl's office where the man himself was waiting. He stood up and bowed as Percival stepped in the room, beetle-browed with confusion. Forgive me, Huntington, but I am actually here to see your daughter. The Earl nodded his understanding as he stepped to his drinks cabinet and poured a glass of brandy, handing it over to Percival without a word. He poured himself a glass before lifting it in toast and then draining it. Percival was most perturbed at this display but hastened to take a sip of his own drink. It would be impolite to do otherwise. Is something amiss? He ventured to ask. Not as far as I am aware, Northcott. Perhaps you can tell me. Huntington's gaze was somber and Percival could not help raising his brow. It was one thing for Lady Rosaline to be having the vapors should she have found out about Abigail. It was quite another for her father to be regarding him as if he was some kind of traitor. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, he said, taking another sip of his drink even though he had no desire for brandy at the moment. My daughter seems to be under the impression that you may be having some sort of dalliance with some trollop. Percival's jaw clenched in annoyance at that description of Abigail. I am sorry that she holds such a low opinion of me to think that I would traffic with trollops, he growled. The Earl had the grace to look abashed. He did not, however, back down. So, you deny these rumors that are going around? Percival scoffed, turning away from the Earl. I would remind you of your place, my lord, Percival said, his voice hard and uncompromising. You have no authority over me and whether or not I choose to indulge in bachelor fare. He heard the Earl sigh behind him. "Indeed not, Northcott. I apologize for the faux pas." Percival inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Good. Well, your daughter summoned me with a request to escort her to her appointment. Is she quite ready to go?" "Yes, I expect so," the Earl said, making an evident effort to lighten the tone of the room. He rang his little bell and the butler was back in a trice. "Take his grace to the drawing-room and inform Lady Rosaline that he is waiting," the Earl said. The butler bowed. "Yes, my lord," he said before nodding at Percival to follow him. They arrived at the shop just as several ladies were leaving, creating a press of sociable bodies at the door. Lady Rosaline lingered to speak with the other ladies and Percival stood, spine straight, hands behind his back, waiting for her. He had to work very hard not to roll his eyes at the twittering excitement his presence was generating. A few of the younger debutantes even dared bat their eyelashes at him. After all, the engagement was not yet official, and Percival had to work very hard not to laugh. Soon they were able to dispense with pleasantries and enter the shop where Abigail sat behind the counter, eyes on the fabric in her lap, the needle going in and out with mesmerizing rhythm. Percival stood, waiting for her to raise her head, enjoying looking without the need to disguise it. Her lush red lips were pursed with concentration, causing her dimples to stand out quite distinctly in her smooth, soft cheeks. He wanted to reach out and trace the pattern of them with his finger, and only Lady Rosaline's presence stopped him from doing so. She had none of his reticence when she saw Abigail, but marched up to the counter and snapped her fingers beneath Abigail's eyes, calling attention to herself. "Girl, I should like to see my gown," she ordered, and Percival winced at her tone. Such rudeness was uncalled for, but Percival did not yet have the right to reprimand her for it. He was growing less and less sure by the day that he wanted that right at all. Many men had married beneath their station, and certainly if they wished to bolster or save their heritage by refilling coffers with bourgeoisie coins. Of course, Abigail had no such coins and would likely be laughed out of the ton as a grasping chit with ambitions above her station. It might be better to just offer her carte blanche, though she'd given no indication that she would like to hang on his sleeve. Percival realized that he was at sixes and sevens when it came to Abigail, and no doubt he was doing her no favors by dithering like some missish madam. Abigail raised her head, regarding Lady Rosaline with a blank expression before her eyes slid over to Percival, and she very discreetly lifted an eyebrow as if to ask what he saw in such an ill-mannered nincompoop. Or perhaps Percival was projecting his own thoughts upon her. He almost smiled before he remembered himself. Chapter 6. Exposure. Rosaline had watched the silent communication taking place between the Duke and the modest with dawning horror, realizing that the prime article his Grace had been gallivanting around the town with was the woman sewing her engagement gown. The gall of the dressmaker was too much to bear, and if she had not been a lady, Rosaline might have slapped her. She was unable to completely ignore her revelation and resorted to wringing appeal over Abigail at the apparent deficiency of her sewing abilities. It was barely satisfying, but really all she could manage while the Duke looked on. "Well, I never!" she exclaimed, stomping out of the shop, fully expecting the Duke to follow her, but he tarried to tender his apologies to the dressmaker, truly heightening her annoyance. Worse, the ladies who had left as they arrived had lingered and witnessed the entire fiasco. Rosaline wanted to scream. The Duke handed her into the carriage, not saying a single word to her as they drove to Mayfair, where her godmother expected her for tea. The weather was dreadful, the usually pleasant company stifling, and her tea was oversteeped. As Rosaline idly stirred her cup, her eyes lingered on the window, watching the gloomy streets outside her godmother's Mayfair townhouse, as the more fashionable of their acquaintances indulged in the latest tondit, this time featuring Rosaline and a certain dressmaker. "It's quite scandalous," Lady Jersey said. "I have not heard of such a thing in all my years. A man, practically engaged, developing some sort of tundra for a mantua-maker. 'Tis bizarre enough for a Drury Lane play." Vivian, Countess of Huntington, coughed, possibly to remind her that Rosaline was in the room. The guests in her godmother's parlour, 201, politely ignored Lady Jersey's slip, but Mrs. Burrell grinned into her teacup and Lady Cooper flicked her gaze serenely heavenward for a moment. "It is a shame, about the Duke," Countess Castlereagh said. "So much love to give and his family dead. It's tragic. One must wonder what set him off, though," Mrs. Burrell said. As Lady Rosaline has said, he presented his suit to her not too long ago. Now he is chasing after light skirts? Are we quite sure about this? Clementina Burrell could wonder all she liked. Rosaline knew what she had seen. She took a sip of tea and winced at the taste, and Mrs. Burrell must have taken the expression for confirmation of her suspicions. Rosaline twitched her shoulders forward in a shrug. "I couldn't say," she murmured, and the conversation took a wandering turn toward the Duke's motives and character. Mrs. Burrell wondered, but Rosaline knew it was not an imagined connection that she saw. Something in her expression must have given her away because Vivian cheerily interrupted the Countess in her recollection of the awful misfortune that took the Duke of Northcott's parents. Footpads waylaid them in the street, and the unfortunate consequences of it. Yes, but that's all old gossip, and what I care for is the new. A man takes his bride to be to his mistress to have her engagement dress made. Why, isn't it the very height of impropriety? It could all be fudge, Lady Jersey said. Vivian sighed dramatically. In any case, there is nothing to be gained by discussing it amongst ourselves. She turned to Rosaline. I feel sure you are making a Cheltenham tragedy out of nothing, for that dressmaker and her daughter cannot escape their family fame. A shadow lies upon their name and soon, the Duke shall know about it. I used to be frilly, and foolish, Lady Jersey said, with the faintest of smiles. But I learned with time that patience truly does pay. Bide your time, my dear, this ladybird cannot compete with the likes of you. Rosaline hummed her pleased agreement as the Countess said. Indeed, a lady should not concern herself with the foibles of men. Maybe so, Lady Jersey conceded. But all the same, the Duke is going to need to settle down soon and a little push might be just what he needs. Rosaline realized she had been fidgeting with her gloves, and folded her hands in her lap before anyone noticed her extreme agitation. Vivian threw her a sharp, curious look and said, I'm sure Lady Rosaline will take that under advisement. Lady Jersey rolled her eyes and turned to Rosaline. I'm honestly surprised there hasn't been some sort of announcement, although I know you were waiting for the engagement ball. It is only a matter of time, my dear. Just be your proper and prim self and the Duke shall come to his senses. Rosaline considered their words, as well as her own ire, which was growing by the minute. She could not sit back and do nothing. That was not in her nature. Nevertheless, that woman would not cut up her piece without retribution. I am aware, she said and raised her cup to her lips. Things were escalating at a rate Abigail was really not prepared for. When she had received Percival's note in the morning, she had resolved to don her most professional veneer and serve them as she would any other customers. They were like any other customers after all, except that the Duke had been kind enough to treat them to a night on the town. Nothing else. Keep telling yourself that, my girl. The sardonic voice in her head sounded like her grandmother whom she could recall only vaguely from her early childhood. For a moment, she felt a pang of regret that the old lady was not still around, for she felt sure she would have some suitable advice to offer her grandchild. Not that you need advice. What you need to do is to stay away from that man. That voice was more familiar, for it sounded like Philip Sinclair at his most anxious. He tended to issue absolutes when he was feeling protective and had been waiting up for them when they returned from the theatre, and was adamant that he pay the Duke a visit and make him declare his intentions. It was with extreme difficulty that Abigail had persuaded him to delay that course of action. Now was not the time, as the Duke was barely an acquaintance. She had kept her fingers crossed behind her back as she said it, feeling more and more that things were rapidly getting out of control. That feeling had increased when Lady Rosaline had stormed into her shop and proceeded to complain about every little thing to do with her dress, including the color. She had seemed to finally understand that blood red washed her skin out, and blamed Abigail for the choice even though she had specifically. Abigail pushed that thought away from her. It was clear to her that Lady Rosaline might have heard something about their night out and was taking it out on her poor dress. Percival tried to intervene, but that only made things worse. If Lady Rosaline had entered the shop with suspicions, she left with certainties. Now, what would Abigail do? She could not afford to be the subject of gossip among members of the ton. They were the shop's principal customers, and the effect of this fame could have a detrimental effect on their business. Abigail most certainly did not want that. The door darkened again and she looked up, unsurprised to see the Duke. "We are closing soon," she said. He nodded, stepping into the shop and taking his hat off. "We need to talk," he said. There were not many places a gentleman of the ton could socialize with a working woman who was not his mistress. London society was not built for the classes to mix except in situations of employment. Even among coffee houses, where nobody cared for the status of its patrons, and if one was not too high in the instep could comfortably sit amongst the hoi polloi and enjoy a coffee and conversation, the patrons were limited to men. And so Percival had a basket packed, with a pigeon pie, boiled eggs, bread pudding, and cheese along with bottles of ale to wash it all down. He thought they might take a walk at Vauxhall Gardens and have a picnic. It was an exceedingly romantic notion, he knew, but could not think of anything less suggestive. Besides, he had decided that if he was to be accused of things, he might as well do them. His aunt was giving him the silent treatment, and his cousin was scandalized beyond belief at his ability to be interested in anyone else, when he had the illustrious Lady Rosaline throwing her handkerchief at him. It was a little amusing, if a lot disconcerting. "I wanted to ask if you would take a walk with me in Vauxhall Gardens," he ventured to say, once Abigail had condescended sufficiently to rest her green gaze upon him. "Vauxhall Gardens?" she repeated. "Why, Claudette should think I was cheating on her with some other theatre group." Percival smiled, glad that she was making jests. "What if I solemnly swear to lead you away from any tempting plays and steer you only to secluded coves where we might sit together and eat in peace?" "I would ask what your intentions were, young sir," she continued to tease. He took a step closer, his eyes on her smiling mouth. "My intentions are wicked indeed, young lady. If you knew what was good for you, you would stay away from me." He was only half jesting when he said it. She rewarded him with a smirk. "Who says I don't know what's good for me?" she said. "I do." Percival took another step closer so that it was only the countertop separating them. Abigail snorted in a most unladylike manner. Percival was charmed. "All right then, I will allow you to lead me astray, just this once." She put down the fabric she was sewing as she said it. "Just allow me to warn my mother that I will be leaving with you, so that she knows exactly what to worry about." Percival smiled, feeling his heart lighter than at any time in his conscious memory. "Please do assure her that I will take excellent care of you." Abigail mock-sighed. "But you see, that is exactly what she is afraid of." Percival's booming surprised laugh echoed around the shop, startling them both. Abigail gave him a dimpled smile before stepping away from the counter. "I shall return shortly." She turned and walked into the back room, leaving him reeling with shock at the sound that had left his mouth. He could not remember ever laughing so loudly in his life. Well, perhaps he had when his parents had been alive, but certainly not since then. He sighed, an unfamiliar feeling bubbling up in his chest as if it was filled with soapsuds. It made him squirm with discomfort, that feeling. Whatever could it be? The sound of Abigail and her mother's voices drifted back to him, rising and falling with the cadence of their conversation. He wondered what they were saying to each other. Mrs. Thorne was probably issuing warnings to her daughter on the dangers that gentlemen posed in the lives of unsuspecting green girls. Percival would absolutely not blame her if she was. For he did indeed pose a danger to Abigail. He just did not know how to walk away from her even after the terrible scandal Lady Rosaline had tried to cause this afternoon. Abigail wondered if she should tell Percival that she had never been to Vauxhall Gardens before. She had spent her life in her mother's shop, first running errands, and then sewing simple running stitches before graduating to more complex types of stitches. Her life was fabrics and lace, needles and thread. Even on the Lord's Day when others rested, she and her mother were busy preparing for the week ahead, while making sure to do a thorough house cleaning that would hold them until the next Sunday. Frivolous outings were not a part of their lives. So she was not sure exactly how she was expected to behave. She took the Duke's hand when he offered it to her and walked where he led, making him laugh with her observations of the other pedestrians they passed. She was tense at first, alert for cues as to what she should or should not be doing, but when she saw that they were simply walking aimlessly, possibly looking for the perfect bench to sit and eat, she relaxed and let herself have fun. By luck or skill, they did not encounter any members of the quality, so did not have to endure any censure at their hands. Suddenly, Percival left the walkways and turned down a dirt path. He seemed to know exactly where he was going, so Abigail trustingly allowed herself to be led. They turned a corner and Abigail stopped, her breath stolen by the sheer beauty of the clearing in which they found themselves. It was surrounded by trees, with just a small gap in the upper foliage that let in the late evening sun rays. In the middle of the clearing were a collection of large rocks, a flat-topped one in the middle, surrounded by three rather more round ones, like a table with three stools around it. Abigail gawped, turning to look at Percival in surprise. "How did?" Percival seemed pleased with her delight. "I stumbled upon this place one day as I was walking alone in the gardens looking for peace. I found it here." Chapter 7. Indecent Proposal. Pleasant conversation passed between Percival and Abigail as they sat on the rocks and ate their food. It was a perfect day. The setting sun cast pink hues across the few wisps of clouds in the sky, turning the world into a giant rose-colored landscape. Birds chirped overhead as if discussing the possibility of stealing some bread pudding, maybe a boiled egg. The meal was delicious. Before they knew it, dessert was starting to wind down. "Surely you jest?" Abigail laughed. She covered her mouth to stop what was left of the pigeon pie in her mouth from falling out. Percival swallowed the bit of cheese he was chewing on. "No, it's true." "Faradiddles!" she exclaimed. "Or else I have been reading Shakespeare all wrong." Percival was curious. "How did you even learn to read?" "My mother knew and she taught me," she replied shortly, and Percival let it go at that. A comfortable silence passed between them as they enjoyed each other's presence. Abigail tilted her head back as a light breeze passed over them. Percival, propped up as he was on his elbow, watched the line of her neck. He swallowed, feeling that his mouth was suddenly excessively dry. "This was a wonderful idea, Percival." Abigail turned her head to regard him with serious moss-green eyes, so deep yet clear. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. However, if we do not wish to cause scandal, we need to leave." Abigail sighed, but made no move to get up. Percival moved his elbow, lying on his back, and gazed up at Abigail. "What?" Abigail questioned with a laugh. "Just thinking," Percival said. "About anything in particular?" "Just how peaceful and wonderful it is to be here with you." Percival sat up and faced her. Abigail shook her head in amusement but said nothing, her eyes lidded as if she might be thinking about doing what he wanted to do, kiss her. Instead, she made a move to start gathering their things to put back in the basket. She managed to pack everything away but the blanket. She stood up and looked down at Percival. He was still lying on the blanket. "Come on, old man. Take me home." Percival got ponderously to his feet. "Old man? I know not of whom you speak." Abigail merely grinned at him. You let your daughter go out alone with this man, Joan? Why? Philip demanded, on being told, upon inquiry, that Abigail was once again out and about with the Duke. What was I to do, Philip? Forbid her? You know how stubborn she is. That girl does whatever she pleases. Just like her father. Philip frowned, hearing the resentment in her words. He could understand Joan's bitterness, for Reginald Sinclair had left her with a stain upon her name. Nevertheless, he had also made sure that she and his daughter would always be protected by entreating his brother, Philip, to watch over them. There was more than one facet to the notorious knave, and Philip opened his mouth to remind Joan of it, but then decided it wasn't the right time and would only distract from the pertinent point at hand. You should have gone with her then, Joan, he said. She is no lady who has need to be chaperoned, Philip. Joan spoke rather sharply. And she knows full well how to defend herself should he try anything. Philip sighed, not wishing to argue about it. I know full well she can defend herself because I taught her myself. But the world will see her a certain way if it is known that she is gallivanting around the town alone with a duke. Joan came and put her arms around him. I know that you are upset because you care, but God's honest truth is that the world doesn't care about a slip of a girl who sews dresses for a living. Maybe not, but they care about the Duke. Joan had no reply to that and she just sighed, turning away. Yes, well. Perhaps you should go and speak to him, find out his intentions and let him know that Abigail is not alone in the world. That she has defenders. Indeed, I shall do that. But now allow me to distract you with a nice bath. Don't think you have me fooled for a minute, sitting in the drawing room sorting fabric. You are as anxiously awaiting her return as I am. I didn't say I didn't worry, did I? She said with a smile. Philip gave it back to her, but gentler. No, you didn't say that. Abigail's early life, as well as her rustic upbringing in Soho, had not taught her the nuances of polite society. Instead, she had learned something better, to view herself as a person of merit. She learned to listen to her instincts, and follow them, and have a care for her own well-being and that of her family, rather than worry about the expectations of others. Her mother and guardian had let her run wild, so she did. She also exercised her not inconsiderable mind to learn the intricacies of dressmaking so as to help her mother produce some of the most sought-after fashion in London. She learned how to dance from Philip because it seemed enjoyable. He also taught her to ride because it was necessary. Her friend Kenny, a Javi, taught her to drive a coach pell-mell down country roads for the sheer joy of feeling the wind in her hair. With such talents and her family behind her, she saw no need to play things safe. Percival was a somewhat different case. He had spent years embedded in the midst of fashionable London. Where Miss Thorne's learning had been haphazard and by apprenticeship to her mother, Percival's had been with focus and deliberation, to take over his ducal seat once he attained his majority. He was socialized to overlook anyone not of his station unless they were of some use to him. He treated Abigail like a lady because it came naturally to him to do so with a woman whom he esteemed. His aunt and his cousin had shown him how shallow and artificial the quality could be, and he reacted to that by withdrawing more and more into himself. Before he met Abigail, he would never have dreamed of taking a girl on a picnic without the benefit of carriage and servants, ostentation and comfort. He assumed any girl would expect that from him. Abigail's enjoyment of his simple gesture had him simultaneously boggled and distrustful. He kept a watchful eye, to see if he was being gulled, but her emotions seemed genuine and true. He did not know what to do with that knowledge. But people have a way of rising to their circumstances and getting used to things they would never have imagined. The day after the picnic, Percival had woken thinking of new ways to spend time with Abigail, the bon ton be damned. On the second day after that, he was back in her shop, asking what she would like to do next. Abigail had confessed that the picnic at Vauxhall was her first time there. "You shall laugh," she said. "I promise not to," he said solemnly, although he was already grinning. So the next day had him clearing his drawing room, Abigail in his arms, learning to dance the quadrille. Abigail had a great passion for learning, and Percival knew that if she wanted to fit in the Duke's life, she would have to learn some new things. When presented with the prospect of urchin-turned-modest-turned possible lighter love, he was of the opinion that a finely turned ankle and elegantly cut gown might do more good than 1,000 words. Competence on a ballroom floor might do the rest. So they danced up and down an imaginary set, laughing at Abigail's clumsiness and Percival's inability to explain what to do, with the butler, Mr. Forbes, playing fairly decently on the grand piano. Percival could not remember the last time he had enjoyed himself so much. For a moment, he was prepared to risk it all, break his incomplete engagement to Lady Rosaline and take Abigail to wife. But even as she stumbled, he knew that he would be condemning her to a life she was not used to living. Her freedom of movement and thought would be curtailed. She would be expected to follow certain conventions she was unfamiliar with. It would not be fair to her at all. No, offering her carte blanche is best. "A penny for your thoughts," she said, as they moved about. "I do not sell my thoughts for less than a monkey," he responded with a smile. "Ah, His Grace's thoughts are worth more than all of the rest of ours combined, of course," she teased drolly. "Indeed they are. You can scarce afford them." "I was thinking of marriage," he said, deciding that the time was nigh for him to present his proposal. "And how the tongue would talk should I break my promise to Lady Rosaline and take a new bride." Her mossy green depths regarded him without judgment. "Were you intending to do so?" "No, I don't think so. I am a man of honor." She merely looked at him, clearly waiting for him to continue. "But I have seldom been this happy in the presence of anyone before. Perhaps I was when my parents were alive, but I do not remember them." She made a sound of sympathy in her throat but was otherwise silent. "I do not wish to lose this." "Well," she said at last, "perhaps we can defy convention and continue to be friends. We have done nothing wrong." "Indeed, we have not. But a bachelor and a young unmarried woman spending time together invites talk. For what happens should someone propose marriage to you? He would not tolerate such a communion. Unless I can truthfully say that you are under my protection." "I do not think I shall marry," Abigail said sadly. "Every young lady marries," Percival said, bowing over her hand and depositing a soft kiss upon it. "Except the poor, the ill-favored, and the soiled doves," Abigail said. Percival laughed. "Yes, except those." They danced in silence for a while before Percival ventured to ask, "So will you accept my protection?" Abigail looked thoughtful. "I will think about it." The door knocker sounded and the butler immediately stood up to go answer it. "I am not at home, Forbes," Percival called after him. "The butler says he's not at home," Rosaline said indignantly. The carriage door was slammed shut. No doubt the footman was losing patience with her, too. "How can he not be at home? We are engaged." "Perhaps he truly does not want to be engaged," her mother, Vivian, Countess of Huntington, said from where she sat in the carriage, waiting for her daughter. She had accompanied her on this ill-advised unannounced visit to the Duke's store in an attempt to temper her more impulsive tendencies. In that way, Rosaline was much like her father. "Then he ought to have the decency to jilt me to my face." "I'm sure the Duke would not be so callous as to do that." "You have to learn some patience, my dear. Some men will not be rushed." "That is very well in the normal way of events," Rosaline said, tugging at her bonnet in irritation. "But he proposed to me." Vivian sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose with her fingers. "Well, he signaled his intention to propose to you. That is why we are to have a ball." "It is not cancelled, is it?" "He has not gone back on his word." "I can't just let him." "You cannot control what he does, only what you do." "He said he wanted me." "Did he?" I do not recall that happening, but if it is indeed so, then you must let him woo you in his own time. And if it is not, well, there are always other. I don't want anyone else. I want him. Vivian simply shook her head. Percival was quite pleased with himself. He had done it at last. He had provided clarity to their situation and asked Abigail to be his mistress. His heart wasn't quite happy with that decision, but his head told him it was the most sensible course of action. All that remained was for Abigail to agree with it. He was aware of her friend Claudette's arrangement with the Earl of Wallingside, and so he knew that Abigail was no stranger to that world. He wondered if he should have done more to assure her that should she agree to his arrangement, he would be good to her, treat her well, and respect her, and should there be any issue from their union, he would provide for them for life. He paced in his office, unable to put his mind to his work until this was resolved. Abruptly he turned, ready to go to the shop and make his thoughts known when Forbes walked into his office. "There's a gentleman here to see you, Your Grace, name of Philip Sinclair." Chapter 8. Reckoning. Percival knew who Mr. Philip Sinclair was, as his steward, Sherwood, had done a thorough job of researching Abigail's background. He hesitated, but in the end, there was only one thing to be done. "Show him in," he said. He straightened his spine, rounded his desk to sit in his chair, crossing his legs and folding his hands so his signet ring was on display. He did not know why he felt the need for a display of power, but something told him that Mr. Sinclair was a dangerous man if crossed, and he needed for him to know that Percival was dangerous, too, albeit in different ways. The man in question strode into his office, taking the seat opposite him without waiting to be asked. He inclined his head in greeting. "Duke," he said, with just the barest hint of insolence hidden behind the use of his title. Percival remained calm. "Mr. Sinclair. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company this day?" The man leaned forward, his blue eyes flashing with something that looked like annoyance. "I came to inquire of you what your intentions are with Miss Abigail Thorne." Percival let one eyebrow rise insolently. "And what business of yours is that?" "I am her guardian," Mr. Sinclair growled. Percival straightened in his chair, wondering how much he should say. "I see. Your ward is, however, a grown woman, able to make her own decisions, and I have asked her to make one." "Regarding?" Percival sighed, knowing that Mr. Sinclair would not simply let it go at that. "Regarding a certain matter of carte blanche." Mr. Sinclair was already shaking his head. "No. Not my Abigail. She's not doing that." Percival leaned in, eager to explain. "Mr. Sinclair, I do assure you that it would be perfectly respectable, and many women of her station have." "No." Philip was on his feet, looming threateningly over Percival's desk. "My Abigail doesn't do that. If you want to be with her, you will damn well offer her marriage. Nothing less. You hear me, sir?" Percival simply stared, quite nonplussed at this display. Surely such aggression was unnecessary. "Mr. Sinclair, with all due respect to your ward, she is no lady to be offered marriage or nothing." The man straightened to his full height, fists clenched. "No, you're right. She's much better than any lady in existence. You will not play about with her heart, you understand me, Duke? Do not think you would be safe from me here in your castle, if you did. I know people who are a lot more dangerous than you." Percival frowned in shock. "Are you threatening me?" "Oh no, Your Grace. When I do threaten you, you will know. Now do the right thing by my ward, or leave her be. She is too good to play a wanton for the likes of you." Percival was taken aback by his vehemence. He would have thought that a nobody like Mr. Sinclair would feel privileged to be associated with him. But if the Duke was reading him correctly, Mr. Sinclair was ready to kill him to prevent his ward from becoming Percival's mistress. It was a strange notion, to be sure. but he had already noted that his preconceived notions about the lower ranks were balderdash. Or perhaps Mr. Sinclair was after the title. His ward, coming from nothing to a duchess, would truly be something to boast about. It would open doors presumably closed to him at the moment. But was using threats of violence the best way to go about achieving that? Percival narrowed his eyes, getting to his feet. This situation had just gotten a lot more complicated. Mr. Sinclair, thank you for stopping by. I shall take your words under advisement. Mr. Sinclair nodded curtly, turning to leave but then stopped abruptly, and looked Percival in the eye. My ward is innocent. She need know nothing about this meeting. Percival nodded curtly, eyes narrowing as his anger grew at Mr. Sinclair's presumption that he would tell on him to Abigail. The other man strode out of the office as if he owned the manor, and Percival snorted his disgust. He sat back down, chin in his hand as he pondered upon the conversation. What game are you playing? He murmured thoughtfully to himself. Abigail was at the shipyards to collect bolts of fabric sent to them through a contact in the East India Company. She had asked Claudette to accompany her, for she needed to confide in someone and her particular friend was best placed to answer her questions. They hid nothing from each other, so Abigail knew all about Claudette's entanglement with the Earl of Wallingside. Do you love him? She asked, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Well, I like him well enough, Claudette replied. Falling in love with the Lord really isn't wise. Sooner or later, the liaison will be over and he will leave me a tidy sum of money that I can use to better my life. So it is merely a transaction to you? You give him your company and he compensates you? Claudette's face clouded at that description, but she simply shrugged in agreement. Why do you want to know all these things? Have you caught the eye of a lord? She teased. A duke, actually, Abigail said, looking Claudette in the eye. Her friend laughed, clearly thinking that Abigail was joking, but when she did not join in, Claudette stopped, mouth open. What? A duke? What? What did he say? What did you say? Her voice was high with disbelief. I said I would think about it. He said I make him happy. Claudette snorted. Abigail gave her a quizzical glance. They all say that, Claudette explained. And once you satisfy them, they are very happy. She nudged Abigail, laughing at her scandalized expression. I don't want to be some man's plaything. Abigail was hesitant, not wanting to offend her friend, but she really needed to express her fears. Ah, you can't look at it like that, Abby. You are not his plaything. He is your benefactor. He will make it possible for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. What is wrong with that? Abigail stared unseeingly at the shipyard traffic, lost in thought. Nothing, I suppose, she said at last. But what? I think that I could love him. Her voice was very quiet as she said it. Oh, Abigail. Claudette reached out and squeezed her shoulder. In that case, you must refuse his offer. It will only bring you heartbreak and misery. Abigail slumped down onto a nearby bench, shoulders hunched. He is already engaged to the most frightful creature. I think she knows about us. Claudette hastened to take a seat by her side, rubbing at her shoulder comfortingly. Does she, indeed? That's doubly a reason why you should leave him alone. If the wives know who you are, they can rain misery down upon you. I heard all the nobility have dalliances with people other than their spouses. Even the women. Once the babies have come, they are free to venture wherever they want. I heard that, too. It does not mean you will not encounter a jealous wife or husband occasionally. I expect sometimes even the blue bloods develop attachments to each other. You speak true. Abigail sighed. So what do I do now? Should I tell him no? Claudette squeezed her hand. I cannot tell you what to do, but I urge you to look out for yourself first. Abigail nodded. I understand. The problem is, I don't think I know what is best for me. Percival tensed as the sound of his aunt's sharp haranguing voice permeated the peace of his office. He sighed, getting to his feet to go and see what had upset her now. She had been away for a week and a half in the country, and as soon as she left, Henry was off to Bath, to take the waters as he said. He had tried to inquire whether Henry was not feeling well, but all he got from his cousin was that he was feeling just a touch of the megrims. But now his aunt was back, which meant Henry would not be far behind. He stepped into the hall, listening as she berated Forbes for the crime of leaving her bags on the stoop for longer than she deemed necessary. Aunt Martha. He interrupted her mid-harangue. How lovely to see you. When did you arrive? She turned with surprise to face him, and he realized she had not known that he was at home. I just got in. Forbes here is a little slow. Perhaps he is too old for this job and needs to be replaced. Percival ignored her words, taking her arm and leading her away from the hallway and into the drawing room. You must be tired. Shall I have cook prepare you some tea with a bit of sherry in it? Perhaps with some honey cake to tide you over until dinner? His aunt subsided at this evidence of his care. Yes, I think some tea would be just the thing. The journey was very fatiguing. I imagine so. Percival tried his best to radiate sympathy, though he was seething at his aunt's poor treatment of the servants. She might always have been this way, but in the wake of his talks with both Abigail and Mr. Sinclair, he was more awake to the notion that the pedestrian class was worthy of respect as well. Forbes had been with his family since before his parents had died. His aunt had no right to speak of him that way. He deposited her on a chair, ready to escape to his club now that she was back, but she held on to his arm. Percival? She said, which stopped him in his tracks. She liked to call him, Your Grace, just to remind everyone, including him, that he was a duke, as if he could ever forget. As if he would ever be allowed to forget. His mind immediately jumped to the night he'd taken Abigail and her mother to the theatre. The sheer freedom of being simply, Percival. Yes, Mom? I should be grateful if we could speak. Her voice was soft and gentle and filled with concern. It put Percival immediately on guard. His aunt did not speak like that unless she wanted something that might be difficult to extract from him. The last time she spoke to him like that, she had wanted him to bequeath Henry one of his properties, so that he didn't feel left out. It had been laughable at the time, and his mind still boggled at the fact that he had managed to maintain a serious mien as he informed his aunt that would not be possible, and reminded her that as the only son of the late Viscount Stanley, he had his own properties, run down as they may be. That had elicited hysterics that had gone on for days, but Percival had stood firm. What is it you would like to speak about? Lady Stanley sighed, her whole body projecting the sadness she apparently felt. Percival, it has been brought to my notice that you have been seen about town cavorting with a dressmaker's daughter. I cannot imagine why you would do such a thing. Would you care to tell me? Percival was surprised at how fast word had spread. He had thought he would have at least a few hours after his aunt came to town before she would be at him with a bee in her bonnet. Then he remembered that Lady Rosaline and his aunt were well acquainted with each other. It would not have surprised him if the chit wrote, entreating Lady Stanley to intercede on her behalf. Of course she did that. What did I expect? Percival sighed inwardly and took the seat opposite his aunt. He arranged his face to project earnestness. I don't know what you mean. His aunt leaned forward, looking him in the eye. Tell me the truth, Percival. For your own good. Percival could not help the sardonic smile that crossed his face. Aunt, I ceased to be under your guardianship years ago, which means I do not appreciate being spoken to like a wayward child who needs to be punished. If I say I do not know what you are talking about, that is exactly what I mean. Lady Stanley's eyes were wide with surprise at his answer. Perhaps because her own son permitted her to speak to him as if he were a child, she had forgotten that Percival outgrew that voice years ago. She leaned back, blinking rapidly, clearly attempting to find a new tack. Finally, her shoulders slumped and she glared at him with narrowed eyes. "People are talking, Your Grace. You cannot afford this kind of scandal. Whatever arrangement you have developed with this girl, it has to stop." Percival laughed bitterly, looking at his aunt with challenge in his eyes. "What?" She shook her head. "Do you wish us to be ostracized from society?" Percival held up his hand in a quelling gesture. "Cease your hysterics, aunt. Nobody is going to be ostracized for speaking with a seamstress," he said with a snort. "No, but if you break your word to Lady Rosaline because of her." "My word? When did I give this word?" "You asked for her hand. She could sue you for breach of promise." "Calm down. I have not said I will not marry Lady Rosaline. This is mere fudge and conjecture on your part and hers." Lady Stanley relaxed back in her seat with relief. "Oh, well, that's all right then." Percival scowled. "I am glad to put your mind at ease." He stood up, towering over her, face like thunder. "Now if you will excuse me." He walked out of the room without another word, seething at his aunt's interference. Forbes was standing at attention at the end of the hall. "Get me Sherwood, would you?" Percival called to him. "Tell him to find me at White's." He surged out of his manor, climbed into the waiting carriage and drove off towards his club. What he needed was some time with his close friends, Wallingside and Weston, who would care nothing of his marital state or who he took to wife. Perhaps he would take in a game of cards and allow the fates to decide what he would do next. Should he win, he would ask for Abigail's hand. If he lost, he and Lady Rosaline would be making an engagement announcement. Chapter 9. Mixed Signals. "I don't see what the problem is, old man." Green slurred at him. "You're a bloody duke. You can do whatever the hell you want." Percival snorted. "Easy for you to say, second son. Heavy as the head that wears the crown." Weston leaned forward earnestly. "Exactly, old chap. You wear the crown. Doesn't that mean you at least get to choose who shares your bed? Stop listening to what all these other people want. What do you want?" Percival blearily narrowed his eyes, trying to think what the answer to that question was. "I want Abigail. But do I want her in my bed or at my side for the rest of my life?" That was the question he had to answer before he left the club tonight. He was winning steadily as both Green and Weston were quite in their cups by the time he arrived and did not provide much challenge. "Is it a sign?" He shook his head, trying to clear it of the fog of alcohol that was impairing his thoughts. He was a man of 25. It was time to produce an heir and a spare. A family. He sighed, realizing that he wanted that more than anything. He closed his eyes, bringing to his mind's eye a picture. His future family. A wife, children. Little green-eyed devils with dimples in their cheeks like their mother. The tightness in his chest fled. He felt at peace. This was the vision of the future he wanted. He mulled over Green's and Weston's words. Could he do whatever he wanted to because he was a duke, or did he have an obligation to uphold certain traditions? He wished he knew what his father would have wanted. He had inherited the title from the man, surely he must have envisioned his own version of a future that did not involve getting killed by brigands on a London bridge. It is not like I will ever know now. He took another gulp of his port and tried to pay attention to the intricate tale Green was telling of his adventures in Paris the previous summer. Normally that sort of thing amused him to no end, but today he could not seem to pull himself out of his megrims. Abigail got back to the shop 3 hours after leaving for the docks, having taken the scenic route back. Her lip was almost bloody with how much she had been biting it. She was no closer to a decision and was contemplating talking it over with her mother. She knew what Joan would say. Follow your heart. Abigail sighed. Her heart wanted to be with the Duke, but not as his mistress. So, what was she to do? Demand that he break his engagement and marry her? She could not in good conscience do that. There was no reason to think he would even consider it. Why should he? She was a mere lowly dressmaker. She had no right to the attentions of a duke. She should feel so lucky that he wanted her for a mistress. Only she didn't feel lucky at all. Only lost, confused, and conflicted. The horses came to a stop outside the shop and she almost asked the jarvey to keep going. Take her home. She knew Philip might be there at this time of day, taking his afternoon nap before he ventured out into the town later in the day. He would know what she should do. Even as she sat dithering, her mother emerged from the shop. "Are you not coming in, Poppet?" she asked. Abigail frowned. "Don't call me that," she pouted. "I'm too old." Her mother merely smiled. "All right then, Abby dear. Come on down and let's get these fabrics stored before too much sunlight fades them." Abigail startled, remembering her mission and why she had been at the docks in the first place. She scrambled to the ground, landing unsteadily before turning to assist the jarvey to unload her wares. Her mother was already picking packages up and transferring them to the interior of the shop. She took up her fair share of goods and dragged them into the shop, her steps flagging as she wallowed in thoughts of hopelessness and despair. Her mother stopped her at the door and gestured for her to put her load down. "Mother, we have to get this done before someone runs off with our goods," Abigail said, forestalling whatever her mother was going to say. She knew her mother would ask why she was so low, but she did not want to discuss it at present. She hurried out before Joan could say another word. Joan dropped her bags inside the door of her house and went in search of Philip. She had deliberately left her daughter to close up the shop, so she would have some time to speak with Philip without interruption. She knew he had gone to see the Duke, but he had not told her what had transpired. Now with Abigail walking around blue-devilled and in high dudgeon, Joan simply needed to know what was going on. "Philip? Are you here?" she called, and immediately heard footsteps approach from the direction of the study. When Philip came into view, expression like thunder, Joan's shoulders slumped. "What now?" she asked. Philip shook his head. "Your Duke means to make your daughter into some sort of light skirt and I will not allow it." "My Duke?" "Oh no, not mine. Abigail's. I expect he has informed her of this, judging by how down in the dumps she is." "What shall we do?" Philip snorted. "Kill him?" Joan gave him a look and he sighed. "I don't know, Joan. These dukes are far too accustomed to getting whatever they want. We must persuade Abigail against this match, and if the Duke is adamant, then we get her out of town. Abigail would never agree to run." Philip sighed. "Then perhaps we can inform the Duke of exactly whose daughter he seeks a liaison with." Joan blanched. "No, we cannot. She would be mortified if she knew and he might confront her on it. No. That is a secret we take to the grave." Philip sighed in annoyance but nodded anyway. "As you wish. But we must come up with a plan because I am not letting her agree to this madness." Joan nodded. "I agree." "Agree to what?" They both startled, turning to see Abigail standing in the doorway, studying them way too shrewdly. "Oh, we were just deciding what to have for dinner." Abigail's mouth pursed in disbelief and she blinked but simply said, "Really? And what did you decide?" "Roast fowl," Philip said. "I bought some for us from the inn as I knew you would be tired when you returned from the shop." "Were you not expecting a shipment today?" Abigail nodded. "Yes, we were. I had to collect it from the docks." "There you are, then. Why don't you go and wash up and your mother and I will put dinner on the table." Abigail hesitated but then nodded and took herself to her chambers. Joan and Philip watched her go before turning back to each other. "I hope you have that bird you spoke of, Philip, or we are to be caught in a Banbury tale." Philip laughed. "Oh, ye of little faith," he murmured, as he led her to the kitchen where a roast fowl was indeed laid out with a loaf of bread and a hunk of cheese. "Humphrey," Joan said, and turned to get the plates. Percival woke early the next morning and headed to St. John's Wood to look at cottages. His good friend Weston had informed him that it was the best place to install a mistress should one be interested in such pursuits. Percival thought it wise to secure a location while he pondered upon his next course of action. There was a very good chance that Abigail might turn down his overtures, in which case it would behoove him to turn his attentions to Lady Rosaline and going forward with the betrothal. The very thought turned his stomach, but for the sake of the future of the dukedom he was quite prepared to step up to the mark. Marriages were not for love. They were for expedience and heirs. Lady Rosaline would give him pedigreed children that would, in their turn, increase the wealth and prestige of the Northcott name through their exploits. Still, he toured the neighborhood, looking for a cottage that might be for sale. It would make a suitable investment should his plans for a mistress fall through. While he normally left searching for properties to his man of business, this was one transaction he intended to take care of himself. After all, this is where Abigail and I shall be spending quite a bit of time. I should make sure it is suitable for us both. He came across a secluded cottage, its entrance lined with poplar trees, set far back from the thoroughfare with no neighbors within hearing distance. It was perfect. Abigail ran into the Duke as she was returning from the market, a pigeon pasty in her hand, which she was trying to surreptitiously eat to quench her hunger. It had been an uncommonly busy day and they had not even been able to stop for luncheon. She had used a trip to the market in search of thread to buy herself a pasty, and now all she wanted to do was eat it without embarrassment. "But no, you could not let me do that." She glared at the Duke even as he doffed his hat to her. "Abigail, what a precipitous meeting." She narrowed her eyes. "Precipitous, indeed." He gestured toward his curricle. "May I offer you a ride somewhere?" She looked from him to his carriage. "What are you doing here, so far from Westminster?" To her surprise, his face flushed and he looked flustered. "I had some business in St. John's Wood." Rather than decrease her suspicions, this statement simply increased it. "Oh, I know full well what titled gentlemen are about in St. John's Wood." "Is that so? So you would extend carte blanche to me while already enjoying it with someone else?" she hissed. She would not have thought it possible, but he seemed even more flustered. "What? No. Whatever made you think that?" "I was merely prospecting suitable properties." "Suitable properties?" she repeated slowly. "That is terribly presumptuous of you." Suddenly his face was full of mischief. "I like to be prepared." "Well, I hope you have not yet purchased this property, for it is sure to go to waste," she said and tried to stomp off in a huff. He would not let her, grasping her arm in a rather detaining fashion. Unless she wanted to make a scene in the marketplace, she had to stand there and let him turn her to face him. In spite of herself, she was rather impressed at his strength. "Come with me. Let me show it to you before you make up your mind." She was already shaking her head even before he was done speaking. "It matters not if it is bedecked with gold and jewels and the bed is the softest in the land. My answer won't change." He sighed, shaking his head in annoyance. "All right then, at least allow me to take you back to your shop. It is quite away from here." "I am used to the walk," she snapped, trying to take back ownership of her arm. "I am trying to get you used to a better life," he exclaimed with irritation. She stopped squirming to glare at him. "Well, nobody asked you to. Leave me alone and go back to your affianced." Instead of doing as she asked, he began walking, dragging her along with him until they reached the curricle. "Get in," he ordered. She opened her mouth to tell him exactly what he could do with his orders when he swooped down and kissed her, right there in the street. His lips on hers felt alien and yet shockingly familiar. She felt the wetness of his tongue as his lips clung to hers and she froze, unable to fathom what was happening. Her lips parted slightly and his tongue was there, licking at her top lip before he bit down slightly on her bottom one. Her whole body shuddered and she reared back, truly flustered. "What?" she began to say before he scooped her up and deposited her in his vehicle. She sat frozen in shock as he jumped into the driving seat and took up the reins. She did not know what was happening, her head was spinning, and she felt faint. "Here!" Percival cried, and the horses took off at a brisk trot. Abigail could only stare at him, in stupefied silence. "How dare you?" she whispered eventually as they left the city behind and ventured into the greenery of Hyde Park. "How dare I? Did you forget that I am a duke? Did you forget that I am no piece of baggage but an actual person?" Percival laughed, further infuriating Abigail. "Oh, trust me, I could never forget that." His eyes raked her from head to toe, lingering on her bosom and lips, and Abigail found that she was flushed with fury, embarrassment, and arousal. "Who does this man think he is?" she fumed to herself. An inner voice, sounding strangely like an amused Philip, answered her question. "A duke?" she humphed, turning away from him. "Where are you taking me?" she growled. "Aren't you afraid of being seen with me in public?" Percival said nothing, merely urged his horse on. Percival did not know what had come over him. One minute he was being a chivalrous gentleman and offering to take Abigail wherever her heart desired, the next he was a boor, forcing her into his curricle and veritably kidnapping her. He had never done such a reckless thing in his life, but when she threw his offer back in his face with such contempt, he could not stand for it. He had to do something. And something turned out to be kidnapping. He had no real idea where he was taking her. All he knew was that he could not let her go without convincing her of the advantages of his proposition. Yes, she was angry now, but she would come around and everything would be as it should be. He would complete the transfer of the St. John's Wood property on the morrow and she would move in as soon as possible. She would provide him with a haven of peace and release, and he would make her every wish come true. There was no fairer trade to be had. Chapter 10. Damned Hum. Vivian, the Countess of Huntington, rushed into her house, skirts flying unbecomingly, face flushed from her hurry. "Where is my daughter?" she asked her lady's maid, who had hastened to attend her as soon as she was notified of her mistress' agitated state. "She is Tommy, my lady." "Shall I fetch her for you?" Yes, Fiona, tell her to attend me in the parlour. And have cook bring some tea with sherry in it. Maybe some Scotch cakes, as well." "Yes, my lady." Fiona curtsied and hurried off to do as she was told. Vivian sighed, walking at a more sedate pace toward the parlour. She sat down, closed her eyes, and breathed deep, wondering how she could possibly break this news to her daughter. "Mother?" She opened her eyes to see Rosaline standing in the doorway, looking concerned. "Is everything all right?" Vivian shook her head. "No, my dear. Everything is not all right. Come and sit next to me." She patted the seat at her side. Rosaline sashayed slowly across the room, skirts swinging from side to side as she moved, her brow furrowed. She seated herself slowly beside her mother, eyes fixed on Vivian's face. Vivian took a deep breath, closing her eyes and then opening them again. "I heard the most frightful bit of it today," she began. Rosaline covered her mother's hand with hers. "Tell me." "Your beau. The Duke, he." Rosaline leaned closer, looking intent. "What, mother?" "He." She straightened her spine, determined to get the words out as her gaze fixed on her daughter. Countess Castlereagh's lady's maid was at the butcher's when she caught sight of the Duke in the street, having a conversation with... With whom, mother? With that woman. From the dressmaker's shop. The one who was the talk of the town. She said he kissed her, right there in the street. No. Rosaline said at once. He wouldn't. The Countess regarded her daughter pityingly. He might be a duke, but he is also a man. Mark my words, my dear, he can. Well. Perhaps she was mistaken. Vivian squeezed her daughter's hand. I wish that were so, darling. But she was quite sure. Well, then. We must do something, mother. We cannot let this stand. Yes, Rosaline, you must break your engagement. Mother, no. I don't want to do that. I shall be his Duchess. All we must do is get rid of the girl. Her mother stared in disbelief. And how do you propose to do that? Rosaline stood up very suddenly. I shall call on Lady Stanley. She'll know what to do. Vivian felt the intended dig and flinched, swallowing her spleen. She had never liked Lady Stanley, although she could not quite say why. She did not like that her daughter had gotten quite close to her as she dangled after the woman's nephew. However, Rosaline was right about one thing. If anyone would know how to deal with the Duke, it would be his aunt, who had brought him up from a young boy to the man that he was today. Vivian sighed. You will do what you must. Rosaline nodded determinedly. Yes, I will. He ended up taking her to a spot in a quiet area of Hyde Park, handing her down from the carriage even as she sulked at him. We need to speak candidly, he insisted, as she crossed her arms and looked away from him. I have nothing to say to you. He sighed, refraining from rolling his eyes lest she turn around and see. Well, I have plenty to say to you, and you will listen. She shook her head so vigorously that the pins she'd secured it with fell out and her dark brown hair cascaded down her shoulders in luxuriant waves. His fingers itched with the urge to bury themselves in her tresses and he curled them into fists lest they do so without his permission, or more importantly, hers. Abigail? Please look at me. She whimpered, and he could see that her bottom lip was trembling. I will take you back to your shop presently, I give you my word. But please, let us talk. She turned to stare at him. You kissed me. I did. In the middle of a busy street. Yes, I did that. How? Why did you? She cut herself off, looking away but not before he saw the moisture in her eyes. He stepped closer to her, curling his fingers around her elbow. I do not know why I did that. I acted on impulse. I do acknowledge that it was an ill-advised thing to do. If I could make amends, I would. You are betrothed to another? She cried. Percival nodded. Yes, I am. And I do know that this will render some damage to your reputation, but you are at least not a lady so. She whipped around so fast her hair flew up, slapping him in the face. I am not a lady, so what? She growled. I don't matter? That is not what he began to say. Then what do you mean, huh? Can you tell me that you will forsake your lady and take me to wife instead, now that you have sullied me? In public? Percival's mouth closed and opened as he tried to think of something to say. I have behaved atrociously. I do admit it. I would like to tender my apologies and offer you compensation for my mistake. Abigail merely stared at him, face getting redder and redder. Keep your compensation, she bit out. Take me home now. Abby. Now. She marched back to the curricle and struggled into it, her long skirts being a hindrance to a graceful entrance. Percival, wisely, let her be, climbing into the driver's seat and urging the horses to a brisk trot once Abigail was nicely settled. He went over his words, trying to find out what had her in such high dudgeon. Perhaps she is still miffed about the kiss. Percival could do nothing about that. It had happened, it was over. All they could do was clean up the mess. Percival opened his mouth to say as much to Abigail, but caught one look at her face like thunder, and closed it again. Percival was a man who liked to be in control. He did not like to feel helpless or unsure. Having Abigail annoyed with him and not knowing what to do about it made his insides twist with irritation. He wanted to stop the curricle, twist Abigail around, and make her speak to him. Tell him what had made her bristle so. Women. He sighed internally. Accordingly, he drove sedately along, resolving to let her stew in her juices until she decided to let him know what the problem was. Still, he could not help huffing as he drove, his hands a little tight on the reins, his posture stiff and unyielding. They arrived at the shop way too soon and she scrambled out of his carriage without so much as a by or leave. He almost climbed out of the carriage and followed her, in a fit of annoyance, but remembered just in time that they were in public and he had already made enough of a spectacle of himself over this. Seamstress. Hair. He cried to the horses instead and drove off in a cloud of dust. Abigail felt as though her heart was literally breaking into pieces as she watched the Duke drive off, undoubtedly annoyed that his little offer had been spurned so thoroughly. She was annoyed too. Nay, she was livid. How dare he suggest such a thing? Compensate her? Was there enough money in the world to pay for her reputation? One that she had painstakingly built despite all the odds against her. Now with one kiss, he had doomed her for a light skirt, a demirep, a convenient. She had not expected him to get on one knee and make a respectable woman of her. Still, she had not expected that raffish display he had wrought instead. It only served to make matters worse and they were bad enough as it was. What am I going to do? She hunched over, shuffling her way into the shop, hoping that her mother was busy and would not notice the change in demeanor. No such luck. Joan was at the counter and looked up as soon as Abigail stepped in the door. Her brow furrowed in concern. "Poppet, what's wrong?" Abigail sighed, knowing that her mother would not leave it alone until she knew what the problem was. "Percival kissed me." "Oh." "In public." She interrupted before her mother could think of something comforting to say. Joan paled and blanched. "Oh," she said in an entirely different tone. Abigail stared at her with wide eyes as if she might have the secret to the universe. "Oh? Is that all you have to say?" Joan held out her hand to Abigail. "Close the door behind you and put up the closed sign. Let us go in the back and talk." Abigail sighed with relief, following her mother as she led the way to the back room. Joan dug into her basket and emerged with a bottle of port, which she poured into 2 glasses. She dug into the basket again and emerged with 2 meat pasties. She gestured for Abigail to sit, before handing her a pasty and a glass of port. "Now," she said, taking a seat of her own. "Tell me everything." Abigail took a deep breath and told her what had transpired, leaving nothing out. Her mother listened without comment, sometimes nodding her head or urging Abigail to drink from her glass. Abigail followed her mother's commands in an absent-minded sort of way. She was too absorbed in her story to pay attention to anything else. She got lost in the details, reliving her shock and humiliation when the Duke first kissed her and then chivied her into his carriage and kidnapped her. She could not believe that she had fancied herself in love with such a brute. Even now, beneath her anger, she could feel the sick bitter twist of hurt squeezing at her heart. Somehow, she had gotten it into her head that Percival regarded her as no different from any lady in his circle. She could not now fathom how she had fooled herself into thinking that his regard for her was genuine. It was clear that the only thing he was interested in was her body, and to him, she was no more than bachelor fair. The tears were falling from her eyes in fat continuous drops and her breath hitched as she tried to get all the words out. Her mother did not interrupt, merely held Abigail's hand tightly in hers and watched her with eyes soft with sympathy. Eventually Abigail shuddered to a stop, sniffing as she waited for her mother to say something. "I wish I could make this better somehow for you," Joan said after a brief silence. Abigail shook her head. "There's nothing you can do. There's nothing anyone can do. I just have to live with the shame." Joan shook her head, curls flying with the force of her passion. "Oh, no, Poppet. There's nothing wrong with an innocent kiss. You did nothing wrong. You hold your head up high and don't you dare feel ashamed." Abigail gave her mother a wry smile. "Easier said than done, Mother." "I have faith in you, my dear." Joan squeezed Abigail's hand reassuringly. "What happened today?" Philip asked as soon as Abigail went to bed. "Your daughter seems perturbed." Joan sighed, shaking her head. "The Duke." Philip's eyes narrowed. "What did he do now?" "He kissed her." Philip goggled at her. "I beg your pardon?" "He kissed her out in the street in public." Philip just stared in disbelief. "I will kill him," he announced, standing up and reaching for his cane. "Philip, no, sit down. It does no good to make matters worse than they already are. She is miserable enough as it is. What do you think it would do to her to see you hanged?" "I cannot let this insult pass." Philip puffed up his chest in annoyance. "Well, you will have to because he is a duke and you are nothing but a commoner." "Nothing? I will show you nothing." He turned around, striding determinedly out of the room. Joan shot to her feet and followed him. "Philip. Stop. Wait." Her lover ignored her, collecting his hat and coat at the door in preparation to go out and confront the Duke. Joan ran after him, catching up to him as he fiddled with the lock, and wrapped her hands around his arm. "Philip, stop this." He went perfectly still, his breath coming as hard as a horse that had just run a race. "Are you not concerned for your daughter? Do you not feel the sting of this insult?" "Of course I feel it, Philip. Of course I do. Do you not think I would like to go over there and give him a piece of my mind? She is my daughter. She has had to live under a cloud for most of her life. Do you not think I know what she is feeling right now? I want to stomp my foot and cry and scream and rage just as much as you do. But we cannot do that. We have to be calm. For her sake." Philip shook his head, his face pale with his upset. "It is exactly my point. You know how it feels to live under a cloud of suspicion and rejection. How can you?" He stopped, abruptly pursed his lips and looked away. "How can I?" She glared at him. "How can you attempt to make things worse knowing what you know? How does it erase the stain from her name if you kill the Duke? Tell me." Philip merely sighed, turning away from her. "Forgive me. I was not thinking. Shall we go to bed now? It has been a long day." Joan nodded, leading the way to her room. Abigail was not asleep. She was not even in her room. She had ventured out to empty her chamber pot but then paused at the top of the stairs when she heard the raised voices coming from below. She placed the chamber pot on the floor, then she crept forward to listen, totally mystified at her mother's words. "You know how it feels to live under a cloud of suspicion and rejection." "What do you mean by that, Mother?" She watched and listened until she heard her mother exhort Philip to come to bed with her. Then she crept away, using the back stairs to reach the kitchen, and empty her chamber pot outside. She went back to bed, her head spinning with everything she had heard. She sat up in the bed, mulling over every word, trying to think back to her childhood and remember anything that might have been said about herself or her mother. Nothing stood out, and she knew that if she was to learn anything, she would have to find somebody who had known them before they came to London. Perhaps one of her childhood friends had a clue what her mother could mean. If there had been talk about them, surely they must have heard it. She tried to get back to sleep but it was hard. thinking about the upset in her mother's voice, and Philip, ready to risk his life to defend her. It put a huge lump in her throat and she could barely breathe for holding back tears. She knew now what she needed to do. Chapter 11. Sabotage. Abigail got to the shop early the next day in a bid to avoid her mother. She was still quite discomposed at what she had heard the night before and was not ready to face her parent quite yet. She got the door open, closed it behind her, and proceeded to clean the shop. She scrubbed the floor, washed the windows, wiped down the counters and dusted the fabrics. Then she started in on the back, tidying up the bales of cloth, refolding the bolts of muslin and calico that lay on the shelf. She lit a fire in the grate to warm up the room and put some milk to heat up for their morning chocolate. All the activities soothed her troubled spirit and she was able to think more clearly. I was building castles in the air. It is time to wake up. She sighed, nodding to herself, her decision from last night crystallizing in a cold reality of dawn. There was only one thing she could do and that was agree to the Duke's proposition. At least then, all the damned hum that would be spoken about her would have a basis in fact. She would listen to Claudette's advice and put herself first. What do I want out of life, though? She paused in her cleaning, hands on her hips and pondered the question. She had always thought that she would continue in the dressmaking business like her mother. When Joan's fingers became too stiff or aged to work a needle, she would take over and perhaps in time leave the business to her own daughter. Dressmaking is our family legacy after all, isn't it? Now with the Duke's largesse, they could expand their business, perhaps make it an empire. It was time for Abigail to grow up. There was no prince riding to her rescue and she was no damsel locked in a tower. She was a modest, one with a stellar reputation and well-known talent. If the Duke would have her body, and the world already thought the worst of her, she would gather those lemons together and make the sweetest of lemonades. The bell above the front door tinkled, and she peered out into the main room to see her mother stepping into the shop. Her eyes were bloodshot as if she had been crying. Abigail swallowed hard, trying to conceal her own emotion. "Mamma, how nice of you to join me," she gently teased as she put the mop aside and plucked a cup off the hook to pour her mother a cup of chocolate. Joan shivered, shaking the wet off her hair as she unbuttoned her cloak. "Thank you, dear," she said, taking the cup and wrapping her hands around it. "It's so cold outside." Abigail smiled at her mother, her shoulders finally relaxing. "Yes, well, drink up and join me in my cleaning. You will warm up in no time." Joan made a sound of protest but gulped down her hot chocolate before pouring some hot water in a bowl and proceeded to wipe down every surface. They worked in silence for a while before her mother took a breath, straightening up from her cleaning to fix Abigail with her regard. "Are you all right, my dear?" Her voice was soft and concerned. Abigail stopped cleaning, too. "Yes, I'm fine. I have reached a decision on what to do about the Duke, as well." "Have you?" Joan took a step closer. "And what did you decide?" "I have decided to take him up on his carte blanche. It may be advantageous to us." Joan shook her head. "No, darling. Do not do that for us. Only do it if you want to. I admit I'm attracted to the man. He is compelling and interesting, handsome and intelligent. If he were not such a brute, he would be perfect. As Claudette said, his offer has advantages to me, and it will stop the tongues wagging. What nobleman does not have a mistress?" Joan's face drooped with sadness. "Oh, my dear, that this burden had never fallen on your shoulders. I wished better for you than this." Abigail shrugged. "Many a woman would give their right arm to be in my place." Joan merely shook her head and sighed. Percival received a note from Lady Rosaline with his breakfast. "My dear Duke, I have a fitting today at the Modists and would be gratified if you would accompany me on this visit as you did the first. With all my love, Rosaline Hoskins." He stared at the note, surprised that Lady Rosaline would want him to accompany her again. He would have thought that she would have heard the latest on it by now. He was quite sure that he and Abigail were the subject of discussion at many a morning repast. There seemed to be very little likelihood that Lady Rosaline had not heard of their little indiscretion. "What game are you playing at, little girl?" He turned the paper over and wrote his reply, giving it to Forbes to send over to the Hoskins residence. "Two can play at that game." The shop was very busy, ladies milling around, talking behind their fans. Abigail suspected they were not so much interested in fabric as they were in the modest. She could not really blame them, for she imagined the life of a lady was quite empty with little to do but talk about other people. Abigail knew that the bon ton were probably all amort at the exciting adventures of one of their own with a lowly dressmaker. It was therefore no surprise to see them crowd into her shop to get a look at her. She put a smile on her face and attended to the ladies with every appearance of solicitousness. Her mother tried to head off some of the bolder ones, who did nothing to lower their voices as they dropped casual insults in her direction. There was a sudden silence in the room and Abigail's heart dropped. She turned around slowly, knowing full well what she would see. Her gaze stopped, unsurprised, upon Lady Rosaline's face but then widened as she saw who was standing next to her. No wonder the silence in the shop was so thick it was possible to hear a pin drop. Lady Rosaline's eyes traveled around the room before she landed upon Abigail, giving her a wide, smug smile. "I see you're busy today." She took a step closer. "I do hope you will have enough time for my fitting." Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked around the room, her arm firmly ensconced in the Duke's elbow. "Of course," Abigail mumbled, feeling as though her heart would beat right out of her chest. She fumbled among her fabrics, looking for the blood-red gown. Her fingers trembled minutely as she searched, and she bit her lip to keep them from doing the same. The familiar warmth and smell of her mother coming to stand beside her, had her turning her head. Her mother was holding the gown out to her, face somber. Abigail stretched her lips in a parody of a smile and took the gown, turning to Lady Rosaline. "Follow me." She turned towards the dressing rooms, which were merely a corner of the shop, cordoned off by a curtain. Lady Rosaline smiled again and followed her, performing for her audience by sashaying slowly from side to side, nodding at acquaintances, and even waving. The crowd parted to let her through, probably feeling that this was a better show than any at Drury Lane. She entered the changing room, with Lady Rosaline bracing herself for anything. She was sure that Lady Rosaline was here to declare war, and whether she liked it or not, she would have to fight back. She took a deep breath, shaking the dress out and displaying it for Lady Rosaline's benefit. She barely looked at the gown before fixing her eyes on Abigail. Is this the best you can do?" Her mouth twisted in a sneer. Abigail looked down at the gown and then back up at Lady Rosaline. "It was done exactly to your specifications. Perhaps if you tell me what you're not satisfied with I can correct it." I doubt you have the expertise to do that. Clearly, I made a mistake in choosing you as my dressmaker. Your workmanship is shoddy at best. I shall be taking my business elsewhere from now on." Abigail sighed inwardly, trying not to roll her eyes. "As you wish, my lady." Lady Rosaline frowned, whirled on her heel and stormed out of the dressing room. Abigail followed more slowly, folding the gown as she did so. She heard Lady Rosaline demand that they leave, doing it much too brown, as she hustled the Duke out the door. The shop erupted in excited twittering and Abigail escaped to the back, needing a moment to herself. She was breathing into her mother's shawl, her face flying its colors as she tried to get herself back under control. She had barely pulled herself together when she heard shouting out in the main shop. She paused, listening, recognizing Lady Rosaline's voice. She frowned, hearing the accusing tone of it as she demanded that Abigail show herself. She stood up slowly, took a deep breath, and walked out into the main shop where she found Lady Rosaline haranguing her mother, the Duke standing aside, wearing a deep frown of disapproval. "What seems to be the matter?" she said sharply, cutting Lady Rosaline off mid-harangue. "Where is my ring?" Lady Rosaline cried, shooting accusing glances at Abigail. Abigail's eyebrow rose in surprise. "I beg your pardon? Where is my ring?" Lady Rosaline was practically screeching while fans about the shop waved at high speed, signaling their owner's excitement. "I had it with me when I walked in here and now it's gone. You stole it from me. You're nothing but a bunch of thieves." Abigail's mouth dropped open and the Duke stepped forward. Now, Lady Rosaline, you cannot say such things without any proof," he said. Abigail gawped at him as well, unable to believe he was lending credence to Lady Rosaline's words. "Perhaps you dropped the ring in the changing room," he continued, oblivious to Abigail's ire. "Did you think of that?" Abigail nodded along, looking from Lady Rosaline to Percival. "No." Lady Rosaline screamed. "She stole it. She stole it because she is jealous of me. Don't you see?" The Duke tried to put his hand on Lady Rosaline's arm and calm her down, but she shook him off and continued to demand that Abigail produce the ring. I don't have your ring. Let me look in the changing room for you." She took a step toward the curtained corner, but Lady Rosaline blocked her way. "Look for it, or put it back there. You are a thief. Admit it. Admit it, I say." Her voice had reached a high crescendo. "I have taken nothing of yours," Abigail declared. Lady Rosaline sneered. "Nothing?" she hissed, venom in every syllable as her eyes cut to the Duke. Abigail stood her ground, glaring back. "Nothing," she declared with absolute dignity. "You are shameless," Lady Rosaline cried, and the Duke stepped in to try to hold her back as she flew at Abigail. "What is going on here?" The crowd of spectators turned as one to the new voice at the door, as a tall man, the masculine older version of Lady Rosaline, strode into the shop. "Father, this Philistine has stolen my ring and she won't give it back," Lady Rosaline cried, pointing accusingly at Abigail. "We have no evidence of that," the Duke cut in. "Are you calling my daughter a liar?" the Earl demanded. The Duke grimaced, shaking his head. "I merely pointed out that her accusation is conjecture at this point and she might have lost the ring anywhere. I myself do not recall seeing it before we came into the shop." "So, you are calling my daughter a liar?" The Duke sighed in exasperation, and then Philip was striding in, taking in the scene with one glance. He glared at the Duke before coming to stand between Abigail and everyone else. "If you have an issue with these ladies, you will take it up with me," he declared, glaring equally between Lady Rosaline's father and the Duke. "This is a place of business and you are disrupting the flow. Shall we take this outside?" He began to herd them toward the door amid Lady Rosaline's continued protestations. "She must give me back what is mine." Abigail had a feeling she was not talking about a piece of jewelry. "Well, that was exciting," Joan declared once the shop had emptied and they had closed up for the day. "If you say so, Mother." Abigail slumped on the sofa, clutching at her bowl of broth as if it might solve all her problems. She took a sip, focusing on replenishing her energy. If asked, she would declare that this had been the longest day in history. "Thank God for Philip," Joan said, taking a seat beside her and spooning her own broth. Abigail said, her mouth filled with broth. "I don't know what we would have done without him." Abigail swallowed. "It doesn't matter, Mother. The damage has been done." Joan regarded her with narrowed eyes. "No, honey, you will not get blue-deviled over this. It was not your fault. Not my fault that I shall be the talk at every dinner table and ton assembly this week." "Indeed, not. But it doesn't change the facts. Come. Finish your broth and we shall go home. I do hope this has dissuaded you from your plan of agreeing to the Duke's proposition." Abigail shrugged. We are about to lose a lot of business because of this scandal, Mother. There is no way I could say no to him now. Forget about the business. We shall manage somehow. We always have. After all, we are not ladies, afraid of manual labor, are we? Abigail shook her head slowly and tried to smile, if only to reassure her mother. No, we are not. Well then, rinse your bowl and let us go home. Percival was torn between mortification and amusement at what had happened in Abigail's shop. On one hand, he felt that he should have expected Lady Rosaline to do something of the kind. On the other hand, he was quite proud of how Abigail had handled the whole affair, with class and poise as if she were the true lady and Lady Rosaline a doxy. He snorted, remembering how Lady Rosaline had screeched loudly and stamped her foot and demanded. She really was quite the spoiled little chit. He had not been impressed by her behavior. I may have to rethink on her suitability as my bride. Chapter 12. Three's a crowd. Percival pondered whether to send his steward, Sherwood, with compensation for Abigail and her mother, or whether he should take it himself. Being in proximity of the shop would undoubtedly fuel all the talk that was already spreading like wildfire through the town. However, he needed to see for himself that Abigail was all right. She had put on a good front, but he knew that every word must have felt like a knife to the chest. He did not want her to think that he supported Lady Rosaline's stance, or believed her accusations. He nodded, preparing to stand up and leave for Bond Street when his aunt came in the room. He sighed tiredly, preparing himself for the inevitable harangue. "Aunt Martha, what may I do for you today?" He settled back in his seat. She sat down with a sigh, rearranging her skirts with short, sharp movements that let him know that she was in high dudgeon. "I fear we are the subject of talk this day," she began sadly. "I heard tell that the modest that caught your eye had the audacity to steal from Lady Rosaline today." Percival rolled his eyes. "No one stole from her, aunt. It was all a misunderstanding." "Is that so? I heard differently." "No jewelry was found on Miss Thorne's person, and there was no evidence that she had ever had any in her possession. Lady Rosaline was simply being hysterical." Do not be too quick to dismiss her concerns, Your Grace. These people are not like us. They are dishonest, thieving, malcontents who will gull you of your last penny if you let them." Percival snorted, letting his amusement show. "Don't you think you are doing it much too brown right now, aunt?" "I am simply telling you the truth, Percival. You would do well to heed my words." Percival merely shook his head. He decided that he would venture to the shop himself. He needed to see Abigail and get their situation resolved. He did not know how, but he was willing to try. "What kind of threat does this girl pose to our daughter's future?" the Earl asked Vivian as they took a nightcap together. His wife laughed. "She is but a dressmaker, Benedict. What threat could she possibly pose? She has already caused disruption in Rosaline's life. Shall we just sit back and wait to see what else she can do?" "What would you like to do?" The Earl shook his head. "Well, for one thing, I intend to find out everything I can about them. Their history is shrouded in mystery. I am sure if I look hard enough, I will find enough to drive them out of town." Vivian nodded. "You do that, then." Abigail's hands were still shaking as they made their way home. Her mind was far away, so she did not notice when the carriage came to a stop beside them. It was only when her mother stopped walking that she looked up to see what the delay was. That was when she noticed Percival, looking down at them from his curricle. "Ladies, may I offer you a ride?" Abigail was already shaking her head even as her mother agreed. "Thank you, kind sir." She let the Duke help her up into the seat. It would be a tight fit with the three of them as the curricle was meant for two. She sighed, knowing that she could not leave her mother to travel without her, and so she let Percival help her up, as well. "Here." he cried, and the horses took off at a brisk trot. "You will have to show me where to go," he said, as he whipped the horses to greater speed. Abigail was glad that her mother was sitting between them, and so she had an excuse not to say a word as her mother gave Percival directions. They arrived at their abode in no time, and then Percival was helping them to alight. "Would you like to come in?" Joan asked, like the genial hostess she was. Abigail sighed inwardly in defeat as Percival graciously accepted the invitation. Her mother led the way as the Duke gestured for her to precede him. She headed for the drawing room, knowing that the Duke wanted to speak with her. Somewhere along the way, her mother disappeared, and she was left alone with him. She turned to face him as she entered the drawing room, head held high. "What do you want, Percival?" she asked wearily. "I came to apologize for Lady Rosaline's appalling behavior this afternoon. I do assure you that I did not support or believe her accusations." Abigail nodded. "Thank you for that. You should go now." The Duke hesitated and then took a step closer. "Abigail," he said, his voice low and gentle. "Have you given any thought to my proposition?" She raised an eyebrow. "You would still want to go ahead with that?" He shook his head. "More than ever." "Why?" "Because you are everything that I need in a woman. You are honest and trustworthy. You carry yourself with dignity and grace. You give of yourself with no expectation of reward. It has been a long, lonely life that I have led. I feel that with you I might not be lonely anymore." Abigail merely gaped at him, taken aback by the sincerity of his words. She had not been expecting that. "I see," she said at last. "In that case, I should tell you that I had considered taking your carte blanche, but my reasons were purely material. I had to salvage my reputation while securing a sort of pension for when times get hard. I am being practical here. If that is acceptable to you, then yes, I will be your mistress." Percival gave a twisted smile. "And here I was going to ask for your hand." "I beg your pardon?" Percival gave her a look. "I was taken aback by Lady Rosaline's behavior today, and it occurred to me that I should not be happy with her as my wife. Moreover, seeing as a duke can do whatever he likes, I sought to offer the privilege to you. However, here you are ready to be my mistress, and for financial gain, to boot. You have thrown me for a loop, my dear." Abigail's mouth closed and opened in shock. She could not believe what she was hearing. Percival came to propose? Surely, he is jesting. "I do not know what to say." "You would marry me?" "I had every intention of doing so. But it does make more sense for you to be my mistress." Abigail felt quite faint. She could not fathom what the Duke could possibly mean by his statements. He had been so adamant before, so insistent that they could only be together if she agreed to his carte blanche. Now he is offering me marriage after the scandal that his current fiancé has perpetuated in my shop. What does he mean by this? I don't know what to say. I imagine everything is a bit of a shock. I know it is a bit sudden, so I will give you some time to think. May I give you something to think about? She narrowed her eyes at him, instantly suspicious. What do you mean by that? He took a step towards her and then another, her eyes widening with anticipation and fear the closer he got. What are you? He bent down, his lips closing in on hers, cutting off her speech. They felt warm and wet against her mouth, moving experimentally as if he was using them to feel her, pressing in close, the teasing tip of his tongue running along her bottom lip, the hard, wet feel of his teeth not far behind. Her lips parted of their own volition, letting him in, and his tongue plundered her mouth, tasting, teasing. Her eyes were wide open as she took it all in, every touch, and every sensation, paying attention to her own reaction. Her body stiffened and then melted against him, her nipples peaked, and her hands trembled for completely different reasons than before. They held onto his shirt for dear life, supporting her weakened knees even as his arms circled her waist, pulling her in closer. He was so big and hard all around her. He towered over her and seemed to surround her with his gentle manliness. She had never experienced anything like it. He took her bottom lip between his teeth, biting down on it and then soothing the burn by suckling it like a babe. She could not help the whimper that escaped her throat as her own body arched in response, wanting things she could not name. He released her abruptly, taking a step back, and all she could do was stare in disbelief. What just happened? He took her hands in his, looking into her eyes. I will take my leave now. May I see you on the morrow? She simply breathed hard, unable to articulate. Abigail? Yes, you may see me on the morrow. He lifted her hand to his mouth and placed a kiss upon her knuckles. Thank you. She nodded jerkily, and he let her fingers go, bowing to her before turning around and walking out of the room. She opened her mouth to call after him but then closed it again because she realized she did not know what to say. She flopped down onto the sofa, staring unseeingly out the window, fingers on her lip as she relived the kiss. Never in her life had she felt such a thing. Perhaps being the Duke's mistress would not be as awful as she had imagined. If he kissed her like that all the time, it might well be worth it. Oh, Abigail. She shook her head at herself, amused at how easily she was swayed. One kiss and she was ready to throw herself at the Duke. She stood up, briskly straightening her skirts and stiffening her spine, then walked out of the room with determination. I am going to wash up, change my clothes, prepare some supper, and go to bed. The rest can wait. Martha sat up in the bed, pulling a shawl around her naked shoulders and straightening her chemise. She turned to her lover with a contented smile, watching him smoke his cheroot. Benedict? She said softly. I think we need to talk about my nephew, the Duke, and this whole disaster with the dressmaker girl. Benedict snorted. Have we not talked about him enough? It is time to act, my dear Lady Stanley. Your nephew must marry my daughter. There is nothing she desires more, and I would have her be a duchess. I have just the thing that will help us forget all about this other woman. Martha turned to face him. Whatever you have, it better be damning. Beneath his polite mien, Percival is an obstinate man. He must be brought to see the advantage of the match with Rosaline over this Paphian. I cannot force him to make the right choice. Even in my position, there is only so much influence I hold over him. The Earl of Huntingdon favored her with a blue glance. You just need to apply the right pressure. It was Martha's turn to scoff. Pray tell, what is this right pressure you speak of? The Earl sat up as well, his chest gleaming from their exertions. The man longs for a family of his own. It is clear to me, and it is why, even though it is clear he does not hold much fondness for you, he still tolerates your presence. Because you are his family. Use that. Fill him with visions of a house full of children and the possibility of love. Shed some tears. Tell him you are concerned about his cold and distant demeanor. Impress upon him that your heart would feel lighter and you would feel you have not let your dear sister down if he were to marry. Martha fixed him with a look. You know I have done all that, Benedict. That and more. What else is there? Benedict gave her a sideways smile, eyes gleaming with amusement. You must tell him who this girl's father is. Her face brightened with interest. Pray tell, who is he? He puffed out a plume of smoke. Do not fear, I will tell you. And that is not even the most damning part. Martha's eyes widened, and she leaned over closer. Tell me everything, my lord. Percival was having his breakfast when his aunt sauntered into the room looking extremely self-satisfied. The smile on her face made him want to stand up and leave the room at once. It did not bode well for him. He knew that from experience. Good morning, nephew, she said, even as he stood up to hold her seat for her. Good morning, aunt, I hope you slept well? Indeed, I did. Thank you for asking. The serving girl picked up a plate, waiting for his aunt to indicate her selections. A footman poured her a cup of beer while Percival pretended to immerse himself in the day's newspaper. Once she had her plate, his aunt dismissed the servants from the room and Percival knew he was right to feel a foreboding. "Percival?" she began, her voice soft. "I have some news that I would like to share with you." He looked up from the newspaper, unable to help himself. "News?" He folded the newspaper and put it aside, turning to face his aunt completely. "That sounds quite ominous," he said, trying to make light of it. "Is it not in the newspaper, this news?" His aunt sighed, looking as though it pained her to bring up this topic, but Percival was not fooled. Whatever was happening here, Lady Stanley was enjoying it. "I have learned something quite distressing about the dressmaker with whom you have recently been associated." Percival glared at her, feeling the urge suddenly to put his arms around her neck and squeeze until she spat out whatever she was passing out like pieces of gold. "Get on with this, aunt." Lady Stanley sighed, leaning forward and looking him in the eye. "Well, I know she has been accused of thievery and you should know it is not without foundation," she said slowly and carefully. Percival shot to his feet, his eyes wide as he stared at her in shock. "I beg your pardon?" "According to the information I obtained," she informed him as she buttered her bread, "Miss Thorne's father was the head of a well-known criminal gang. Her mother is probably still a part of them. After all, they left Brighton under a cloud." Percival threw his napkin down on the table. "You have proof of this or is it just some damned hum you have come up with to discompose me?" he demanded. Lady Stanley spared him a glance before biting into the bread. Percival tapped his foot impatiently as she chewed. "Percival, I am your aunt and I hold only your best interests at heart. If you do not believe me, then feel free to ask your petite amie yourself." Chapter 13. Revelations. Abigail veritably floated to work the next day, her head still very much in the clouds. She kept reliving that kiss, unable to believe that anything could feel that good. She could not understand how these blue bloods could stand to share their spouses if, indeed, that was how it felt to be close to them. "I cannot be his mistress if he is going to marry that girl, Lady Rosaline. I could not stand to imagine him touching her the same way. I have to turn him down, or insist on marriage." Abigail nodded to herself, mind made up. She spent the rest of her walk enjoying the sunrise, nodding to other pedestrians as she passed them. She hummed as she opened the door of the shop, flicking the sign to open, and sashayed inside. She grabbed the broom to sweep up the dust that had gathered overnight. She whirled around the room using the broom as her partner, laughing quietly to herself. She knew she was in love and with his declaration last night, felt that Percival might feel just a little bit of what she did. Perhaps she did have a prince, after all. "Well, you are in a good mood." She turned around to see her mother standing in the doorway, arms akimbo. "Mother, you startled me." "Sorry, I thought you heard me come in. Is this joy I see in you a result of your talk with the Duke last night?" Abigail merely beamed at her, causing her mother to raise eyebrows. "Do tell," Joan urged excitedly, taking a seat on the customer bench. "Oh, 'tis nothing. He only said that he intended to propose to me. Marriage. He intended to propose marriage." Joan's mouth dropped open. "No." "Really?" Abigail nodded her head repeatedly. "Yes, really. He said so himself." Joan placed a hand on her heart. "Well, this is a surprise." "You're telling me?" Abigail snorted. They regarded each other for a minute without words before they both squealed excitedly. Joan jumped to her feet and opened her arms, enveloping Abigail in them as she leapt forward. "You got what you wanted," Joan said, her voice thick with tears. "Well, not quite yet. He is still engaged to Lady Rosaline and he has yet to formally propose." Let us not put the cart before the horse. Yes, yes, you're correct. We shall curb our excitement until the time is right. Explain yourself, aunt, Percival said, as he slowly dropped back into his seat. I know you feel that this girl has given you something us mere mortals cannot touch. Get on with it, aunt, Percival said, almost tearing his napkin in two. Lady Stanley sighed tragically. In the course of my inquiries, I learnt of this gang named the Foxes. Heaven knows why, it sounds like such a silly name for a band of criminals. Percival gritted his teeth. Aunt. Yes, yes, I'm getting there. Well, it turns out that little Miss Perfect was born just a few months before the head of this gang, her father, was murdered. As is appropriate. He who lives by the sword and all that. Percival was breathing hard, wondering at the extent his aunt would go to discredit his chosen. Abigail said she has no idea who her father is. Perhaps she does not. But her mother most certainly does. As does her guardian, who was the man's brother. You mean Mr. Sinclair? Indeed. But Abigail's surname is Thorne. She uses her mother's maiden name to disguise her identity. Percival was shaking his head. I do not believe this. What don't you believe, nephew? That the woman you have set your sights on is nothing but a common criminal? She is no criminal, whoever her father might be. Oh yes? Then why did she not tell you the truth? You cannot trust these people, Percival. They will use you and they will take you for everything that you have. You must cut all ties with them. Percival stood up abruptly, and throwing down his napkin, strode out of the room. He needed some air. He needed to think. If what she said was true, why had Sherwood not uncovered this information? Who is lying to me? My aunt or Abigail? He shook his head at his tiger who was waiting outside the door with his carriage. Instead, he turned down Mayfair Place, resolving to walk to his club and think things through. This was a quandary indeed, if it was true. It certainly made association with her that much more difficult. It was one thing to be of a lower class, but to be a criminal. There was a slight drizzle and the wind was sharp, blowing through his hair and numbing his face. He was glad of it, for it cleared the fog in his mind. He would need some time to make a decision on what to do next. Benedict, Earl of Huntingdon, made his way to Bond Street. He was of the opinion that it was past time he put those dressmakers in their place. He could not imagine what made them think that they could bamboozle his daughter's betrothed into going back on his word. They were nothing but glorified incognitas. And it was time that they knew it without a shadow of doubt. He barged into the shop to find the two women in an embrace, in the middle of the shop. He was taken aback by this inappropriate display but put that aside in favor of stating his business. Which one of you is Abigail Thorne? He demanded. They both stared at him as if they did not understand the king's English. Perhaps they were foreign, who knew? That would explain a lot. All these criminals probably came from Ireland. He looked from one to the other, waiting for them to answer. Well? Abigail stared at the man. She remembered him from a confrontation with Lady Rosaline, who had called him father, which probably meant this man was some sort of noble as well. Abigail sighed, stepping forward. I am the one you are looking for. Her mother took a step as well, so that they were standing side to side. What do you want from my daughter? She demanded, hand on hip. The man smiled, but there was no happiness in the gesture. You stole my daughter's ring, he declared. And you will give it back. I know not of what ring you speak. I am not a thief. I have stolen nothing. The man took a step closer, his eyes narrowing dangerously. You are not a thief? He sneered. You, the daughter of one of the biggest brigands in London, are not a thief? Abigail felt as if someone had doused her in cold water. What? Did you think you could keep your father's identity secret forever? My father's identity? The man snorted. Don't play coy with me, girl. I know your father was Reginald Sinclair. I know that your guard dog is his brother. If you thought to hide behind the respectability of your mother's maiden name, no, that is no more. Suddenly Joan leapt forward, pushing at Lady Rosaline's father. Get out. Get out. Get out. She screeched, her face red and twisted with anger. The man looked comically surprised at the attack, but Abigail did not have the wherewithal to even smile. She was reeling from his revelations. My father was a brigand. Philip is my uncle? She did not know which piece of news was the more shocking. She watched as her mother hustled the noble out of the shop, slamming and locking the door behind him. She leaned against it, breathing hard, her forehead against the hard wood. I never wanted you to find out, she whispered into the wood. Abigail merely stared, unable to comprehend the sharp turn her life had taken in the last 5 minutes. You lied to me. Her mother turned around, arms reaching for her. Abigail. Abigail took a step back, slapping her mother's hands away. No. You do not get to touch me. You do not lie to me my entire life, and then get to touch me, she said as she took another step, then another, until her back was to the wall. She held her hands out toward her mother. Off. Abigail, please. No. Stay back. Leave me alone. She snatched up her reticule and ran out the door. For a while, she just wandered the streets aimlessly without a clue as to where to go, the man's words looping in a continuous staccato scream in her mind. She felt as if her skull was a cage and the words, a bird beating repeatedly against the bone, trying to escape. My father was a brigand. She wanted to know more. At the same time, she wanted to act as if she had never heard those words. I cannot go home. Her whole body slumped with despair. Her mother and the man she thought of as her father had lied to her for her entire life. She did not know what to think of them. Were they criminals, too? Her mother had told her that her father died, though she had never said much else about him. Abigail had thought that was because it was too painful. She spotted a bench and collapsed onto it, head bent in anguish. She covered her head with her hands, wanting to scream with misery. She wished there was somebody else she could go to. Someone she could be sure would tell her the truth. But who can I trust to do that? She knew she could not go home, but she needed somewhere to stay. She straightened up, realizing that her feet had brought her to Drury Lane. She looked up at the sun, conjecturing that Claudette was likely rehearsing at this time of day. She looked around her, trying to find the theatre house where her friend was performing. If anyone would appreciate her story, it would be Claudette. So, you're saying this man told you that your father was some sort of brigand? Claudette repeated with wide, interested eyes. Core. That is bonkers. What a bumble broth. What will you do about it? What can I do? It isn't as though I can go into the past and change anything. Abigail sniffed, and tried to swallow the lump in her throat. Oh, honey. Claudette hurried toward her, wrapping her in an embrace. It will be all right, you'll see. Here, let me make you some chocolate. She hurried off into her tiny kitchen to heat the milk. Then she scrambled about, collecting ingredients to make some hot chocolate. But I'm afraid after that you'll have to make yourself scarce for a bit, for I am expecting my Earl and he does not take kindly to other company. Oh, Abigail said. She had been hoping to get some rest. Hearing shocking news was exhausting. Don't worry. You can stay at my neighbor's for the duration. She won't mind. Oh, do I know her? No, but she is a widow and always glad for some company. Prepare yourself to be regaled with Banbury tales. All you have to do is nod and smile. Abigail's heart sank. She really was not in the mood to be social. "Very well," she said. Claudette turned to face her, sympathy in her eyes. "It won't be for long, I promise. The Earl never takes long." Abigail smiled tiredly. "I probably didn't need to know that." "No, you did not. Bad enough I have to. Now drink your chocolate and I will take you to old Lady Maisie's." Percival arrived at the shop and found a closed sign on the door. He fished out his fob to check the time just to be sure, confirming that it was just past 3 in the afternoon. The shop should not be closed. He alighted from his carriage and went to knock on the door. "They not there, sir?" a bent woman wearing a dirty shawl said to him. "Where are they?" he asked. She simply shrugged, turning away, and he fished in his pocket for a few coins. "Where are they?" he asked, holding them out. She regarded the coins, considering. "They left. First the girl. Then her mother. Didn't go to the same place. Girl seemed upset. So did the mother. What happened to get them that way?" The woman shrugged again, and Percival sighed, reaching in his pocket for a gold sovereign. "What happened?" "Man came. He was shouting at them. Called them criminals. Said they was stealing. The mother threw him out. Daughter left soon after." "Describe this man," Percival demanded. The woman looked down at the coin again and then back up at him, assessing. "He was a lord, like you. Fancy. Nose in the air like the air was foul or something. Loud man, angry." Percival almost smiled at the description. He was fairly sure she was speaking of Lord Huntington. He held out the coin to her. "Thank you." She reached out a slow hand, snatched at the coin, and then hurried away lest he change his mind. Percival strode to his carriage, resolving to call on Abigail at home. Where else would she have gone? He drove off, pulling up to the Thorne household, watching for any sign of life. "Philip!" Joan called desperately as she rushed into the house. He came hurrying out of the study in response, face grim. "What has happened?" "She. Abby." Philip came and gripped her arms hard, staring into her eyes. "Calm down, Joan. Breathe. Now tell me what is going on." Abigail found out about. About what, Joan? "Reggie. She knows about Reggie." Philip gawped at her. "How?" "Man came in the shop, he confronted her about it." "What man?" "I don't know. I think it was her father." Philip's brow furrowed in confusion. "Whose father?" "The girl. The one who? The one that's engaged to the Duke." "Oh, Huntington." "Yes." "Is that who he is?" Philip nodded, moving away as he pondered this new information. "You say he came to confront her about it?" "He was accusing her of all sorts of things. Stealing. Lying. I asked him to leave but it was too late. She had already heard everything." "Where is she now?" Joan shook her head. "I don't know. She just ran off. We have to find her." "I know we do. But where do we start?" Joan hesitated. "The Duke?" Just then, they heard a carriage draw up outside. Philip strode to the window to peer outside. He turned to Joan with a grim smile. "Well, speak of the devil and he appears." Chapter 14. Complications. 23 years ago, underworld Britain had been in the midst of a nightmare, courtesy of one Domitian Constantine. It was a well-known fact that Mohawks were covetous of titled lords and their properties. They conspired with some noblemen, such as the Duke of Leicester, who fell on hard times, and was incorporated into their ranks, to apply his influence on their behalf in exchange for a share of their loot. They kept their claws dug into these noblemen for as long as they could, even going as far as endowing new candidates to keep it up. Bearing in mind this obsession with the aristocracy, it came as quite the shock when the Mohawks seemed quite enchanted by this interloper, a commoner, and teamed up behind his plans for empire building. His ambitions went far beyond mere thievery and survival, and he began to fill his followers with delusions of grandeur. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that Domitian Constantine seemed quite reasonable at first, all pleasant politics and pretty speeches, until he had taken a turn towards the murderous in an attempt to secure new territories. When ruling half of the London underworld proved not to be enough for them, they decided they wanted the rest of England, too. They aimed to claim it through killing and torture, and nobody was safe. Just when things were looking bleak, Reginald Sinclair, an orphan boy raised by criminals, stood up to oppose him. He and his brother, Philip, fought side by side to defeat this scourge. Many of the other gangs joined them, purely in the interests of self-preservation. After a few years of horror and fear, Reginald Sinclair stopped the fighting by destroying Domitian Constantine in spectacular fashion, returning things to normal. Or, relatively so, as Domitian Constantine's unlamented demise left the underworld in upheaval. Reginald faked his death to protect his new family from retribution from Constantine's followers. He set his brother to watch over them and disappeared. Domitian Constantine and his followers had run brothels and opium dens and smuggling rings, all of which collapsed in the aftermath, leaving a vacuum of vice. From this emptiness emerged the foxes, to save the morally corrupt from boredom. Reginald and his foxes snagged up the brothels and cleaned up the girls. Smugglers were worried about their operations, but they were left free to operate as normal. The foxes were taking up the reins and minimizing what had previously been a great deal of bloodshed. Philip Sinclair was in charge of the legal establishments whose profits were used to support Joan Thorne and her daughter. Benedict looked up from reading the account, his face thoughtful, before he finished the document that his Bow Street runner had sent him from the confidential files of His Majesty's archive. Reginald Sinclair was killed in an ambush not too long after the birth of his daughter, Abigail. He left his wife and child in the care of his brother, Philip Sinclair. Benedict sighed. This was a situation that would bear careful consideration. They heard the knock at the door and exchanged glances. Joan wrung her hands together. We can't just leave him out there. Why not? Because he is a stubborn man and a noble, he will not go away. Philip sighed but went to open the door. Hello. I am in search of Abigail. Is she at home? Philip stepped back and let him in. No, she is not. But come in. The Duke stepped in the house. Where is she? He asked, seemingly concerned. That is a good question, Your Grace. She went running out of the shop and we haven't seen her since. Philip replied grudgingly. Why would she do that? Joan sighed. Because she learned some shocking news. Shocking? The Duke turned to her. Shocking, like perhaps her father was a criminal? Joan paled. How do you know that? I received the very same shocking news this morning. Joan's eyebrows rose. From whom? That is none of your business. Considering it is news about me and mine, I would say it is. The Duke sighed. My aunt informed me of the news. Philip took a step closer. Your aunt? And where did she hear it from? I do not know. Philip and Joan exchanged glances. So both your aunt and the girl's father have hatched a plot to spread damned harm about my ward and her mother? The Duke fixed Philip with a glare. Damned harm? Are you certain there is no truth to what they are saying? Philip merely glared back at him. Joan stepped forward. The truth or otherwise of this news is irrelevant. We need to find Abigail. The Duke nodded. You're right. Have you any idea where she would go? Joan shook her head helplessly. We have some friends in the old neighborhood, but why don't you begin there, and I will try to retrace her footsteps from the shop? The Duke suggested. We do not need your help, Philip snapped. Well, Lawks, you are getting it. We have to cast our resources in a pool dish if we are to succeed. So, put aside your animosity for now. We can revisit later once we get her back. Philip looked displeased, but he nodded his agreement. The Duke nodded. Good. Let's get started, then. It is getting late and she should not be alone in the dark. Mother? Henry said, entering the drawing room where she was reading a book. She looked up and smiled at him. Hello, Henry. When did you return from your trip? Last night, in fact. I wanted to come have breakfast with you and Percival this morning, but you seem to be having a rather intense discussion. Well, there is a lot you missed while you were away. Oh really? Like what? Well, it seems that Percival has developed a ton dress for a dressmaker. I beg your pardon? His mother nodded grimly. Yes, he has. But what about Lady Rosaline? Are they not betrothed? Yes, indeed they are. But he has been running around town, making a spectacle of himself over this girl. It has been mortifying. Poor Lady Rosaline, Henry murmured. Is she all right? Lady Stanley shook her head. She is beside herself. But what are we to do? He cannot treat her like that. It is not right. Lady Rosaline is the sweetest, loveliest lady in London. She deserves to be treated with respect. Tell that to your cousin. I will. Lady Stanley nodded, reaching out to squeeze his hand. You are always such a supportive child, my dear. Henry smiled. Thank you, Mother. Abigail accompanied Claudette to her performance that night, sitting in the dressing room as she waited for the play to be over. She was reading the playbill, having nothing better to do as actors came in and out, changing costumes, touching up their face paint, or just resting until they were needed on stage again. They did not speak to her much, so she afforded them the same courtesy. She wondered what her mother was doing at the moment, if she was worried. She thought about writing a note and sending it with a messenger to their home, but she was not ready to forgive or forget, and if she told her mother where she was, Joan would surely come looking for her. All she wanted was some time to think, and her mother and Philip would just have to trust that she would be all right. I deserve a little time after 22 years of lies. Richard. So you came to see the play? Claudette beamed at the Earl, who stood at the door to her dressing room. Abigail paused in the midst of unlacing her, not sure whether to continue her task, fetch some ale, or disappear silently. Once Claudette had finished her play, Abigail had offered to help her change. This was the first she had come face to face with Claudette's beau. I dared not miss it, once I heard you were part of it, the Earl of Wallingside said. Although, what's this you're wearing? No thespian I ever saw wore a coiffure of turkey feathers on her head. What? You didn't care for our elegant depiction of the quality, and you being one of them? Claudette teased. Besides, Richard, 'tis only a wig, even if it does seem as heavy as lead. Do take it off me, Abigail, and perhaps you can wait for me at the coffee house across the way? What about your gown? Don't you worry about it. I was seeing to my own costumes when I was just another bit in the chorus. I'll see it hung up and not left to wrinkle. I shall see you later, yes? Very well, Claudette. I shall wait for you outside. Abigail lifted the wig onto a stand, waved at her friend, and left. Claudette shut the door behind her and wrapped her arms around Richard's neck. He set his hands to her waist and bent to kiss her. Not that he had to bend far, she was a tall woman, and in her heeled slippers, she was very nearly on a level with him. "What was that about your gown, Claudette?" he said when they'd broken for air. "I trust you'll unlace me from it, of course. Aye, and lace me into another one, better suited to taking me and my friend out to supper." She loosened one hand and tapped him on the shoulder with the fan she still held. "Your wish is my command, madam." He kissed her nose. "I do hope you don't mind if Miss Thorne sups with us?" Claudette said, once they'd traded a few more kisses, and he'd unpinned the ribbon corsage at her bosom and eased the outer gown from her shoulders. True to her word, she hung it carefully on a line that stretched across the breadth of the room. "She has nowhere to go at the moment." "Oh? And why is that?" Richard said. "I feel that I have heard that name bandied about." "What does she do for a living? Is she a thespian, too?" "Oh no, she is a dressmaker. She makes some of my costumes. She's supremely talented. You should send your wife to her." She grinned at him, unpinning the stomacher that covered her stays. He raised an eyebrow at her. "If you say so," he murmured, and came up behind her, putting his arms around her, and proceeded to hamper her efforts to divest herself of petticoat and broad panniers by kissing her shoulders and her neck, left temptingly bare by the way her auburn curls had been pinned up to hide beneath the wig. Clad only in her shift and stays now, she turned in his arms. "So, Richard, do you mean to tumble me here in my dressing room?" She lifted her hands to his face. "Not that I've any objection, you understand. It's only that I don't wish to dress my hair, only to have to do it again before we go out, so if you have a mind to, now would be best." "Claudette, you tempt me," Richard said. "Again, I am a slave to your wishes, and if you desire it, I will oblige you, but I'd thought to wait long enough to get you somewhere with a proper bed." Claudette grinned. "Such a gentleman, Richard," she said, kissing him once more. "I suppose I can wait for just that much longer. Abigail will have to bunk with the widow Maisie tonight." "Why is your name familiar?" the Earl of Wallingside asked as they waited for supper to be brought. "I beg your pardon?" Abigail's heart sped up as she imagined the news of her criminal father spreading through the town like wildfire. "I feel I have heard your name recently," the Earl said. Abigail's face flew its colors. "Ah. I expect you have heard what an excellent dressmaker she is now that the season is in full swing," Claudette cut in, saving her from embarrassment. The Earl was staring at her with narrowed eyes. "I expect that's it," he conceded. They passed the rest of the time discussing Claudette's play and her talent and how well she looked in the glorious red gown that Abigail had made for her. Claudette took her aside after dinner to let her know that the Earl would be returning with them to St. John's Wood. "Excuse me while I send a note," the Earl said, moving away and summoning his tiger. They had a brief conversation, after which the Earl gave him a note. The tiger took off on foot while Claudette and Abigail got in the carriage, ready to be transported home. Abigail was not looking forward to spending the night with the widow. She really was a talkative one. But she supposed it was better than having to listen while Claudette and her Earl did whatever it was they did together. Percival had retired to his club after a long, fruitless day of searching for Abigail. No one would tell him much even when offered coin for it. Either they did not know or they felt strongly protective of the girl. No amount of assurances that he would not hurt her had moved anyone. Wherever she was, he hoped she was safe and warm. It was a cold night and no time to be sleeping rough. He could not go home, not knowing that she was safe, but he did not know what to do next. He had spoken to Mr. Sinclair, who had had no better luck with his own search. It was as though Abigail had simply disappeared without a trace. He tapped his finger on the polished wood of the table, trying to think where she could possibly have gone. "Good evening, sir," the club's butler said, standing before him with a tray. Percival lifted an eyebrow at the unwarranted intrusion. "The Earl of Wallingside has sent you a message," the butler said, holding out the tray for him to pick up the note. Percival's eyebrows rose even higher, but he reached out for the note anyway. He opened it, curiosity piqued. Northcott. Do you know a certain dressmaker named Miss Abigail Thorne? I seem to remember some ondit or other involving you and she not too long ago. She seems to be in dire straits at the moment and I thought you might be interested to help. She is staying with a particular friend of mine at number 13 in St. John's Wood. Regards. Wallingside. Chapter 15. Lost and Found. He stopped his carriage outside number 13 and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. What am I doing here? His feelings about Abigail were very mixed at the moment. He did not know how he felt about anything. Still, something compelled him to make sure she was safe. He alighted from the vehicle, then walked slowly toward the house. He knocked softly on the door and waited, swinging from side to side with nervousness. The door opened and Abigail's friend Claudette stood in front of him. "Oh," he said for lack of anything better. "Duke. What are you doing here?" "Looking for Abigail." "Oh. How did you know where I was?" "A friend saw you together." "Is Abigail here?" No. She is next door." "What is she doing there?" Claudette merely looked down, her face flushed. She mumbled something that Percival could not hear. "I beg your pardon." Claudette sighed. "I needed my privacy. She is quite all right." Percival remembered that Richard had spoken about a particular friend. He must have meant Claudette. He was probably in her abode right now. He took a step back, nodding his head in understanding. "Where is she? Which house?" Claudette pointed to her right and Percival nodded his thanks and set off for that house. He knew it was late to be knocking at a stranger's door, but he needed to see Abigail. He needed to know that she was well. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A frail voice called from inside. "My name is Percival, Duke of Northcott. I am here to see Miss Abigail Thorne." "Just a minute," the voice said, and he could hear fumbling, as if someone was stumbling around in the dark, possibly looking for a match to light a candle, or perhaps they were looking for the door key. He waited patiently until he heard the lock click open. A little old woman peered fearfully out at him. "You say you're looking for Abigail?" she asked. "Yes." "Is she here?" The woman nodded. "But she has gone to bed." Percival tried to turn away, but he couldn't. "It is imperative that I speak to her." The woman nodded and turned away, leaving the door open. He stepped into the house, closing the door behind him but not moving deeper into the woman's space. He tried to look as unthreatening as possible as he waited, but it was hard to contain his impatience. Soft footsteps coming down the hall had him straightening up and soon Abigail appeared. She stared at him, looking disbelieving. "What are you doing here?" Percival shook his head. "Your parents are worried sick. You just ran off without a word." Abigail's eyes widened as her face simultaneously hardened. "How do you know?" Percival kept his eyes on hers. "Because I have been looking for you all day." "They have, too." She sighed, looking away from him. "I'm fine," she said. He shook his head. "No, you're not fine. You are squatting in some stranger's house. Come with me." She was already shaking her head before he finished the sentence. "No." He dug in his pocket holding up a key. "This house was meant to be yours." He stretched out his hand, so she could take the key from it. "At least go and stay there." Abigail's eyes dropped to his hand and her mouth twisted in a sneer. "You wish me to stay at your mistress' house?" "I wish you to be safe and comfortable as you navigate this difficult time." "What do you know about it?" I know that your father was a criminal. That he ran a gang known as the Foxes, that terrorized London and its environs for years. Abigail's face paled even further, if that was possible. What? He shook his hand with the key at her. Let us go where we can have this conversation in privacy. She glanced at the older woman, her temporary roommate, who was lurking by the doorway to the kitchen. Her eyes dropped as she pondered her options. Very well, she said. Let's go. She turned to Maisie. Thank you very much for your hospitality, ma'am. Kindly inform Claudette that I left with his grace, and I will see her presently. Maisie nodded jerkily before disappearing back into the kitchen. Abigail collected her shawl before following Percival out the door. Abigail was surprised when they arrived at the cottage. She was expecting red velvet decor, with perhaps nothing but a huge bed in the middle of the room, a boudoir like the ones she read about in all the bawdy books Claudette left lying around. Instead, she stepped into a comfortable-looking wood-paneled room, with soft comfortable sofas facing a fireplace, an entire wall of books, a nice table to eat upon, and beyond the sitting room, a bedroom with a canopied bed. It was very homey. She could see herself curled on the sofa on a cold winter's night, perhaps reading a book while the Duke did the same from the leather armchair that sat across from it. One might look up after reading some interesting tidbit and share it with the other. She might cook simple meals in the kitchen which they would eat at the table while the Duke complained about Parliament and she. Well, she did not know what she would talk about. How could she go back and work with her mother after all this? All the lies and subterfuge? She turned to Percival. My father was the leader of a gang called the Foxes, you say? I thought he was a mere brigand. She asked rather boldly, but she had not the capacity in her to be subtle. Percival nodded stiffly, turning away from her and walking toward the mantel. Your father had a gang who set upon unsuspecting people as they went about their business. They also ran brothels, gaming hells, and smuggling operations. Abigail gasped. I did not know. Percival huffed. I expect not. It does make things a bit awkward. You do appreciate that, do you not? Appreciate? That my father being a criminal makes things difficult for you? Yes, indeed, Percival, of course, I appreciate that, she said in a sharp tone, her eyes narrowed at him. He turned to look at her, eyebrow raised at her tone. It makes things difficult for both of us, my dear. Unless you wish to claim that you have no desire to be with me. Abigail looked away. I cannot think about that right now. You can understand that, can't you? Percival sighed, shook his head and turned toward the door. I should leave you to rest. You must have had a long day. Abigail's eyes flicked around the unfamiliar cottage, not wanting to be left alone in a strange place with only her thoughts for company. No, wait. Have a glass of port to help you on your way. You must be tired from all the driving around all day. His back was rigid, and he did not turn to face her, or say a word. She hurried to the decanter and poured him a full glass of port. She brought it around to him, pressing the drink into his hand. Drink, she urged, looking him in the eyes. He inhaled sharply, accepting the glass from her and draining it. She took his hand, pulling him toward the sofa. Come, sit. He let her pull him to the sofa and flopped down upon it, giving in to his exhaustion. I am rather tired, he murmured. Well, you should rest then. Let me fetch you another drink. Have you eaten? Is there any food in this house? Percival shook his head slowly. No, I did not get around to that. I thought you might want to do that yourself. Abigail nodded. Yes, well. You just lie back and rest. Let me watch over you for a while. Percival nodded, leaning his head back against the back of the sofa and closing his eyes. When my aunt told me about your father. Abigail took a seat beside the Duke, watching his Adam's apple bob up and down as he swallowed, his eyes still closed. His voice trailed off and she wanted to prompt him to continue, but she knew that it must be exceedingly difficult for him to talk about this. Therefore, she sat with her hands folded neatly in her lap and waited. My heart broke. She jumped, startled at his words, not expecting him to speak. I was disheartened at the thought that we might have yet another insurmountable wedge between us. He opened his eyes, dark gaze upon her. The thought of never seeing those moss-green eyes again, regarding me like they can see all the way to my soul. He turned his head away. It hurt. Abigail just blinked at him, at a complete loss for words. She parted her lips, hoping that the right words would emerge, but nothing did. I think that we both just need some time, she said hesitantly. We cannot expect to be all right with everything we have learned. Percival looked back at her with a smile. And your way of being all right is to run away? Abigail looked away, her face pale once again. I do not know if I will ever be all right again. My entire life is a lie. Percival reached out and covered her hands with his. He squeezed gently, watching her with sympathy. Your parents hid something from you. They probably did it in an effort not to burden a young child with knowledge that was too heavy for her. That does not mean your entire life was a lie. I am not who I thought I was. Percival straightened up, so he could properly look her in the eye. Is that so? Are you not a talented dressmaker? Of course, I. And do you not have a mother who dotes on you? I. A guardian in Mr. Sinclair who protects you at all costs? Going so far as to threaten a duke when he thinks that man might bring harm to you? Abigail kept her mouth shut, regarding Percival with narrowed eyes. Do I speak falsehoods? He asked. Abigail sighed. All of this is true. But it is built upon a lie. Is it? Which part? You do not get to tell me that my feelings are invalid. Abigail snapped. Percival held his hands up. I would not dare say that. I am simply reminding you that not all is lost. Abigail looked away, feeling apologetic. You should remind yourself of the same. After all, you still have Lady Rosaline. Percival snorted. My heart is even more pained at the reminder. Abigail smiled. My mother. When I am in the doldrums, she holds me in her arms and rocks me like a babe. If you would like, I could do the same for you. Percival smiled back. Nobody has ever held me like that in my life, that I recall. Perhaps my mother did, but no one since then. Abigail held her arms out in invitation. Then allow me. Percival regarded her consideringly before leaning in hesitantly and laying his head gently on her shoulder. She curled her arms around him, equally gentle, and began to rock softly from side to side. Percival gradually relaxed against her, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face against her neck. This feels nice, he murmured against her skin. She ran her hands up and down his back and said nothing. His arms tightened around her waist. Your scent is intoxicating. She gave a small laugh, rubbing gently at his shoulders. You must be extremely tired if you think that. I reek of smoke, and the cloying perfume of backstage theater. He smiled, and she felt it against her skin. Beneath that, is simply you. Abigail laughed. You are drunk as a wheelbarrow. Percival raised his head slightly, so he could meet her eyes. Sober as a judge. Perhaps drunk on you. Abigail ducked her head to hide her blush. I see that a nurturing embrace has an intoxicating effect on you. Perhaps it's the person giving the embrace. She looked away, tucking his head against her neck so she did not have to see his eyes. She felt his mouth against her flesh, moving wetly along her neck. She shivered, surprised at the effect his action had on her. It was as if somebody had poured fizzing heat in her veins, lighting up her skin and sparking effervescence. Her body felt simultaneously weak and liquid, He could take her and mold her into any shape and she would not be able to resist. "What are you doing?" "Tasting you." His breath fogged on the skin of her neck, the sensation running along her nerve endings, making her shake. "Should you be doing that?" Her voice clicked on the last word. "Do you want me to stop?" He whispered behind her ear, before snagging her lobe with his teeth and biting down gently. "Ooh," she moaned, eyes closed and toes curling. "What is he doing to me?" His tongue flicked out, wiggling in her rear, and if she wasn't sitting down, she would have fallen down. "Ask," she cried, arching her head to give him greater access and to bring her body closer to his. His hands trailed downward, smoothing down her dress and filling her with the desire to have them on her bare bosom, trailing down her stomach and cinching against her waist. She wanted him to cover her with his body, and perhaps she wanted his mouth on hers, making her feel like. Her mind went back to the kiss he'd given her before. His tongue in her mouth. His teeth biting gently down on her bottom lip. She did not have the words to ask him to kiss her again. She simply moved her head, and parted her lips and hoped that he accept her mute invitation. He did not disappoint, capturing her mouth with his, plundering its depths, his tongue moving in and out in a way that reminded her of the dogs she'd seen mating in the street, except they weren't using their tongues. She wanted to lean back, beg, plead, but she did not have words for her desires. She squirmed instead, pulling him closer, and he groaned as though in pain. His hands were like bands around her waist and his mouth was hard and demanding against hers. She relaxed, surrendering herself to him and allowing him to do whatever he would to her. "Percival," she whispered as his tongue moved from her mouth to her cheeks. "Yes, yes," he whispered back. "Give yourself to me, Abigail. Please." Chapter 16. Domesticity. Abigail stiffened, pushing him away and searching his eyes. "Percival," she said, and he tried to lean in and kiss her again, but she stopped him. "Percival, stop." "Why?" He did not want to stop. He wanted to keep kissing her. It felt good. It felt like everything he had ever wanted. She stood up, moving away from him. "We cannot do this now. Both of us are reeling from the things we have heard. We should get some rest." Percival opened his mouth to protest, even though he knew she was right. He closed it again without saying anything and sighed instead. "I do not want to leave you alone." She looked over at the sofa. "I suppose that you could be comfortable on that?" She pointed at it. He surveyed it with a jaundiced eye. "I suppose I could. Or we could just share the bed." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Percival." "I simply mean to sleep. Nothing else." Abigail regarded him with suspicion. "You mean it?" Percival glared. "I am a man of honor, Abigail. I keep my word." Abigail nodded reluctantly. "All right, then." Henry and Lady Stanley were in the drawing room when Forbes announced that Lady Rosaline had come to call. Henry straightened up with excitement, but his mother sent him a quelling look, and he subsided. "Send her in. And bring us some tea and crumpets." Forbes bowed and left, returning soon after, escorting Lady Rosaline. Henry stood up, a smile of welcome on his face. "Lady Rosaline, how lovely to see you." "Lord Stanley." She held out her fingers for him to kiss. "I have not seen you since that lovely supper we had." "Yes, well, I have been busy." He looked away, not wanting her to see him blush. Lady Rosaline turned to Lady Stanley. "It is good to see you again." "You as well, my dear," Lady Stanley replied as they bussed each other's cheeks. "What is the news?" Lady Rosaline asked, seating herself. Henry took his seat by the window, simply watching them. He knew they were talking about Percival again. "Well, I told him of the girl's murky background and he just left." Walked out of the house and he hasn't been back since. What murky past? Henry could not help but interrupt. What girl? Both of them turned to face him, surprised he was still there. The girl who has turned his head. The dressmaker. His mother said, amazed he did not know this. Henry was not one to keep up with the latest on dits, however, so this was all news to him. The dressmaker turned his head? He asked in surprise. Are you and he not still engaged? Indeed we are. Lady Rosaline said at once. She is merely an annoying distraction. Ah, I see. And what news is this you gave him, mother? She is the daughter of one of London's most notorious criminals. Lud. Is that true? Henry asked, sitting up with interest. Yes, indeed. His mother seemed quite pleased with the news. He must be quite discomposed. Never mind that. We must find out where he is, Lady Rosaline said. Henry stood up. I shall go and seek him at his club. He is probably drowning his sorrows with his companions. Yes, do that, Henry. Then come back and report what you have learned, his mother said. Henry nodded and walked out of the room, fetching his coat and stepping out of the house. He and Percival barely got along, but he wanted to make sure his cousin was all right. We are not spending every night together. Today is a special case. Of course. I understand that. Percival nodded, tilting so that his head rested on Abigail's shoulder as they lay in the bed. Abigail let him, going so far as to put her arm around Percival when he started to slumber. She lay down beside him on her back, closing her eyes when she felt Percival tilt his head so it was against her shoulder. She debated pushing him away but decided against it. Percival was asleep, and he looked so peaceful. There was no need to upset him again. It warmed her heart that he trusted her so. One did not fall asleep so easily unless they felt safe. Abigail sighed softly, lulled to sleep by the sound of the Duke's breathing. Percival was the first to wake the next morning, momentarily confused by the unfamiliar surroundings before he got his bearings. It took him a few minutes to realize he was awake, in spite of the sun peeking in from beyond the drapes and the dust motes dancing in the air. Abigail was tangled around him while still sound asleep. Her head was on his chest, one arm was across his torso, her legs entwined with his. He indulged himself by staring at her sleeping form, enjoying the peace of the morning and her presence. Percival smiled, carefully brushing his fingers through Abigail's hair. She mumbled something but did not stir, and Percival grinned outright. She is quite fetching when she is asleep. Such a tempting morsel. He cut that thought off before it led him to do things she was not ready for. He never would have taken Miss Abigail Thorne for a cuddler, even when asleep. He continued to pet Abigail's hair as he thanked the Almighty for this chance just to be with her. He knew when Abigail woke up, they would not talk about how she had ended up so close to him in her sleep. The last thing he wanted to do was make Abigail uncomfortable, and he knew he was absolutely the luckiest man in the world. Joan had blocked out the memories and it took a while for any of them to come back. The bloodier ones would come to the fore in nightmares, others would assail her in a flash of sudden recollection. None were good. She hated when they would come, especially when she was not alone. No matter how much she would try to conceal her shock and horror of the memories, something would give her away. A full body jerk, a gasp of breath, a jerk of her fingers. She could only imagine the faces she made. She could remember her life from the time she had been an apprentice dressmaker in her mother's shop, up to the time she allowed Reginald Sinclair to sweep her off her feet. The years after that were fraught for her, with the constant danger of death, exacerbated by her pregnancy. She lived from day to day, moving from one place to another as Reggie tried to keep her safe. It was no life for a woman and Reggie knew it. However, until he had gained control of the underworld, he could not let her go for fear of what might happen to her on her own. Her troubles escalated further with the onset of the blue megrims after the babe was born. She could not rouse herself to care properly for her child, and if it were not for Philip, heaven knows what would have happened to poor, vulnerable Abigail. When she and Philip had set off for Brighton, leaving carnage and death behind, it had been a new beginning for all of them. She had just wanted to forget the past and give her daughter the future she deserved. She had not meant to hurt her in any way. Yet, here are the chickens, home to roost. "Are you all right?" The voice startled her, and she turned to see Philip walk into the room. "Have you heard anything yet?" she asked him, wiping the tears from her eyes. "No, I haven't. I have people everywhere, searching. But so far, no word." Where could she be? Joan choked on the last word, afraid that she had lost her daughter for good. Philip sighed. "I have not heard from the Duke. Perhaps he knows something?" Joan looked sharply at him. "Please, find him. Find out." Philip simply nodded and left. Percival stood in the sitting room looking towards the kitchen, knowing it was empty of food. A soft step had him turning to behold Abigail standing in the bedroom doorway, barefoot, wearing her camisole and an apron. His gaze traveled from her head to her toes, stopping to get lost in her green eyes and catching on her dimples before settling on her toes, peeking out of her skirts like delicate beacons, calling to him. "I should go and get us some food. Do you have any funds?" he asked. She smiled, shaking her head slowly. He nodded. "Then excuse me while I get you some victuals." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. It is the least I can do." "Don't you have a busy day ahead of you?" "I do, indeed. But I cannot leave you starving and alone." "I am not alone. I expect I can get something if I walk to Claudette's." "I am sure you can. But allow me to stock your pantry anyway." Abigail walked slowly toward him. "I appreciate it." Abigail paced up and down, waiting for Percival to come back. Claudette had been by to ask if Abigail would like to accompany her to the theatre for practice, but Abigail had declined, not just because of Percival. She also felt restless and disturbed. While she had felt safe and happy to sleep in his arms the night before, today she felt she had lost something by doing so. Perhaps not her virginity, but the innocence of not knowing how it felt to sleep with a man's arms around her, his scent permeating the air, the hardness of his flesh a bulwark against the dangers of the world outside. This feeling of loss was a slippery slope, and she felt her world unsteady beneath her. A knock at the door stopped her pacing, and she stared at it, wondering who could be on the other side. There was no reason for Percival to knock. Claudette most certainly would not, and she really hoped that her mother did not know where she lived now. She would be so mortified. "Who is it?" "My name is Andrew. I was sent by the Duke of Northcott to bring you these supplies." Abigail hurried to the door and opened it to see a tall, uniformed footman standing nervously on her stoop, his hands laden with packages. She stepped back, opening the door wider. "Come in." He nodded, stepping into the house but taking care to leave adequate room between them. "Where shall I put these, miss?" he asked, looking nervous, as if he did not know what the correct form of address was. She pointed to the kitchen and immediately he hurried there, putting down the packages on the table. Once he was done, he turned to her with a bow. "Is there anything else you'll be needing, miss?" Abigail shook her head, amused at his behavior. "I think I am well supplied." "Thank you very much, Andrew." He looked surprised at the usage of his name but simply bowed again, favoring her with a shy smile. "You're welcome, miss." He quickly walked out of the room, down the hall, and out the door as Abigail watched. She turned to the packages, wondering what Percival might have bought. No one ever had good thoughts on an empty stomach. Not wasting another second, she began to tear open the packages, finding an embarrassment of riches in the form of sweetmeats, cakes, pies, even a packet of tea leaves and another of coffee. She stored all the goods in the pantry, put the kettle on for some tea and arranged some pies and cakes on a plate. She would break her fast in style before deciding what her next order of business would be. Once she ate, Abigail realized that running and hiding was not making her feel any better. In fact, it was probably responsible for her discomposure. She looked around the unfamiliar room, a hideaway, not a home. She didn't want this. She didn't want to be the afterthought, the one who came after everybody else. If she accepted this, she did nothing more than serve a function. Perhaps she could have brought herself to it with some other man that she respected but did not love, however, she could not with Percival. It would break her heart to be but the Duke's mistress. She got to her feet, her mind made up. She would go to the shop and confront her mother. She would find out what had happened all those years ago, the truth this time. She would find out who she really was. Abigail walked to the shop, still quite angry at her mother but knowing she would be worried about her. She had not meant to disappear, but now that she had a place to stay, she did not want to go home yet. However, she had no clothes, nothing really, except what she stood up in. She unlocked the door, surprised that her mother had not yet opened the shop. She went to the back, collected a few supplies, and put them in a satchel. Then she sat back to wait. An hour later, when her mother had not yet appeared, she decided to open the shop. Since she was here, she might as well do some work. She put the closed sign to open, and then looked through the to-do pile of fabrics to see what she could work on. It gave her a turn when she found that Lady Rosaline's gown was still there. Somehow, she had expected that it would have been taken or thrown out or burnt. She was tempted to slash it into little pieces but just then, she heard the front bell tinkle and a customer was in the shop. She pasted on her best smile and went to see what she could help them with. Her bewildered mother walked into the shop 3 hours later, looking quite flabbergasted to find her busy with customers. Abigail. She looked up, one eyebrow raised. "Yes, mother?" Her mother just gawped at her in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" "I work here, last time I checked." "Ah," Joan said, her face alternately flushing and paling. "You should sit down before you fall down, mother," Abigail said, turning to collect some soft kid gloves from storage for a customer. "We have been searching frantically all night for you," her mother hissed, finally finding her words. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to make you worry." "Where were you?" "I was with Claudette." Her mother slapped her forehead. "Claudette? Why ever did I not think of her?" "I have no idea. You know she is my dearest friend." "Indeed, she is," her mother said quietly. She took a deep breath. "Abigail?" "We have customers, mother," Abigail said, sweeping around her to take the gloves to the client. She busied herself with work, paying no mind to the twittering around her. The quality did not bother to keep their voices down while discussing her alleged transgressions in her shop. With the turn her life had taken, however, their malicious talk was less important than the dust that blew into the shop. That she would be forced to sweep out. The ton, however, would spend their money on her wares in a quest to be at the forefront of today's ondits. "I guess it's a fair exchange." She was perfectly aware that things might have gone in the opposite direction, with the quality shunning her establishment in a bid to punish her for daring to set her sights on one of theirs. She could feel her mother hovering like an anxious hummingbird, never far from her. But she was not ready for a reconciliation. Not yet. She still needed some time. Not only to sort out her feelings but to understand what had happened with Percival and make a decision on what was to happen next. No damage had been done. Yet. Nobody knew that they had spent the night wrapped up in each other's arms. So there were no obligations to be had. Yet. This is also confusing. Percival happened by the club to find his cousin Henry, and a note from Mr. Sinclair, waiting for him. He decided to answer the note first, feeling guilt at leaving Abigail's mother and Mr. Sinclair in the dark. Mr. Sinclair. Apologies for the delay in informing you of this, but I have located Miss Thorne. She is safe in St. John's Wood and not willing to return home just yet. I shall see that she is safe until such a time as she is ready to return to you. You may trust me to observe all proprieties. Sincerely, Percival, Duke of Northcott. He gave the note to the steward to be delivered at once and then went in search of his cousin, having no idea why Henry would seek him out. Henry, this is a surprise, he said, as he located him in the drawing room of the club. I suppose it is. What brings you? Percival asked, sitting opposite him. I wanted to find out how you were. Mother informed me of your latest troubles. How kind of you. Henry shrugged. You know full well of my dress for Lady Rosaline, and I will not pretend that it has not been difficult to see you with her. But I do understand the conflicting feelings that arise between heart and head. Percival looked away. I understand from Mother that this girl is a criminal? Percival glared at him. She is no criminal, he snapped. It was Henry's turn to look away. I am sure you would like to think so. But why would Lady Rosaline lie? Percival's mouth twisted. I think we both suffer from the same affliction. Letting our emotions rule our heads. You believe Lady Rosaline without reservation, and I do the same for Miss Abigail Thorne. Miss Abigail Thorne? Is that her name? Henry grinned. Yes, that is her name, and I love her without reserve. Chapter 17. Facing the music. Percival could not stop thinking about Abigail, how soft she had felt, how pliant, how sweet-smelling. He could not wait until he could hold her in his arms again. Feeling like this, he knew for certain that he had to break his engagement to Lady Rosaline. He grabbed a page of his monogrammed stationery and wrote a note to her. Dear Lady Rosaline, I hope my message finds you well. I write seeking permission to call upon you on the morrow, at 3 p.m., as I have a pertinent issue that I need to discuss with you. I look forward to your response and bid you a lovely day. Sincerely yours, Percival, Duke of Northcott. He read it through one time before ringing the bell to summon the butler. He folded the note carefully, fastened it securely with his family seal in wax, before handing it over to Forbes. See that this is delivered to Lady Rosaline Hoskins. And have your footman wait for a reply. Yes, Your Grace, Forbes said, with a customary bow before turning to leave the room. Percival leaned back with a sigh, his stomach churning with nerves. No doubt this would cause a stir among members of the ton, especially considering how well regarded both Lady Rosaline and her mother were. There was nothing that he could do about that, however. The repercussions of his actions were inevitable, and Percival was ready to shoulder them with fortitude. He had some holdings in the Americas, a tobacco plantation in Trinidad, as well as a winery in France. Save for his work in the House of Lords, there was nothing, in particular, keeping him in England. Should matters get too hot, he and Abigail could leave for a while. Having her all to myself might even be quite invigorating. Rosaline read the Duke's note, her brow furrowed with worry. She had been informed that his footman was awaiting a reply, and so she hurried to get one of her own pieces of monogrammed stationery. She hesitated, feather pen dripping with ink, creating splotches on the page and causing her to discard it in favor of another. She was surprised to see that her hand was shaking a little. How curious, she murmured to herself as she stared at it before dipping her quill in ink again. She composed the note, beautifully written, which the Duke would not fail to admire. My dear Duke, I write to graciously accept your request to visit with me. I shall be waiting for you at the agreed time. Indeed, my heart cannot wait to see you again. She paused, staring at the note, wondering if the last bit was too much. She shook her head, putting the notepaper aside and reaching for another. My dear Duke, I was heartened to receive your request to visit, and I am happy to inform you that I shall be waiting at the stated time. With all my love, Lady Rosaline Hoskins. She stared at the note, reading it again before nodding. Yes, that will do nicely. She folded it up neatly, sealing it with her father's crest, before passing it to the butler to give to the Duke's footman. Once it was done, she stood up and began pacing up and down, wringing her hands, as she wondered if she had worded it appropriately. Perhaps I should not have said all my love, she fretted. I should have left it at sincerely yours. She whirled around, almost chasing after the footman. Rosaline? Her mother's voice stopped her short. She turned to see Lady Huntington standing at the top of the stairs. Is something the matter? Rosaline shook her head frantically, turning away to return to her father's study. She picked up her discarded stationery, crossing out the notes to the Duke, and penning another to his aunt. Dear Lady Stanley, your nephew has asked to see me. Might you have any inkling of what he would like to discuss with me? My very best regards. Lady Rosaline Hoskins. She sealed it, again with her father's crest, and called for one of her own footmen. Deliver this to Lady Martha Stanley forthwith. Yes, my lady. He bowed before turning and leaving. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. The darkening of the doorway caused Joan to look up. Her daughter stood as if hesitating, unsure of her welcome. Joan straightened up, holding her palms out to her daughter, entreating her wordlessly to come in. Abigail stepped closer, clearing the doorway and coming closer to her mother. She stopped in the middle of the room and they stared at each other, eyes wide with fear and hope. Abigail. Joan's voice was tentative. Mamma. Abigail replied, and that was all the encouragement her mother needed to rush forward and envelope Abigail in her arms. They stood like that for a while, simply holding each other, before pulling back and searching each other's gazes for answers they hadn't the questions for. Are you hungry? Have you eaten? Are you all right? Abigail smiled affectionately. I'm quite all right, Mother. Just a little tired. The last few days have been fraught. Joan nodded, her lips trembling in the smile even as her eyes watered. For all of us. Suddenly Abigail sobered up. Mother, you must tell me everything. Everything, Mother. No more lies. Joan nodded again. Of course, Abigail. I will tell you anything you want to know. Good. Then tell me about my father. Joan laughed. Well, I see that we are not going to ease into things. Let me make you hot chocolate and tell you about Reggie Sinclair. Abigail and her mother were in the back of the shop and she sat obediently where she was bid, hands on her knees, waiting. Her mother put the pan of milk to heat, making hot chocolate and warming the honey cakes, before placing them on a tray and bringing them to Abigail. Eat up, she said. I'm not really sure how many meals Claudette could feed you, but I am sure they were not enough. Abigail opened her mouth to tell her about Percival but then closed it again, not sure just how her mother would take her little tryst. She did intend to tell her, she had meant it when she said they should have no more secrets, but she did not want to distract her mother from telling her the story of her father. She picked up a honey cake and took a bite in order to satisfy her mother's need to take care of her. But then she pushed the food away and folded her hands in her lap, uncompromising eyes on Joan. I've eaten, now tell me. Joan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Before we moved to London, we lived in Brighton. Do you remember that? Abigail nodded but didn't speak, not wanting to interrupt her mother's thoughts. I don't know if you remember why we had to leave. There was some sort of trouble? Joan nodded her head shakily. The worst kind of trouble. The townspeople somehow found out that I was the wife of a notorious criminal and you were his daughter. Our shop was prosperous, you see, and a man was envious. He wanted the property for himself, but we would not sell to him. So he dug up salacious details about our lives, including the identity of your late father. His exploits were well known in those days, because they had spilled from the streets into the homes of noblemen. He was known as a villain, a murderer, a thief, a cad. And we were the same by association. They ran us out of town. Abigail nodded. I remember fear and haste and a need to get away. I don't remember why I felt like that. Joan smiled sadly. You were likely picking up my emotions. It was a fraught time. You have told me what happened to us in Brighton, thank you for that, but let us go farther back. Who was my father, really? Who were you? How did you meet? How did he die? Did he know of me? Did he want me? Am I a by-blow child or an orphan? Joan laughed shakily. Those are a lot of questions. But I will try to answer them all. Abigail nodded. I am listening. Joan straightened up her spine, looking around the room thoughtfully as if she was gathering her words. I was born in King's Lynn. My father was a farrier, my mother a mantua maker, as you know. She began teaching me to sew as soon as I could hold a needle and not prick myself with it. When I was 10 years old, we moved to London after my father's premises burned down, or was burned by enemies. My father was seeking revenge and he knew just who could give it to him. His brother was a blacksmith, you see, in High Garden. He had told my father of a man, young, reckless, ambitious, for whom he made lead balls. A man looking to make a name for himself. My father sought out this man, and when he found him he was surprised to see that Reggie Sinclair was nothing as old as his reputation had led my father to believe. He was barely 20 years old, but he offered my father what he needed. Her mother looked up and Abigail saw that she had tears in her eyes. What did he need? She asked softly. Joan looked into her lap. Protection. For his family. Abigail froze, eyes widening in surprise. Your father sold you for his own protection? Joan's head shot up in shock. No, of course not. He simply placed us under Reggie Sinclair's care. He turned over to Reggie everything that he owned in exchange. My father was dying, you see, and he was afraid that his enemies would come for us after he was gone. Oh. Abigail said softly, her mind buzzing with more questions. Reggie promised to extract revenge and to watch out for us. He swore an oath and everything. Joan gave a little helpless laugh. You should have seen him those days. As keen as mustard, confident that nothing could harm him, that he would attain every single thing that he ever desired at the tip of barking irons. Abigail leaned over with interest. She recognized some of her own recklessness in the description of her father. Then what happened? Joan shrugged. I grew up. He was always a knight in shining armor to me, your father. The man who saved us from the poorhouse. It was a small step to fancy myself in love with him. And I think he enjoyed my devotion. He certainly encouraged it. So. You were wed? If you can call it that. We went up to Scotland and got hand-fast at a time when London became too hot for Reggie. After Gretna Green, he moved his base of operations to Brighton. At that point, he was merely giving instructions from afar. I was pregnant then, you see, with our first child. Abigail frowned. You mean me? Joan shook her head, leaning forward to hide her face in her apron. You had a brother, Abigail. He was beautiful even though he lived but 2 days. Abigail gasped. What? You never told me this before. I do not like to think about him. How did he die? Was he sickly? The way her mother shook her head was slow and miserable. He was not sick. Even her voice shook. We were in a gig, returning from the docks. Reggie was checking on some goods coming in from France, smuggled goods. He wanted to show off his new babe, too, to his men, their future chief or some codswallop like that. Joan bit her lip, seeming lost in thought for a moment. It was brigands, Abigail. They attacked us for what they thought we had. Little Michael did not survive the encounter. Tears were running down Joan's face, and Abigail could not help crying, too. What an absolutely tragic thing to happen. After that, we were more careful. When Reggie realized I was with child again, he sent me to Brighton with his brother, Philip. You were but a month born when we heard that he had died. Oh, Mother. Abigail flung herself to the ground at her mother's feet, clutching at her knees, trying to offer some comfort. They held each other, swaying and crying over all the grief their family had endured.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 18. Aftermath. Percival knocked on the Earl of Huntington's door and then waited, looking around at the passing carriages. Years of practice had stilled all his nervous tics, but his stomach still churned at the prospect of the conversation ahead of him. However carefully he chose his words, it was going to be difficult. The butler opened the door and Percival handed him his hat and coat. The man bowed, moving aside for Percival to enter. "Lady Rosaline is expecting you," he said. Percival nodded curtly, allowing the butler to lead him to the parlor, where he was announced with all proper pomp and ceremony. Lady Rosaline got to her feet and Percival almost lifted an eyebrow in surprise at her appearance. Though why he should be surprised at this juncture, he was not quite sure. She wore a gown of floaty yellow confection that gave her an otherworldly air. Her hair was primly knotted atop her head, her cheeks slightly colored with blush. She was the very picture of genteel elegance, and all Percival wanted to do was sigh tiredly. He took 2 smart steps towards her, taking hold of her hand and placed a kiss in the air just above it. "My lady," he murmured with a bow. "Your Grace," she replied with a curtsy, voice wispy and delicate. "I thank you for granting me an audience." "Oh, it was no trouble, Your Grace." He took her hand, leading her to the sofa. "Please sit." She took the offered seat gracefully, and he sat opposite her, taking a deep breath and trying to find his way into the conversation. "I have been doing a lot of thinking lately," he began, clutching at his cane so that his hands did not fidget. "And I have come to certain conclusions." "Indeed, Your Grace?" Lady Rosaline inclined her head with interest. "Yes, indeed I have. The first conclusion that I have come to is that you are an exemplary young lady, who is deserving of all that should be coming to her." Lady Rosaline smiled. "Why, thank you, Your Grace." "You're most welcome, my lady. The next conclusion that I have come to is that I am not deserving of you." Lady Rosaline stiffened, face paling. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace?" Percival nodded gravely. "Indeed, I have been most remiss as your betrothed. I have put my needs before yours, and have behaved in a manner not becoming of my station. I would like to respectfully withdraw my suit so as to give you the opportunity to find another, more deserving candidate." Lady Rosaline gaped, opening and closing her mouth like a landed fish. "But You cannot." Percival got to his feet, looking Lady Rosaline in the eye. "I am very sorry, my lady." With that, he turned and left the room. He was collecting his hat and coat from the butler when an inhuman scream rose from the parlor. He turned, waiting to see if she would emerge, but the scream simply trailed off into nothing. He hurried out of the house like the hounds of hell were after him. Lady Rosaline sat hunched over on the chair, unable to draw a breath. She scrabbled at her gown, trying to get to her stays to loosen them. She felt like she was drowning. She reached out, searching for the bell, and rang it frantically. Immediately her lady's maid came rushing in. "What can I get you, my lady?" she asked, bending down beside Rosaline and looking anxiously into her face. "Stays. Loosen my stays. I can't breathe," she gasped. The lady's maid immediately bent down and began to undo fasteners at the back of her gown. "'Tis all right, my lady. You're going to be all right," she soothed, anxiously rubbing Lady Rosaline's back gently. Once the stays were loosened, Rosaline finally found it a little easier to breathe. She slumped back against the chair, eyes closed. "What is going on here?" Her father's voice made her snap open her eyes in shock. "Father, get out, I'm not dressed," she cried, as her lady's maid moved to shield her from any male gaze. There were rapid footsteps and then the door slammed, and silence reigned in the room again. "Milady?" her lady's maid said tentatively, "should we not retire to your chambers now?" She shook her head slowly. "I want my mother." "Yes, ma'am, I'll just get her for you." The lady's maid stood up, backing away slowly, before turning to hurry from the room. Rosaline continued to sit on the floor, eyes closed, listening to her own breathing. She could not believe this was happening. Did the Duke just break our engagement? The thought reverberated in her head, disorienting and confusing her. She did not understand what was happening. The Duke had proposed to her, he gave her a ring. All that was left was the marriage ceremony. How could all that be no more? Her mother came rushing into the room, dropping to her knees beside Rosaline. "Darling, what is wrong?" Her voice was high with anxiety. It's he." Rosaline absolutely could not get the words out. "Shh, calm down, my dear. Tell it to me slowly." Her mother trailed a soothing hand up and down Rosaline's arm. Rosaline closed her eyes and just breathed, trying to find the words to communicate the utter disaster that had just taken place. How could this have happened to me? His Grace was here. He wanted to speak to me about a matter that he said was urgent. Then he told me that he does not deserve me and that he has not been putting me first and that he wants to let me go so that I can find someone more worthy of me. Rosaline burst into tears, "But there's no one I want except." Her mother gathered Rosaline into her arms, swaying with her from side to side as she tried to soothe her. Rosaline's cries only got louder and more filled with despair. "Shh, do not fret, honey. Do not fret. We shall make it better. Promise you. Promise, darling," her mother murmured. How will you make it better?" Rosaline hiccuped. Her mother merely shook her head, at a loss for words. Getting down to the country in a hurry was never easy. Excuses had to be made. No, she did not need any company. She would be fine on her own. "Thank you for offering." Her son could be overly solicitous, her nephew overly curious. She was surprised that she had gotten away with this for years now. She chalked it up to the relief they felt at not having her hovering over them, questioning their every decision. Her absence was as much a respite for them as it was for her. When Lady Stanley arrived at the Earl's hunting lodge, all was quiet, nothing stirred. She concluded that he had not arrived yet. Dismissing her driver, she dug out her keys and opened the door. She decided that she would wait for him in the bedchamber. It had been too long since she had been in his arms. While he would no doubt want to discuss certain developments, and she was not averse to that, first she needed to be loved. To feel his arms tight around her, and his passion inside her. After, they could come up with a plan to salvage this disaster of an engagement. She stripped down to her white silk moire corset with its underlying white petticoat. She left her stockings on but took off her shoes. She released her hair from its knot, letting it wantonly cascade down her back. The sound of the opening door made her smile. Benedict was here at last. Percival sat down to dinner with only Henry for company. His aunt had taken herself off into the country, quite soon after he announced the end of his engagement. He could only conjecture that she needed some time to come to terms with his announcement. He was surprised that Henry was still here, and lifted an inquiring eyebrow at him. "I expected to be deprived of your illustrious company this evening, Henry. Am I not to be shunned until I come to my senses?" he asked in a half-joking way. "If that is the edict, I have not yet heard it." Henry replied without a smile. "I will not stand in judgment of you, although I feel you have treated Lady Rosaline cruelly." Percival nodded. "Likely I have. But it could not be helped." He spooned some soup into his mouth, feeling that he might have this conversation many times in the coming days. The servants stood around, ready to serve the next course, which meant the scope of their discussion was limited. They moved to more agreeable subjects, the conversation light and pleasant. Still, there was a tension in the air that could not be denied. Percival had a feeling that Henry was not done with him quite yet. He was more concerned, however, with Abigail. He had received a note that she had gone back to her parents' home. While he was glad that the rift was healed, he was disappointed that the opportunity to lie side by side with her again was gone for now. When he closed his eyes, he could feel her in the curve of his hands, soft and pliant, her body fitting against his as if it was made for him. There was simply no question in his mind that he had made the right choice. He needed to call upon her soon so that he could tell her about the new developments. He was not quite sure of the etiquette of these situations. He would just have to feel his way through. Abigail couldn't sleep. Her mind was churning with so much recent information. She felt like an entirely new person, different from everything she had thought she was. "Philip Sinclair is my uncle?" When they had gotten home she had stared at him, the closest picture she had to her father. "Do you look alike?" she had asked with wide eyes. He had laughed indulgently and shaken his head. "My brother was taller than me, broader through the shoulders, too. When he was 10 he fell out of a tree and broke his knee, and so he used to walk with a limp. One leg was slightly shorter than the other. He was louder than me, and had less of a temper." Abigail had listened, fascinated as her uncle brought her father to life. He sounded larger than life and Abigail felt a moment of deep regret that she would never know him. She felt that she might have liked him, in spite of the fact that he was a rogue. Maybe even because of it. He sounded like those swashbuckling pirates in stories of old, who stole hearts as well as gold from the straight-laced. Hearing about him like this soothed something in Abigail's heart she did not even know was hurting. A tentative knock on her door had her looking up. "Come in, Mama." Her mother poked her head into Abigail's bedchamber. "I brought you some warm goat's milk." She held out a cup for Abigail to see. Abigail smiled, not having been treated to that indulgence since she was in leading strings. "Why, thank you, Mama," she said, holding out her hand to take the cup. "I thought that you could probably use something to help you sleep after all the excitement today." Abigail smiled into the cup. "Mother, I am fine. I am more than fine. I am happy." Joan smiled back at her, rubbing at her arm. "I am glad. Do you want to ask me anything?" Abigail put the cup down on the desk by her bed. "Are you all right, Mother? This must have brought up some memories for you, as well." Joan's whole face softened. "So typical of you to be worried about me. I have had years to come to terms with the situation. I am fine. Your uncle is fine. We are just worried about you." She rubbed at the tiny curls behind Abigail's ear with soft soothing strokes. "All of this cannot have been easy for you to hear." "Indeed, it wasn't. But I am so happy to know my father at last. I feel complete." Joan got to her feet, and picked up the empty cup. "Well, then I will let you get some sleep. Tomorrow is a new day." "Good night, Mama." "Good night, Abby." Abigail was sweeping up the shop when there was a significant reduction in the amount of light coming in. She looked up to see that Percival was blocking the doorway with his tall, broad figure. While she was unsurprised to see him, she was also taken aback at his sudden appearance. "Oh," she whispered, hand on her heart, "you startled me. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Abigail waved her hand. "It's all right. Come in." She put her broom aside, wiping her hands on her apron. "Sit down," she pointed to the bench near the window. "Can we go somewhere where the whole street cannot see us?" Percival asked, after a look at the bench. Oh, yes, of course. Come this way. She led him to the back, fetching a stool for him to sit on. She took a seat herself before turning to face him. You got my note, did you? She wrung her hands, feeling nervous for some reason. I did indeed get your note, and I will not scruple to tell you that I was a little disappointed that you had moved back home. Abigail frowned, even as Percival lifted a hand, seemingly to stop any response from her. Do not get me wrong. I am pleased that you have reconciled with your mother. I simply enjoyed our time together and hoped that it would continue. Abigail nodded. She could understand his sentiments, for in hindsight she could see how comfortable she had been with him. At no point had she felt unsafe, even though she had been alone with a man all night. She still hadn't found the words to tell her mother about it. Surely, she would be in for a scolding. She remembered the decision she had come to, just before she went to seek her mother out. She had known that she could not be a mistress. Even as she looked at Percival with regret, knowing that she would probably never feel for another man what she felt for him, she knew it was time to say goodbye. Chapter 19. A Proposal. Abigail looked extremely discomposed, her face was flushed, she was wringing her hands together and she could not keep still. Percival wondered what was making her so nervous. Has she heard the news? Surely it didn't spread that fast. He had not heard a word at his club when he stopped by for an early breakfast this morning. Certainly, no one had mentioned it to him. He did not think that Lady Rosaline would go about spreading the news of her own broken engagement. No, if word were to get out about this, it would be through the servants' network. Perhaps that is where Abigail heard it? But he was getting ahead of himself. Percival? Her voice was soft and hesitant and he leaned forward to better hear her. I'm afraid I cannot be your mistress. Percival froze with surprise, wondering why she felt the need to say that. If she knew of his broken engagement. He stopped short, realizing what her statement meant. Well, that is good, then. He replied, looking her in the eye and seeing how her face dropped at his words. Because I would wish you to be my wife. Her eyes widened as she snapped her head up in shock. I beg your pardon? He smiled, watching her face first pale and then fill with color. She looked most becoming. He noticed the line of freckles across her nose and his fingers itched to touch. I could drown in your eyes if you let me. He got to his feet, walked towards her and held out his hand for hers. She lifted it slowly, placing her palm against his, moss-green eyes drowning in black. My dear Abigail Thorne, would you do me the very great honor of consenting to be my wife? She gaped at him. But, what about Lady Rosaline? Percival smiled. What about her? Abigail sighed irritably. Oh, I don't know, but the last I heard you were engaged to her, she snapped. That made Percival laugh. Well, as of yesterday morning we are no longer engaged. What? Abigail's eyes were bulging out of her head. When I left you 2 mornings ago, sleeping so peacefully, I knew that there was no way I could continue with my engagement to Lady Rosaline. It would not be fair to you or her. I had to make a choice. I chose you. Abigail hesitated a moment, searching his eyes for the truth, before she surged up, fusing her lips to his, her arms tight around his neck. Percival could feel happiness bubbling in his chest, wanting to explode out of his mouth in peals of joy. He smiled into the kiss, barely restraining himself from letting the laughter loose. The only thing stopping him was that he did not want to break the kiss. As sloppy and inexperienced as Abigail clearly was, he felt it was the best kiss he had ever had. His hands trailed downwards to cradle her waist and pull her closer, his tongue questing between her lips, wanting to taste her heady nectar again. He crossed his arms around her back, anchoring her flush against his chest as he plundered her mouth. He could feel her hands clutching at his shoulders, holding on for dear life. I want to bend you over the table and... Percival pulled back, breathing hard as he stared down at Abigail. "I'm sorry. I did not mean to." He could not find the words as he stared at her lips, flushed pink and glistening. His chest heaved as he tried to tear his gaze away. Her bosom rising and falling rapidly right in front of him was not helping him to achieve clarity. "Abigail," he whispered, willing his arms to loosen about her waist. Her gaze pierced him with its intensity and he could not help himself. He simply had to swoop downward for one more kiss. That she went up on her tiptoes to meet him did nothing to help his control. "If she is not careful, I might take her bodice and rip it down the middle." Abigail was feeling a little faint. She conjectured that the only thing keeping her upright was Percival's arms around her waist. His lips had taken such possession of her that she could not think, could only feel. She felt weak in her body, as if she might melt into a puddle on the ground. At the same time, she was desperate for she knew not what. Having Percival ransack her mouth both fueled and satisfied that hunger. But it was not enough. She let out a pained whimper as he moved away from her. She could feel the tremble in his hands and knew her own would be the same if she could loosen the iron grip they had on his shoulders. His arms loosened slightly about her waist and she shook her head in silent protest. "Not yet." It was a relief when he dove down and owned her lips again. She wanted to climb him, let him demonstrate his strength by holding her up. Give him greater access to her body. All caution was flung to the wind. She did not care about the propriety of it. "Does it matter if I wrap my legs about his waist and press my bosom to his hard, firm chest? If perhaps I run my hands through his hair, and test for myself whether it is as soft and silky as it looks? Maybe pull at his locks a little, crush our mouths even closer together?" She did not have to lose him. She did not have to give him up. He was willing to spurn his noble affianced, to be with her. There was no greater gift in the world than this. Her life was truly complete. "Abigail?" Her mother's voice had them leaping apart like they had been stung by a hive of bees. "Mother?" Her voice was shaky and she could not make it behave. "What are you doing back there?" Her mother's head appeared in the doorway, eyebrows raised in surprise as she caught sight of the Duke. "Oh. Mother?" Percival here came to. The Duke cut her off as he stepped between her and her mother. "Mrs. Thorne, forgive me for this unorthodox visit. I simply did not want to waste any more time. I came here to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage and would like your permission to call upon you and Mr. Sinclair this evening." Joan's eyes were wide with astonishment but she soon got herself in hand. "Oh, well. This is a surprise. I shall have to check with Mr. Sinclair, but I am sure you are welcome to call on us at your earliest convenience." The Duke bowed. "Thank you, Mrs. Thorne, Miss Thorne. I shall take my leave of you both." With that, he donned his hat and walked out. Rosaline was still crying and her mother was at her wit's end. The Earl had gone off somewhere soon after he'd heard the news and Rosaline was feeling abandoned. She could not understand how this could possibly have happened to her. "I am the perfect bride. My skin is flawless, my posture is second to none. I have impeccable manners. There is none better than me. So why doesn't he want me?" She paced up and down, worrying a white handkerchief, occasionally letting out a sniff of upset while her lady's maid hovered anxiously, awaiting her next command. "Get me a glass of port. Hurry up." The girl, Rosaline thought her name might be Alice but she was not sure, it was not her place to know the servants' names, ran out at once to do as she was bid. Rosaline dropped on the settee set against the window, watching the world outside go about its business. She needed to speak with Lady Stanley, in fact, had expected her to call by now. The Duke's aunt wanted this marriage just as badly as Rosaline did. Together they might be able to persuade him of the error of his ways. "So, where is she?" She reached out for the bell and rang it impatiently. The lady's maid came hurrying in with her glass of port, curtsying clumsily. Yes, milady. Get me some ink and stationery. I need to write a note. The girl left with a hasty curtsy, remembering at the last minute to set the glass of port down on the stool next to Rosaline. She picked it up and drained it in one go, glad there was nobody about to see her act in such an unladylike manner. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. A tentative knock on the half-open door had her opening her eyes to see the maid peeking into the room, holding out a quill and ink bottle, a few pieces of stationery tucked under her arm. Rosaline grimaced but gestured for her to bring them forward. She hoped her stationery would not now be scented with eau d'armpit. The stale smell of sweat and dirt was the last thing she wanted associated with her. She leaned forward, dipping the quill into the ink pot before pausing thoughtfully, trying to think of exactly the right thing to say. The sound of the butler and the maid conversing in low tones in the corridor had her lifting her head. "Ma'am? You have a visitor," the maid said from the doorway. Rosaline perked up at once. "Who is it?" "Lord Henry Stanley, milady." Rosaline frowned. "What is he doing here? Perhaps Lady Stanley sent him?" She stood up, straightening her gown. "Sent him to the parlor, then." She hurried to the looking-glass, studying her reflection. Her eyes were a little puffy, but their tragic mien suited her, she thought. Her hair was unknotted and her stays were loosened. She rang the bell so that her maid could come back and straighten her out. She powdered her cheeks and added a little star just above her cheekbone to bring attention to her eyes and the sadness in them. Her maid came in and tightened her stays before arranging her hair into a loose upswept style suitable for receiving guests. She slipped her feet into satin slippers before sweeping down the stairs, followed by her maid, who would be sufficient chaperone. Lord Stanley got to his feet as soon as she stepped into the room, bowing over her hand before laying a gentle kiss above her fingers. They took seats facing each other. "My lady, I apologize for calling upon you without invitation. I had to come and see how you were faring in the wake of my cousin's actions." Rosaline deflated with disappointment. "Oh," she sighed, "I thought you might have some message for me." Lord Stanley frowned at her, slow to understand what she meant. "Message? From whom?" "From your lady mother, of course." "Where is she?" Lord Stanley shook his head, his eyes dropping as if he was disappointed at her answer. "She is in the country." She was extremely distraught at the news, as well. "I expect she has gone to gather herself." Rosaline nodded. "I see. Well, please do convey my regards when she returns and ask her to call upon me at her earliest convenience." He nodded. "I feel sure that she will do that as soon as she returns to town. In the interim, if there is anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask." Rosaline nodded, attempting to smile. "Thank you. That is truly appreciated. It has been a trying time." "I can only imagine." They sat in the parlor, waiting. No one said a word. Everybody seemed nervous. Abigail tried to regulate her breathing, not really sure that Percival would come. It all seemed like a dream. She looked fixedly toward the front door, ears pricked for the sound of hoofbeats. "He'll come." Her mother leaned toward her, squeezing her hand. The reassurance made her feel worse, not better, and she tried to will her heartbeat to slow down. She felt it was trying to escape her chest by how hard it was pounding. The knock on the door startled her. She had not heard a single sound of his arrival. Uncle Philip stood and went to answer, dressed in his most colorful waistcoat. Abigail held her breath, waiting to see who would come in. Perhaps Percival had sent a servant on foot to inform them that he wasn't coming. She almost jumped when the man himself walked into the room, behind her uncle. He looked toward her mother and made her a leg. Joan curtsied in return, murmuring "Your Grace," as she did so. Then Percival turned to face her and smiled. All the tension she had been carrying disappeared and her shoulders slumped as she relaxed, and smiled back. "Abigail. It is good to see you again," Percival said, taking her hand and kissing the bare knuckles. "It's good to see you, too," she replied breathlessly, unable to wipe the grin from her face even as they all took their seats. Percival turned to Uncle Philip. I trust you are aware of why I am here today? Uncle Philip snorted. The girls have said that you asked for Abigail's hand in marriage. Indeed, I did. Uncle Philip leaned forward, looking as intimidating as possible. Percival watched him impassively. You really expect us to believe you're serious about that? I am. What about your engagement to what's her name? That lady? I have terminated it. Just like that? Yes, Mr. Sinclair. Just like that. Abigail's eyes swung from one to the other as they spoke, unable to look away from the intensity of their interaction. Her mother sat quietly next to Uncle Philip, looking outwardly calm and impassive. Abigail did not know how she was managing it. Well, then. In that case, you may ask her. It's up to her whether she wants to take a chance on the likes of you. Percival turned to face her, his dark eyes intent. Abigail stopped breathing altogether. Abigail. We have led each other a merry chase. But now we are here and I would like to ask you, one more time, if you will consent to be my wife? Abigail nodded her head jerkily in her eagerness. I will. Percival's face lit up with joy and he stood up, taking 2 steps toward her. Uncle Philip moved to intercept him. Abigail got to her feet as well, mouth opening in protest. Philip. Joan snapped from her seat, and her uncle moved out of the way with a roll of his eyes, allowing Percival to reach for her hand. She took it, a feeling like coming home suffusing her as he squeezed. Thank you, he whispered. She shook her head, not wanting his gratitude. I have done nothing but agree to something I've been secretly dreaming of. I should be the one thanking you. He laughed softly, pulling her closer. Uncle Philip cleared his throat loudly and they both moved back away from each other with shy glances and secret smiles. Joan, perhaps some wine to celebrate this happy occasion? Uncle Philip said, and her smiling mother moved to the sideboard, where 4 glasses and a bottle of Uncle Philip's best port was waiting. Chapter 20. The Best Laid Plans. Rosaline was looking through the week's invitations, wondering if she even felt up to attending any assemblies when the butler came in with Lady Stanley's calling card. Finally. She murmured to herself. Send her in. The butler bowed and left, returning shortly with Lady Stanley behind him. Rosaline stood up and hurried toward her, and they clasped hands in the middle of the room, staring with commiseration into each other's eyes. My dear girl, Lady Stanley said, and Rosaline promptly burst into tears. She had cried in her mother's arms, but something about seeing Lady Stanley just made her let go and let it all out. Oh, darling, hush, Lady Stanley said, leading her gently to the settee and holding her as she let her misery take over. What are we going to do? Lady Rosaline wailed. You must appeal to her womanhood. Clearly, she has my nephew entranced. But I do believe if you appeal to her sense of fairness and reality, she will let my nephew free. Rosaline stared at her in disbelief. How am I supposed to do that? Invite her for tea. Treat her like she deserves to sit at your table and eat your food. Tell her your side of things. Show her that should she go through with this liaison, she is little more than a thief, stealing a man from his family and loved ones. Rosaline shook her head. I do not think she would listen to me. She seemed quite rude when I met her. Lady Stanley laid her hand gently on Rosaline's arm, looking her in the eye. You must do your best, my dear. You must show her that you are as deserving of him as she thinks she is. Make her feel guilty for taking him away. Lady Rosaline fingered her ruby brooch thoughtfully. She'd taken to wearing it because she loved the color and it reminded her of the high regard with which most of society held her. It had been a gift to her from the Prince Regent on the occasion of her coming out and it was her most prized possession. She nodded. I suppose it is worth a try. Lady Stanley beamed. Good girl. Now ring the bell and ask them to bring some paper so that we may draft something suitable that will bring her to your door. All right. Lady Rosaline felt better already. Lady Stanley seemed quite confident that this scheme would work, and it heartened Lady Rosaline no end. An unfamiliar footman was standing at the door of the shop. Abigail looked up in surprise and stepped from behind the counter with a smile. She surmised that he must have been sent for a gown or with a message. "Can we help you, sir?" she asked. He held out a missive toward her. "Are you Miss Abigail Thorne?" "Yes, I am." Abigail took a step closer. "I have been tasked to give this to you and make sure you read it and give me a reply." Abigail frowned at him, wondering if he was a bit touched in the head. She shook her head, reaching to tear the unfamiliar seal and extracted the stationery. From the desk of Benedict Hoskins, Earl of Huntington. Her eyebrows went up in surprise as she read that. Why would the Earl of Huntington be in communication with her? She hastened to read the letter. "My dear Miss Thorne, I write this letter from the depths of a broken heart where I have cast my pride aside in order to seek answers. I have been given to understand that you can give me these answers, and so I beg you, lady to lady, that you would call on me at my residence on 103 Mayfair Place, so that we may discuss this between us and come to some sort of resolution. I await your answer with bated breath and beg you not to disappoint me as you have caused my betrothed to do. Sincerely, Lady Rosaline Hoskins." Abigail stood frozen in place, unable to fathom how to react to this message. She felt for Lady Rosaline. If she felt even a fraction of what Abigail felt for Percival, then her heart must be in pieces. Abigail just did not understand what she could do to heal her. The lady that she remembered from her shop would consider it beneath her dignity to speak as equals with someone like Abigail. Could her heart have been broken to the extent that her spirit was, too? Abigail felt a twinge of guilt twist her gut. She stared down at the letter, trying to think what to do for the best. Tell, Lady Rosaline that I shall call on her tomorrow afternoon, at her convenience," she told the footman. He nodded and ceased to darken the doorway, disappearing so fast Abigail wondered if she had imagined him. But then she looked down and the missive was still in her hand and she knew that it had all happened. "What am I going to say?" She dropped her hands, looking unseeingly around the shop as she tried to imagine how the conversation might go. "What are you dreaming about now?" She jumped and came back to herself to find her friend, Claudette, standing in front of her, hand on hip. "Claudette, you startled me." "Did I? Maybe you should pay more attention to your surroundings, then. I think I have been standing here for 5 minutes." "Sorry. I was thinking." "What about? Your beau? The Duke?" Abigail smiled. "No," she said softly. Claudette inclined her head to the side, trying to decipher the meaning of Abigail's expression. "What has happened?" Abigail skipped, grabbing Claudette's hand and pulling her to the back room. "Oh, my lord, Claudette, you have no idea of all the things that have happened since we last saw each other. Come sit, have a cuppa and let me tell you." "So, what is this news?" Claudette took a cup of tea sitting on the table and brought it to her lips. Abigail looked absolutely stunning, her complexion smooth and fair, hard-working hands gently cared for, her luxuriant, black hair fashionably styled on the top of her head. She was clearly glowing as the shine in her moss-green eyes showed. "Where were we again?" she asked. "You were telling me about your natural father, Abby," Claudette responded. "Of course." She nodded, reminded. "My dear mother and uncle decided to come clean, after keeping my parentage hidden my entire life." "Uncle?" "Yes, apparently, Philip Sinclair is my natural uncle. Brother of my father." "You don't say." "I do say." If not for the carelessly thrown words of that vindictive earl, I doubt I would ever have found out. "So she told you everything?" Claudette asked. "Everything and more. She told me how I came to be and who I am. My father is a rogue, did I tell you?" She chuckled. "Oh, only repeatedly, Abby. Now then, what happened after, with your duke, after he came looking for you? Did I not tell you? Abigail seemed surprised. He took me to the house he'd bought for me in St. John's Wood. It was nice. We spent the night. You spent the night? A somber look crossed Abigail's face. Nothing happened. We simply slept in each other's arms. It was a glimpse into my potential future. I liked it both too much and not at all. Claudette inclined her head sympathetically. Oh, Abby. Do not feel bad for me. As I do not feel bad for you. It is a choice and I could not choose it. I discovered that night that I love him. I love him, Claudette. Abigail looked beseechingly at Claudette. I cannot have him only some of the time. Claudette stood up and came to put her arms around Abigail. My greatest regret in life is that I did not fight for more. My half-brother had died a previous summer in a carriage accident. Ever since, Tobias, my stepbrother, had been in charge of us, but the man was inadequate. No wit to speak of, nor charm, and certainly no business sense. He sought to sell me to a passing circus one day. Abigail gasped. She had never heard this story before. If it was only him, I would have managed. No, the danger lay with my stepmother. My father had died, leaving me what little property he had, instead of her, and she was not about to lose it all to me without a fight. Is that how you ended up on Drury Lane? Yes, I am getting there, Claudette said impatiently. I let them push me out of the house because there was nobody there who would fight for me. I was afraid that if I stayed I would end up worse than a slave. So I stowed away on a stagecoach coming to London. You never told me that before. I do not like to think on it or even remember it. Richard wants things from me that I can give in exchange for the chance to live free. But you? What about me? You have grown up always surrounded by love. You expect it from everyone who comes into your life and you get it. Being second best would never be good enough for you. Abigail stared at her friend. You are right. When did you get so wise? Claudette laughed. I was always wise. You were fooled by the feathers, just like everyone else. Abigail simply continued to look at her friend, her expression serious. Well, I apologize for letting the feathers blind me, my friend. I see you now. And you are worthy of love. I love you. Always have. You have been a good and dear friend to me always. Claudette flapped her hands in dismissal. We digress. All I am saying is that you should not feel bad for not being able to agree to the Duke's terms. You would not make it as a mistress. Oh. But that is just it. I did tell him I could not be his mistress and he asked me to be his wife. Claudette reared back in surprise, gaping at Abigail. Are you sure you understood him? She asked worriedly. Yes, he came home to the house and asked Philip and Mamma for my hand. Claudette simply continued to stare in disbelief. Isn't it wonderful? Abigail prompted. It's unbelievable, Claudette breathed. Abigail laughed. Trust me, it was a shock to me as well. I could not believe he had broken his engagement to the lady to ask for my hand. She shook her head slowly. I still don't believe it. Yes. I can certainly see how this would be hard to believe, Claudette said, turning away from Abigail. Abigail opened her mouth and then hesitated, reaching out a tentative hand. Claudette? Are you all right? Her friend turned around with a watery smile. Yes, I am fine. I am just so happy for you. Abigail really looked at her, the tears falling from her reddened eyes, her hunched posture. Oh, Claudette, she murmured, reaching for her friend, whatever it is all right. Talk to me. Claudette tried to laugh. It's silly. It's not silly. Tell me. It's just that you have found love and I am so happy for you, but also I do not want to lose you. Lose me? How? Well, I am sure your Duke will not let you associate with a lowly mistress. And actress, to boot. Nonsense. Percival does not tell me what to do. Claudette snorted. You say that now. But once you are one of them, you will forget all about us. Will I forget about my mother, too? And my uncle? Don't be ridiculous, Claudette. They are your family. So are you. Claudette just sniffed miserably, so Abigail sought for something to distract her. She pulled out the note she had received from Lady Rosaline. Besides, if I forget about you, who will help me to figure out whatever this is? She asked, brandishing the note in Claudette's face. Her friend frowned and grabbed the note, opening and reading it curiously. Her frown deepened with each word. She looked up at Abigail, eyes urgent. Abigail, do not heed this note. Do not go to this meeting. Why not? Abigail frowned in surprise, having expected some derision aimed at Lady Rosaline but not this urgent fear. I cannot say. I just have a bad feeling about this. Why does she want to speak to you? Abigail looked down at the note. Because she wants to discuss the current things that have happened. It is her right to expect me to look her in the eye and explain what has happened, is it not? No, it is not. You have nothing to explain to her. Let your man explain if he must. He is the one who left her. Abigail shook her head. She has appealed to my womanhood. We women should stick together, right? Claudette was vigorously shaking her head. No, no, no. She is not like us. Abigail snorted. God, no, of course not. However, she is still a woman and deserving of some respect. It was an unfortunate thing that has happened, and if she needs to look me in the eye to get over it, then it is her right. This woman does not wish you well, Claudette insisted. Well, of course, I know that, and I do not intend to eat or drink anything she gives me. However, I feel duty-bound to go. Claudette shook her head with despair. Very well, but take your mother with you. Or me. Or Philip. Somebody. Abigail placed her hand gently on top of Claudette's. Your worry is noted, dear friend. But I think I can manage. I am no mooncalf, nor am I a green girl. You think too well of human nature, my girl. Abigail laughed. Sometimes, maybe. But even I am not blind to this one's malevolence. I do remember how pleased she was at her engagement, however, and I think that her grief is real. I have no doubt she means to persuade me to step aside and let her have Percival. If it will make her feel better, then I am amenable to letting her ask. You are too kind, my dear. I don't have my own guilt to assuage. It is not entirely selfless that I do this. Oh, Abigail. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Falling in love is quite beyond your control. Abigail sighed. Indeed. But that does not mean we are allowed to be callous, even if those same people would be callous to us. Please, darling, call on me as soon as you are finished with this hoyden. I give you my word. Chapter 21. Entrapment. Abigail agonized on what to wear for her tea with Lady Rosaline. She wanted to present herself in the best possible light without looking smug or self-satisfied. She changed clothes 3 times before settling on a navy blue gown with gold ruches down the sides of her bosom. The bodice was square-necked, showing off her ample bust. She gathered her hair into a knot on top of her head and nodded at her reflection in the glass. In spite of Claudette's dire warnings, she had decided to go alone. She did not even tell her mother where she was going. She left the shop and took a gig to Mayfair, trying to calm her nerves as they drove. She had no idea what was going to happen, but she vowed to be as kind as she could. The gig dropped her off at the front door and she hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should find the service entrance. A footman was in front of her before she could make up her mind, and he was smiling at her and gesturing for her to enter. She took a tentative step into the house, taking note of the expensive appointments that lined the hallway, the paintings of ancestors that showed what an old line the Hoskins were. The butler took her cloak from her and hung it up by the door. She then followed him down the hall, stepping as lightly as possible lest she inadvertently break something. The butler showed her into a sunny room where a tea set was already laid out with honey cakes and pigeon pies. Lady Rosaline reclined against a settee, her green gown offset beautifully by the golden fabric of the settee. Abigail came to a stop in the middle of the room, waiting to be told where to sit. Lady Rosaline gestured for her to sit opposite her. "Thank you for coming," she said, as the maid poured out the tea. "You're welcome," Abigail murmured, looking around the room curiously. "Would you like some milk in your tea or would you prefer mint?" the maid asked her, and Abigail hesitated, not really sure which was better. Milk. Thank you." She remembered that she was not planning to put any of the food in her mouth anyway. The maid handed her a tiny cup of tea as well as a plate of honey cakes. Abigail nodded and thanked her with a smile. Lady Rosaline had not taken her eyes off Abigail the entire time. It made her very uncomfortable and she struggled not to fidget. She turned her head, meeting Lady Rosaline's eyes. "You wanted to talk?" "Yes, I did. This situation between us is unfortunate." Abigail nodded. "I am sorry for your pain." Lady Rosaline scoffed. "No, you are not. You are quite pleased with yourself, aren't you?" Abigail raised an eyebrow. "Well, that didn't take long." "Oh, don't look so surprised," Lady Rosaline exclaimed. "You had to know I would be upset." "Of course you're upset. This is an upsetting situation." Lady Rosaline glared at Abigail as if she suspected that she was making fun of her. "Why did you do it?" "Why did I do it? What did I do?" "You stole away my duke." Abigail sighed. "Lady Rosaline, I sympathize with your pain. I do. But I did not steal anyone away from you. Percival came looking for me." "Oh, Percival is it?" she sneered. "Who gave you permission to use his given name?" "He did." Lady Rosaline reared back, seemingly genuinely taken aback. "What?" Abigail gave her a questioning look. "Why do you sound so surprised?" Lady Rosaline narrowed her eyes at Abigail. "So you lured him with your feminine wiles, did you? You're nothing but an incognita." Abigail raised an eyebrow. "Well, in that case I conclude we have nothing further to discuss." She stood up, putting her untouched tea on the table. Lady Rosaline shot to her feet. "Wait. Stop. I am sorry. My emotions overtook me for a moment. Please, sit. Let us talk like women." "Lady Rosaline, it was my intention to give you the opportunity to obtain catharsis with this meeting. It was not my intention to allow you to insult me." Lady Rosaline nodded. "I do understand. Please, you have not finished your tea." "As if I could possibly drink it now." Lady Rosaline took a deep breath, seeming discomposed as she fidgeted on the settee. "I am not used to being in this position. Miss Thorne, I do not know if you know this, but the Hoskins and the Montagus have been close allies for generations. Ever since I was a child, I have known that my destiny would be to marry the next Duke of Northcott. I have been preparing for it my whole life. There are so many traditions and rules, you have no idea. There is no hope that you would ever learn them in time. If you were to marry the Duke, you would flounder and drown in the sea of expectations that you cannot possibly hope to fulfill." Abigail did not want to listen to any more of this, but she had a feeling that Lady Rosaline was telling her the truth. "How could I ever hope to be a duchess? I am nothing but a dressmaker." "I know you might feel that love is all you need, but that is simply not true. I beg you to reconsider this rash course of action before you ruin not only your own life but the Duke's, as well." Abigail felt the first twinge of doubt twist her belly. Do I really have my head in the clouds? Maybe I cannot do this. She watched as the lady fingered a ruby brooch that was probably more valuable than everything Abigail owned. Suddenly the door opened and the butler poked his head in. "My lady, that package you asked for has arrived." Lady Rosaline frowned. "What package?" "The one from the jewelers, my lady. Lady Huntington asked me to alert you as soon as it came." Lady Rosaline sighed, getting to her feet. "Excuse me a moment," she said to Abigail before walking out of the room. Abigail slumped back in her seat, eyes closed. "What am I doing?" The sound of footsteps had her sitting up again, eyes on the door. Lady Rosaline came in with a self-satisfied smile on her face. "Now, as I was saying, you are making a monumental mistake." Thank you, I understood you the first time you said it. Well, then I hope you will take my words in the spirit in which they were meant and withdraw yourself from the situation. Abigail looked away. She wanted to leave. In fact, she saw no reason why she was still there. She got to her feet. Thank you very much for your hospitality. I will be leaving now, she declared before marching out of the room. She could not stop her hands from trembling, so she hid them in the folds of her dress. The butler handed her cloak to her and she put it on absent-mindedly before stepping out of the door. She sighed, wondering if she should walk or flag down a hackney or a chair. It was not far to Bond Street and she had a lot to think about. She decided to walk. She had not reached the end of the street when she heard the whistling. She turned to see various Bow Street runners blowing their whistles and pointing at something in her direction. Stop! One of them shouted and she startled, looking around for who they might be speaking to. There were various Beaumont ladies nearby, and they were all looking at her as though she might turn into a monster and attack them. She turned her head from side to side, confused, even as the Bow Street runners continued to blow their whistles and shout. One of them reached her and grabbed her arm. What are you doing? She cried. Come with us, miss, he said, his face grim. She followed behind him, still reeling from this unexpected turn of events. Surely Lady Rosaline could not seek to have her arrested for refusing to give up the Duke? That was ridiculous, wasn't it? The Bow Street runners hustled her right up to Huntington House and she was beginning to suspect that, yes, Lady Rosaline was attempting to have her arrested for refusing to leave off with Percival. She almost laughed at how true it all was. But the Bow Street runners around her were very real and Lady Rosaline was a powerful force in the community. No doubt Percival was at least equally powerful but he was not here. Yes, that's her. She's the one who stole my brooch. Lady Rosaline screamed from down the hall. What? Abigail exclaimed with irritation. This was the second time that Lady Rosaline had tried to accuse her of theft. What brooch? I have taken nothing from you. Oh, really? This is the second thing you have stolen from me, she cried. Where is my brooch? She turned to the Bow Street runners. Search her. Abigail stood still as one of the law enforcers began to manhandle her with absolutely no care for her womanhood. He ran his hands up and down her sides before squeezing at her bosom. Finding nothing, he thrust his hands into the inner pouch sewn into her cloak. Aha! He cried, pulling something out. Something red and shiny that had most certainly not been in there when she wore her cloak this morning. That's it. That's my brooch, Lady Rosaline cried. Abigail was shaking her head. I didn't take that. Oh, yes? Then how did it end up in your garment? One of the lawmen asked. Abigail looked accusingly at Lady Rosaline. She did it. She is trying to frame me. Lady Rosaline sneered. That is your defense? She turned to the Bow Street runners. Please take her away. The men grabbed her. In the name of His Majesty the King, you're hereby arrested. No. Abigail pushed against him, trying to get free. Hold her. Lady Rosaline cried, malice shining in her eyes. The Bow Street runners tightened their grip on Abigail's arms and began dragging her toward their carriage. Take her to Newgate Prison so she can be tried before a magistrate and hanged, Lady Rosaline called. Abigail looked back at her, murder in her eyes. You will pay for this. Where did Abigail go? Joan asked Philip as he came to escort them home at the end of the day. He smiled at her. How would I know? I don't know, I just thought she might be with you, because she hasn't been in all afternoon. Perhaps she went to spend time with her beau. Without saying a word to me. I do not know what to tell you, my dear. I haven't seen her. Is there a way that you can ascertain that she is with the Duke? I feel worried. I shall send him a message. Thank you, dear. Percival was at the club when the note from Mr. Sinclair found him. He stared at it with a frown. He had not seen Abigail all day. He had been looking forward to calling on her this evening and perhaps gaining permission to take a walk in the park with her. Or they could take in a play if she was so inclined. He was perturbed that her parent and guardian had no idea where she was. He stood up, calling for his coat, and hurried out of the club at once. "What do you mean, you do not know where Abigail is?" he asked Mr. Sinclair as soon as he got to the shop. It was her mother who answered him. "She went off sometime this afternoon and I have not heard from her since." "Went off where?" "On an errand." Mrs. Thorne wrung her hands anxiously. "It wasn't, and she did not tell me where she was going. She just took her cloak and left. Thought she might be meeting you and was embarrassed about it, so I didn't say a word. I haven't seen her today." Mr. Sinclair stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. "Then where is she?" "I suppose we could ask Claudette. She might have a clue." "Where is she now?" Percival asked urgently. "I have no idea," Mrs. Thorne said, seeming distressed at her helplessness. Percival took a deep breath. "All right, you and Mr. Sinclair go to her residence while I check at the theatre." Mrs. Thorne nodded at once and began to gather her shawl. Mr. Sinclair hesitated, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something before closing it again and picking up his cane. "Rendezvous at home with news as soon as possible," he said as he held the door open for Mrs. Thorne and himself to exit. Percival nodded his agreement before hurrying to his carriage and taking off. They knocked to no avail at Claudette's door. The old lady who lived next door popped her head out of her house. "Debtor's not at home. She's at the theatre at this time, doing her play." "Ah, thank you," Philip said. "We shall try there." He and Joan exchanged loaded glances before hastening to their gig. If Percival had found her, then they would be on their way home. "Should we go there? Or wait for Percival to bring us answers?" "Something is wrong, Philip. Can we afford to wait?" "Here," Philip said, urging the horses onward. They arrived at Drury Lane in the middle of the play, and spotted Percival's carriage immediately, with his family crest prominently emblazoned on it. They alighted from their vehicle and ran to the side of the building, where there was an entrance backstage. There they found Percival arguing with the bruiser at the door. "Duke," Philip called, and Percival turned around, looking much put upon. "He won't let me pass." "Guests after the show, Governor," the bruiser reiterated to them all. Philip sighed. "Please, sir, we are here for Claudette de Plessens. She is akin to us and there has been an emergency. Please allow us to wait backstage for her." The bruiser looked skeptical. Percival reached in his pocket and extracted a few gold coins. "We would be much obliged." He held them out. The bruiser studied the coins and then the three of them. "Kin of yours, you say?" "Yes," Joan cried. "Right, then. Ye can wait for her inside. Just don't go disturbing the thespians, is all." "We won't," Percival promised, doffing his hat to the bruiser before walking past him. As fortune would have it, they arrived at Claudette's dressing room at the end of the second act, which meant that she was hurrying into the room to change for the third. Joan reached out and curled her fingers around both Percival and Philip's wrists. "Wait here," she said, and then stepped into the dressing room and shut the door behind her. Philip sighed and found a wall to lean on. Let us hope that she knows something. Chapter 22. Newgate. Newgate Prison was the darkest place Abigail had ever been. As soon as they arrived, they clapped her in irons and led her to a dungeon. She was bewildered at the sudden about turn her life had taken and she wanted to weep and wail, but there was no one to hear her. It was pitch black in the prison and she could not see a thing. She had never known such terror in her life. She could hear labored breathing nearby but did not know if it was friend or foe. So she resisted the urge to call out. "Nobody knows where I am." She could feel despair like a force draining her of energy. She wanted to sink down to the ground with weakness, but, fortunately, her hand was chained to a stone pillar. She could feel the floor beneath her feet, slimy and sticky. More importantly, she could smell the miasma wafting from it, choking and rank. She wrapped the edge of her cloak around her face, covering her nose and mouth. She did not know how anyone could stand to be in here. She had truly been brought low. She thought about screaming, but there was nobody who would hear and help her. She wondered if the guards would take a note for her to Percival or her mother. Would they hang her before she could find help? Abigail's breath began coming in puffs and wheezes. There were black spots in front of her eyes. She could see them even in the dark. She felt dizzy and disoriented. She did not know if it was because of the smells assaulting her or if it was fear causing her to feel so. All she knew was that she was very close to fainting. "Help me," she whispered, even as her body dropped of its own volition. "Careful." The voice in the dark startled her. Worse, it sounded like a child. "There is shite on the floor." Abigail restrained the urge to jump away. There was really nowhere to go. "I feared as much," she whispered instead. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it real quick like." Abigail turned toward the voice. "What's your name?" "Tommy." "Hello, Tommy. I'm Abigail. Are you here all alone?" "Oh no. My mother is here." "Really? Where is she?" Tommy was silent. "Tommy? She won't wake up." It was Abigail's turn to be silent. "What do you mean she won't wake up?" "I keep shaking her and she won't answer me." Abigail took a whiff of the air and then immediately began to cough. There were so many competing smells in the dungeon that she could not tell whether or not there was a dead body in the cell with them. When did she go to sleep? She heard a rustling movement and then felt a warmth down her side, just at the height of her thigh. "I don't know." Tommy sounded miserable. "I'm hungry." Abigail sighed. "I don't have anything to give you." She thought wistfully of the plate of honey cakes and pigeon pies she had snubbed just this afternoon. How long would it be until she could get some food? Not that she felt she could eat anything. Not in this place. But if she was going to be here for a while, then she would just have to get used to it. Besides, Tommy was hungry. "How did your mother usually get some food?" She felt rather than saw movement beside her. But Tommy didn't speak. "Tommy?" "I don't know," he whined. "I'm hungry." "All right, Tommy. Just wait a bit. I'm sure someone will come around with bread or something. Don't worry." "Sure. I can do enough worrying for both of us." Madame Thorne. Claudette turned around from touching up her face in the mirror. "What are you doing here?" "Claudette, something is very wrong. I cannot find Abigail. Do you know where she might be?" Claudette's face became even more somber. "You cannot find her? How long has she been gone?" "Since sometime this afternoon. She just put on her cloak and left. Did not tell me where she was going or when she would come back." "Claudette, please. Do you know anything?" Claudette sighed deeply. "I told her not to go alone, but you know your daughter, so stubborn." "Go where?" "The Duke's other girl? Rosemary or Rosalind, I think she is called." "Rosaline?" "Yes. Well, she summoned Abigail to her house. She wanted to have a talk according to her note." "When? Today?" "This afternoon." Claudette stepped closer so that she could clutch Joan's arm. "You have not seen her since?" Joan shook her head slowly, dread pooling in her belly. "These people, you just don't know what they will do." Claudette shook her head sadly. "I told her not to go alone." "She went, where?" Percival frowned, not comprehending in the least what could have possessed Abigail to go and have tea with Lady Rosaline. Mr. Sinclair turned to him. "You have to find out what they did to her," he growled. Percival nodded. "I will go at once. Go back to your residence. I will send news there." Mr. Sinclair appeared beetle-browed. "Do not tell me what to do." Percival manfully held back his irritation. He was impatient to go and did not have time to deal with Mr. Sinclair's sensibilities. "Very well. I am leaving. Do as you please." "Percival." Mrs. Thorne leapt at him. clutching at his arm. He looked down at her hand with a raised eyebrow before turning to face her. "Yes, madam." "Send word. We will be waiting." Her eyes were as wide and deep a moss green as Abigail's, beautiful, even shadowed as they were now, with fear. Percival nodded, gentling his voice. "I promise you, we will get her back." With that he leapt into his carriage and took off, not sparing the horses. He drew up at Huntington House, flinging the reins to the waiting footman before marching up the steps and banging determinedly on the door. "Open up," he shouted, even though he knew it was likely not the best way to garner the information that he needed. The butler opened the door a crack, peering out cautiously before rearing back in surprise as Percival all but pushed past him. "Where is Lady Rosaline?" "Ah, Your Grace, I don't think." "I did not ask you to think. Take me to Lady Rosaline at once." The butler drew himself up with dignity. "I cannot do that. She is not here." "Balderdash. I demand to see her at once." "What the devil is going on here?" Lord Huntington suddenly appeared at the end of the hall and began walking toward them. "Good God, Northcott, they can hear you all the way at Whitehall. What seems to be the matter? Why are you shouting for my daughter?" Philip was pacing up and down in the sitting room, his hand jiggling from side to side. He seemed deep in thought, and Joan decided to distract herself by finding out what he was thinking about. "What is it?" "Whatever they have done to her, they are not likely to tell the Duke about it. Especially if there is some heavy-cavey business going on. If..." Philip darted a glance at her loaded with meaning. "We might have to call in some reinforcements." Joan stiffened, shaking her head. "The foxes, you mean?" Philip nodded slowly, his eyes saying more than his mouth dared. She dropped her eyes. "You really think that's necessary?" "I do not know what is necessary yet. But Abigail would not just disappear, without so much as a note to anyone, unless—" "Do not say it." Joan lifted her palm, eyes bright with pleading. "Do not say the words." Philip nodded abruptly, turning away. She knew he was thinking them even if he did not say them. Their daughter could well be dead, or on a ship to the colonies. It could well be too late by the time the Duke finds anything out. "Call the foxes. Let them dig for what they can find," she said, mouth pursed with determination. Her daughter needed her. This was no time for false scruples. Philip bowed to her, retrieved his cane, and marched to the door. He paused there to look back at her as she anxiously watched him. "I will not let you down, my lady." Joan nodded once. There was nothing more to be said. She recognized a vow when she heard it. Percival strode down the hall, coming to a stop in front of the Earl, for the first time in his life using his height to intimidate. "What have you done with her?" Lord Huntington frowned. "Done with whom? My daughter? She is perfectly fine, no thanks to you." Percival growled. "I have no time for these games, Huntington. What did you do with Miss Thorne?" Lord Huntington had the temerity to frown as if puzzled. "Who?" Percival grabbed his lapels, pulling his face up so they were flush against each other. "I warn you." He spat. "What? What are you going to do?" Percival flung him away in disgust. "I will find out what you did to her. And the longer I have to look for her, the more you will pay. You and every single person in your household who helped you." Lord Huntington laughed. "Listen, my good man, I do not know what has you cross as crabs. But why don't you step into my office for a glass of port and we can discuss it like gentlemen?" Percival would much rather have darkened his daylights, but violence would not get him the information that he needed. So he nodded his head, following the other as he made his way to his office. He was sure now that they had done something unspeakable to Abigail, and he would not leave this house until he knew what it was. "Now, sir, I have some fine port, or if you prefer I just opened a bottle of sherry." "Nothing for me, thank you, Huntington. All I require from you is information." The Earl sighed. "I do assure you, Northcott, that I have no knowledge of this Thorne of which you speak." Percival rolled his eyes. "I give not a tinker's damn what you assure me, Huntington. I am well aware that Miss Thorne was here this afternoon, after which she disappeared. Huntington shook his head. I'm sure that it was very unfortunate for her, but it has nothing to do with me or my household. Percival nodded. I see. Well, I will take my leave, then. Percival knew that he was not going to get any more information out of Huntington. The best he could do was to make his own inquiries. Perhaps somebody close by had seen what happened. For once in his life, he thanked God for the inquisitive nature of the ton. Somebody is always watching. He took his leave of the Earl, replaced his hat on his head, and walked out. He stood outside the door that slammed decisively behind him, hesitating about whether to go left or right. He went over his mental catalogue of his acquaintances in Mayfair. He remembered that Weston's aunt lived not 2 doors down from Huntington House and she was an accomplished gossip. He had turned his feet in that direction when he heard a sound from the alleyway between Huntington House and the next building. PSST. He turned with a frown, looking for what or who had made the sound. A flash of white caught his eye, which rapidly disappeared back down the alley. Percival hesitated as brigands were not known to dally in Mayfair, but it did not pay to be reckless. He knew that lesson well. The flash of white was back, a face peering out at him from the alley. PSST. The person said again and then disappeared. Percival walked the 3 steps that took him to the entrance of the alleyway and looked down it. A woman dressed in the uniform of a lady's maid was cowering midway along the alley, and Percival walked towards her with more confidence. You called? He asked, unable to keep the irritation out of his voice. Yes, your lordship. You is looking for that woman what had come for tea with my mistress, Lady Rosaline? Percival could not help himself, he grabbed her arm. You know something? The woman began to blubber and stutter with fear, and Percival sighed, letting go of her arm. Please, ma'am, if you know something, tell me. He cajoled as patiently as he could. She. Percival wanted to shake her. Instead, he took a deep breath and gently held her by the arms. Breathe for me. Yes, that's it, slowly. You can do it. Breathe. The woman obediently did as he asked, and eventually, her breathing returned to normal. If they catch me, they will. Nobody will catch you. I promise you, I will protect you. The woman nodded. The mistress, Lady Rosaline, she called for the Bow Street runners. Said that the woman what came for tea? Said she stole her brooch. They took her away. Newgate, my mistress said. Percival went cold. Newgate? You are certain? The woman nodded her head so frantically that her curls loosened and fell about her face. All right. Thank you. Percival fixed her with an inquiring look. Nell. My name is Nell. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Nell. Thank you very much for your information. He pressed a guinea into her hand, just in case you need to travel quickly. Come to Northcott House. There will be work for you there. The girl curtsied clumsily. Thank you, Your Grace. Percival just had to smile in spite of the grimness of the circumstances. You're welcome, Nell. Chapter 23. Investigations are ongoing. Abigail awoke, to find someone shaking her frantically. Let me alone, she murmured, not willing to open her eyes. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Tommy's voice had her sitting up in surprise. She cried out as she moved her neck too suddenly, and a twinge filled her with discomfort. She realized she had fallen asleep on her knees, her side leaning against the wall, head pillowed on stone. She moved her head from side to side as tentatively as she could, trying to loosen the crick in her neck. It took a moment for her to notice Tommy's hitching breath. Tommy? What's wrong? He just hiccuped, his small hands fisted in her dress. She felt downward until her own hand was covering his. Tommy? Tell me what is the matter? She tried to make her voice strong and confident, but she could hear the trembling in it just as well as Tommy could. You wouldn't wake up, he said, tearfully. Abigail took a deep breath. Yes, well, I'm awake now. So there's nothing to worry about, is there? She felt the side-to-side movement of his head against her thigh and deduced that he was shaking his head. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she had not eaten for a while. Twopenny loaves. Somebody called out from down the dark hallway as if they'd heard her thoughts. Here. Abigail screamed, waving her hand even though nobody would be able to see it in the dark. She heard footsteps squelching down the corridor. We are here. Right here. We need food. She kept talking until the footsteps came to a stop in front of her. We would like some loaves, please, she said to the strip of white she could see a few inches in front of her. Something was thrust against her chest and she squeaked in surprise, reaching up to catch hold of the round hard items before they fell on the ground. Twopenny, the voice said. Oh, of course. She thrust her free hand into her pockets, worn under her garments, looking for coins. It closed over a round piece of metal, too big to be anything but a guinea. She scrabbled around a bit, searching for another coin, but there was nothing in that pocket and she had no idea if she still had her purse with her. The Bow Street runners might have taken it as they clapped her in irons. In any case, her range of movement was limited, and she could not search her entire person. So she grabbed the guinea and held it out. I'll take loaves for a guinea, she said nervously, fully expecting the person to laugh in her face and run off with her blunt. So she was a little surprised when more loaves were thrust into her hands. Good luck keeping the shite off the voice said and cackled as it moved on. At least now we have food. Tommy was already pulling her skirts, and she handed him one loaf, tearing off her bodice, to wrap up the rest. Philip got to the top of the hill and whistled the signal. It had been years since he had had to use it and yet it did not feel strange. It was like wearing an old comfortable pair of boots, where he knew the exact location of every pinch. He thought he might have to wait, but within minutes there was a small boy at his side, already chewing tobacco, with eyes older than men 3 times his age. Hail to the Foxes. Philip turned to the boy. You know me? The boy nodded once. Spread the word. The jewel has fallen from the nest, the wolves might have it. The boy spat, his saliva a murky color from the tobacco. What do you wish us to do when we find her? Send me word. The boy nodded. Hail to the Foxes. With that he disappeared. Philip took his time, walking the streets, just listening. It had been one of his strengths when he had been his brother's lieutenant. He could pick up rumblings before they could grow into something unmanageable. He was a little rusty, but he found that he had not lost the skill. He found himself in front of an apothecary shop, already closed for the night. He stood in front of it, just listening. There were 2 men speaking in the alley behind the shop. It sounded more like arguing. Philip pricked his ears. We canna do this. Do you know who she is? I dinna want to trouble with the Foxes. The Earl is offering 500 guineas, man. 500. Ye canna spend it if ye're dead. Philip, agitated, wondered if he should interrupt them now or wait for them to finish their conversation. They seemed to have completed the information exchange portion and were now just arguing to see who would turn out to be right. Philip did not have time for this. He picked up his cane, grasped the hilt, twisted it, and pulled out the sword that was hidden within the wood of the cane. He whipped around and ran down the alley, his sword already at the neck of one of the men before they even realized he was there. Tell me about these 500 guineas the Earl has offered you. What does he expect you to do for it? Ah, bollocks. The man Philip was holding said, sounding quite resigned. I told you, Tobias. The other man put up his hands and began to back away. I don't know nothing. You take one more step and you're a dead man, Tobias. Philip threatened. For all Tobias knew, they were surrounded by foxes. Now tell me what I want to know. Ah, sir, please, you cannot expect us to cry rope on him. He's an earl. The one Philip had at sword point was literally in tears. Oh, but I do expect you to. If you don't, I shall kill you, your entire family, and their ancestry as well. So choose. The 2 men were making sounds of distress. I told you we should have left it alone. The one not called Tobias said. Shut up, Judas, Tobias replied irritably. Judas? Philip was amused. "I'll give you 30 pieces of silver if you tell me what you know." Percival was torn between alerting Abigail's parents about her situation and hastening down to Newgate prison to see if she was all right. But no, he was not really torn. He knew that he was going to Newgate. But he did not want to leave her parents in the lurch, either. He decided that as he was not far from home he would write a note and send for one of his footmen and a driver to deliver it to Mrs. Thorne. In that way he would fulfill his obligations without taking the additional time it would take to get out to Devonshire Terrace and then head to the prison. He had heard horrific things about the conditions inside the stone hall and it turned his stomach to think of Abigail in there alone and terrified. He arrived as the sun was nearing the horizon, and there was a change of guard at the prison. He flagged one guard down as he passed. "I need to see the prison warden. Where can I find him?" The guard laughed. "Try Susan's tavern. He's probably 3 sheets to the wind by now," he said, pointing down the road, still laughing. Percival did not have time for this. He grabbed the guard's arm. "I need to see a prisoner." The guard glared at him, looking daggers at Percival's hand on his arm. Percival carefully removed it, digging into his pocket and coming up with a silver coin. "There is more where this came from. Now will you assist me in this matter or not?" The guard looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Visiting hours are not till morning." Percival dug in his pocket and came up with 3 gold coins, eyes never leaving the man in front of him. The guard's eyes widened with avarice. He cleared his throat. "What prisoner did you want to see?" "Her name is Abigail Thorne. She would have been brought in sometime this afternoon." The guard merely grunted. "You're looking for a cherry? What's her crime, then?" "They said she stole something." Percival chose to ignore the insult to Abigail, instead of beating his only means of seeing her to death. "Oh, that means she's in the stone hall." The guard grinned. "I'll see if she's up to seeing ye." The guard moved to turn away but Percival grabbed hold of his hand again. "What is your name?" "Name's Jack O'Malley." He seemed irritated with the arm grabbing, but Percival guessed he was willing to put up with it for the gold coins. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Jack O'Malley. There are 3 more gold coins for you if you return with Miss Thorne." Jack's eyes bulged out of his head at Percival's words. He nodded firmly. "I will be back with her." "Abigail Thorne. Is there an Abigail Thorne in here? Answer me, Abigail Thorne." Tommy nudged her thigh. "Ain't that you?" Abigail sighed. "Yes, it's me." "Do they do that a lot? Call prisoners by name?" She peered out into pitch blackness that was the corridor. She blinked rapidly but it did not make her able to see a thing. "Abigail Thorne?" The voice was coming nearer. "Yes, sir, that's my name," Abigail said, although she wasn't sure he would hear her over the din of other prisoners shouting things at the guard. "Abigail?" The guard shouted louder and she rattled her chains. "Here I am." She really hoped he had a message for her from one of her kin and was not here to inflict further damage on her. The voice stopped in front of her cage. "Abigail Thorne?" "Yes, sir, that's me." "There's a man outside what wants to see you." Abigail's heart leapt. "A man? Who is it? Did he tell you his name?" "Do I look like your butler?" The guard sneered. "Stand back while I unhook your chain." Abigail stood very still, heart pounding away in her chest. The guard unhooked her chain from the pillar and then opened the door. "Come on, then." His voice was gruff but kind. Tommy made a scared sound, latching onto her dress. "Don't leave me, please." "Oh, Tommy, I suspect that I'll be right back," she said as softly as she could, searching for his hands in the dark so she could squeeze them. "No, no, please don't leave me." Tommy was snuffling and sniffing. His hands on her dress were shaking. She sighed, turning to the silhouette of the guard. "Can he come with me?" "Is he yours?" "No, he isn't." Abigail did not want to say out loud that she suspected Tommy's mother had passed. "Well, then, what do you want with him?" "Nothing. I don't want to leave him alone." The guard snorted. "Your funeral, innit?" "Thank you, sir." She took Tommy's hand and walked out of the cell with him. The guard had a flaming torch, and so it was easy to follow him. He led them upward, to an area where the light of the moon shone through the bars in the blockhouse. She could see the silhouette of a man standing on the other side, hear a clip-clop of horses passing by, smell the slightly less fetid air of London town. She felt tears prick her eyes, recognizing that silhouette at once. "Percival," she cried, as she fell against the bars. He tried to fit his fingers in the narrow squares, but only two could get in. "Abigail. Are you all right?" Abigail was so relieved to see and hear a friendly voice that she burst into tears. She let all her terror out, clutching at Percival's fingers, begging him over and over to help her. She paid absolutely no attention to her own words, too lost in misery and hysteria to realize what she was saying. "I will get you out of here, I promise you." His voice was low and urgent, even as he bent his fingers around hers. "I promise you, morning will not find you here." "Where's my mother? Does she know where I am?" "I sent a message as soon as I found out." Abigail nodded, wiping the snot from her nose. "Good. Uncle Philip will know what to do." Percival was rather stung by Abigail's faith in her Uncle Philip. Whatever resources Mr. Sinclair had, they likely did not surpass Percival's own. However, he put his personal feelings aside, out of concern for Abigail. She was clearly not doing well. Her explosion of misery had left him feeling helpless and angry. He wanted to break down the bars of Newgate and take her away. It was severely painful to hear her cry and beg him to help her. There was a child or a midget with her, which seemed strange, but Percival had not the energy for curiosity. "I will get you out of here by morning," he promised wildly, not having a single clue how he could possibly do that. Not since his own parents' death had he been involved in any criminal proceeding. He had no idea how slow or fast the wheels of justice turned. He did know that the penalty for theft was hanging. The only thing he could think to do was to prevail upon the Earl to withdraw his accusations. If it could save Abigail's life, he would agree to marry Lady Rosaline, if that is what it took. He gave her as much reassurance as he could, frantically trying to think of ways to make her more comfortable. He took Jack O'Malley aside. "Sir, this woman is very important to me. I would make it worth your while if you were to ensconce her in comfort. First of all, where is the rest of my yellow boys?" Jack held his hand out through the bars, and Percival put 3 more gold coins in them. Jack grinned at him. "I take your meaning, sir. You wish your cherry not to sleep somewhere filthy? But this is Newgate, sir. Everywhere is filthy." Percival just looked at him, digging in his pocket and extracting 5 sovereigns. Jack looked down at the blunt, his brow wrinkled thoughtfully. "You really like this one, huh?" he said in wonder. "You make sure no harm comes to her, see that she's fed and has somewhere to sleep. You will never have to work another day in your life." Jack straightened his back, giving Percival a salute. "It'll be just as you say, Governor." Percival nodded. "Excellent." He walked back to say goodbye to Abigail. "My love, this is Jack O'Malley. He will take care of you from now on. I will see you in the morning." He stuck his 2 fingers through the bars and she grabbed them, squeezing desperately. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. He stilled in the middle of turning away and turned back to face her. "I will always come for you." Chapter 24. Gathering. Joan was pacing anxiously, waiting and hoping for news from somebody. Her daughter was out there alone in the world, probably scared, definitely in need of help. And she had no idea what to do. She wanted to tear out her hair and scream. Waiting was most definitely the worst part. A knock at her door had her sighing in relief. At last. Some news. She hastened to open the door, only to find that it was Claudette on the other side. The actress grabbed onto her. "Has there been any news?" Her eyes were wide and anxious. Joan shook her head sadly. "I am still waiting." "Then I will wait with you." Joan stepped back as Claudette came into the house. They clasped hands, sitting down on the settee in silence, waiting together. Not 15 minutes later, There was another knock on the door and they exchanged glances. "I hope this is it." Joan let go of Claudette's hands to go and answer the door, this time finding a tall footman, his uniform buttons embellished with the Northcott family crest. "Oh," she said weakly as he held out a note. She took it, her hands shaking, wondering why the Duke was not here to deliver it himself. Claudette came to stand before her, cradling Joan's hands in her own. "It'll be all right," she whispered, as Joan slowly unfolded the page. She read it as Claudette watched, the shaking in her hands getting worse until she could not hold the paper anymore. Claudette snatched it and read it for herself. "Newgate?" she whispered in disbelief. "My daughter is in prison. Accused of thievery? What ridiculousness is this?" "You know that woman will do anything to get the Duke back," Claudette pointed out. "Oh, trust me, I know," she snarled. "What that woman doesn't know is that she has trifled with the wrong person." Claudette nodded in grim agreement. "That is true." Philip walked home deep in thought. The information he had gleaned from Tobias and Judas was truly disconcerting. This Earl was certainly a lot more malevolent than any Philip had dealt with in a while. "Hail to the foxes!" Philip stopped. He had been aware that he was being followed for a while, but had waited for the boy to feel safe enough to initiate contact. "What did you find out?" Philip leaned casually against the wall, not turning to face the boy. "The jewel is in limbo. What should we do?" Philip sighed deeply, closing his eyes in despair. "Do we have anyone among the guards?" "There are foxes inside the gates." "Can you get word to them?" "Of course." "Tell them to find her, and keep her safe until we can get her out." The boy hesitated. "What about him?" Philip took a deep breath. Apprise him of the situation. "Hail to the foxes!" The boy disappeared. "Hail to the foxes!" Philip replied before resuming his walk. He would have to tell Joan of this, and he just didn't have the words. Philip and Percival turned up almost at the same time, with near-identical looks of perturbation on their faces. Joan let them both in and then poured them some whiskey. She handed it to them wordlessly, before pouring herself and Claudette some. They all drank. "I take it that you know what has befallen our child?" Philip was the first to speak, after a prolonged heavy silence, his eyes on Joan. "Yes." She nodded her head, eyes fluttering as she forced back her tears. Now was not the time for weakness. Philip turned to Percival. "What did they say Abby did?" Percival sighed. "There is a brooch Lady Rosaline has, her most treasured possession, given to her by the Prince Regent. They say that Abigail took it." Joan was already shaking her head. She would never. "Of course she wouldn't," Percival snapped impatiently. "They merely seek a way to get her out of the picture." Philip had not lifted his eyes from Joan. "I have people who will be watching over her," he assured her, placing his hand on top of hers. "No need," Percival said. "I paid a guard to see to her comfort." Philip and Percival stared narrowly at each other. Joan looked from one to the other, shaking her head minutely. "Abigail can never have too many helpers. We must get her out of there as fast as possible." "What is the plan to do that?" The men continued to watch each other a moment more, before Percival turned to Joan. "I shall go and see the Earl again tomorrow, and extract from him a promise to withdraw the charges, by whatever means necessary. I shall seek to pervert the legal system, by whatever means are available to me. To us." Philip gave Joan a significant glance. "By us you mean the foxes?" Percival asked. Philip inclined his head and smiled. "Indeed I do. You will forgive me, but I do not think your Earl will bend to your wishes. He wishes me to marry his daughter. If that is what I have to do to set Abigail free, I will do it." Philip sneered. "How noble of you." "I love Abigail. I will do what I must for her. Nobility has nothing to do with it." "All right," Joan shouted, quite fed up with the both of them. "Both of you will stop this ridiculous competition. Abigail loves you both, and she is in trouble now. You will put aside your feelings for each other and work together to bring my daughter home. They both at least had the grace to look shamefaced. Forgive me, Joan. It has been a stressful day, Philip said. Percival bowed. My most humble apologies, Mrs. Thorne. Joan nodded curtly at them both. Good. Now that that is in the past, let's talk about how we are going to get Abigail out of the blockhouse. Philip squeezed her arm. We will find a way. Jack O'Malley took them to the chapel. It's warm, it's dry, and nobody will disturb you. Do you want me to bring you some food? There were candles burning in the sconces. She was able to see the boy, Tommy, for the first time. His face was covered with dirt, only his blue eyes shining bright, through the filth. She looked down at herself and saw that she was similarly disheveled. May we have some water to wash up? She reached into her pocket, worn beneath her skirts, taking one of the silver coins that Percival had passed to her. If you can get us something hot to eat, we would be very grateful. Jack nodded, taking the coin and walking out of the room. Abigail looked around, trying to think where they would be most comfortable. The chapel was small, made of stone like the rest of Newgate. There were wooden benches lining the aisles, and a stone altar in front. I say we each take a bench to sleep on. What do you think, Tommy? He shook his head. Don't want to sleep alone. Abigail nodded. I understand that. But I don't think we can both fit on one bench. Tommy pointed to the floor. Abigail looked down at hard stone. She gave a sad sigh. Are you sure? I think the benches are a bit softer. Tommy pointed to the floor again. All right then, the floor it is. Come, let us go and explore behind the altar. There might be a bit of carpeting or something. Tommy nodded agreeably and trailed behind her as she took the 2 steps to the altar, genuflecting awkwardly before she walked around the big stone table, to see if there might be a comfortable nook behind it. The area below the tabernacle seemed likely, and Abigail found a pile of cushions thrown underneath. They were probably used for kneeling while praying, but they would do very well as bedding. Now if only Jack would hurry up with that water, so that she could clean them both up, before lying down to sleep. Tomorrow, Uncle Philip and Percival would come to save her. Percival was finding it difficult to rest. The early hours of the morning found him prowling the streets of Mayfair, his eyes on Huntington House. He was aware that he needed to calm himself, but it was difficult to do knowing that Abigail was spending the night in a cold, dark, filthy prison, while Lady Rosaline reclined on her 4-poster bed, with a soft feather mattress and a heating bottle, probably enjoying the sleep of the wicked. He could not imagine how he could ever have thought that she and he would make a good match. Their incompatibilities were glaring. Percival was a man who valued integrity and honesty above all things. Clearly, Lady Rosaline possessed none of these things. He growled to himself, turning his feet for home. There really was nothing more that he could do at this time of night. As he let himself quietly into his house, he was surprised to find Henry lounging in the parlor, looking into the fire. I heard you get up. I thought I might sit vigil with you. Indeed? I expected a scolding, Anne, I told you so. Henry shrugged. Now is not the time for recriminations. This must be very difficult for you. Percival took a seat next to Henry. Thank you for understanding. Henry handed him a glass. I thought a tincture of laudanum with your brandy just might be the ticket tonight. Percival smiled and grimaced even as he took a sip. Laudanum gives me some vivid dreams. Oh, it won't kill you to dream in color for one night. Percival laughed. Famous last words. He took another sip of his concoction, feeling grateful for his cousin's company and his care. Jack had not returned with a pitcher of water, he had returned with 2. One contained hot water, the other cool. He also brought them a cloth to wash themselves with. It was an embarrassment of riches. That was not the end of his care. He also carried 2 covered bowls of hot broth, and freshly baked bread. Tommy fell upon his with a ravenous lack of restraint, but Abigail made sure to thank Jack profusely, before downing hers a little more sedately. She then rubbed Tommy down with the cloth and water, and tucked him on 3 cushions to sleep. She took her own time cleaning the filth from her body, before laying down next to Tommy. She closed her eyes, praying to God to keep them safe and to rescue them from this predicament, before drifting off to sleep. Philip and Joan lay back to back in bed. Neither thought the other was asleep, but they extended to each other the courtesy of pretense. Joan let out a breath and curled in on herself. Such a mess, she murmured before closing her eyes and attempting once more to sleep. I have been inside Newgate, Philip said, apropos of nothing. Joan turned onto her back. I keep wondering where she is sleeping. Is she warm? Scared? Hungry? How can I sleep on this soft warm bed, knowing that my daughter is probably chained, with nothing softer to lay her head on than stone? I wish they had taken me instead. A bitten-off sob escaped her lips. I wish they had taken me. He turned to face Joan and gathered her into his arms, squeezing her tight against him. We will get her out. Whatever it takes. They all gathered at the dressmaker shop early the next morning before the sun had even risen. It was the closest location to Newgate prison, and so they would strategize from there. I have learned the name of the magistrate. I shall be calling on him today, to ask that Abigail be released on bond. If he agrees, then he will release her into my custody and I will be obliged to accommodate her in my household. Philip opened his mouth to say something but closed it again after one look from Joan. I am going to the prison. She stood up and picked up a rather large basket she was carrying. I shall try to see my daughter. Speak to a guard named Jack O'Malley. Tell him that I sent you, Percival said. Philip snorted very quietly. The door to the shop opened, and a tall man, his dark hair laced with grey, eyes the colour of slate and narrowed with annoyance, yet gleaming with intelligence, limped into the room. There was a charged silence. There is one thing that could get my daughter out of jail that you all seem to have overlooked, he said. Percival got to his feet. Who are you? The man limped towards him, looked him up and down, seemingly unimpressed. They were of a height, but he still managed to look down his nose at Percival. He stuck out his hand. Who am I? He repeated. Why, I am your future father-in-law, Reginald Sinclair. Chapter 25. Ruling. Abigail awoke when someone shook her roughly. She startled, shooting up to sit, bringing her hands up to defend herself against she knew not what. Hush. It's me, Jack. Time to get up. You can't stay here during the day. Come with me. Abigail cleared her throat, feeling befogged. She looked down to see Tommy still sleeping peacefully. Swallowing, she turned to Jack. Where are we going? Recreation room. You can eat your breakfast there. Abigail pulled a protesting Tommy to his feet and dragged him along with her as she followed Jack. Someone was wailing in a most disconcerting manner, choking the corridor with a despairing sound. Abigail wanted to cower and cover her ears. She could feel Tommy clinging to her limpet-like, even as they walked. With relief, they turned down a different corridor and the sound faded away behind them. How much more of this am I to take? Abigail could feel despair well up inside her like a flood in a storm. She had been avoiding thinking about what would happen when she was eventually brought in front of a magistrate. Unless she could prove that she was innocent, she would hang. If Abigail knew anything at all, it was that she was not ready to die. Percival looked around at the group of people gathered in the shop. Between Mrs. Thorne and Mr. Philip Sinclair, he seemed the only one all amort by the resurrection of Mr. Reginald Sinclair. I see that reports of your death were greatly exaggerated, he murmured dryly. Reginald Sinclair looked amused. A satirist duke. How fascinating. Percival turned to Mrs. Thorne. Is Abigail aware that her father still lives? He asked coldly. She shook her head slowly, dropping her head and sighing. This was never supposed to happen. Another thing that was never supposed to happen, Reginald Sinclair said, glaring at them all, was my daughter joining the dice. Mrs. Thorne took a deep breath. Reggie. He cut her off with a lift of his palm and a slight shake of his head. No excuses, please. I left my daughter in your care and you have let me down. Mrs. Thorne's face filled with angry color and she opened her mouth, but Mr. Philip Sinclair reached out a hand and wrapped it tight around her wrist. You're right, brother, he said. We have failed Abigail in this one thing. Now are you going to help us get her back, or are you going to vilify the woman who raised your daughter to be an exemplary young lady? Reginald Sinclair snorted, turning away. His eyes fell on Percival, his gaze taking him all in, from the well-shined patina of his hessians to the ruby ring on his finger and up to his unwigged head. Do you love my daughter and promise to cherish her for the rest of her life? Percival's eyebrow lifted. I do. Reginald gave a curt nod. Good. Then we can use the belly plea. That might save her from the noose, or at least give us time to find the right people to bribe. Mrs. Thorne gasped and Philip let out an exclamation of shock. Percival would be lying if he said the thought had not occurred to him. First we must get her out of Newgate. You are a duke. You can have her released into your care. Percival shook his head. It is not that easy. We must wait until she goes before a magistrate and bail is set. The Earl and his daughter might oppose it. Nothing is certain. Reginald smiled, in a way that had Percival taking a step back. It was not a friendly expression. Don't you worry about the magistrate. I shall make sure he grants bond. Percival stared at him, wanting to ask what he possibly meant by that, but knowing it was better if he remained ignorant. He turned away, carried away by his thoughts. The notion of laying with Abigail made his stomach twist with excitement, but blast if he had wanted it to be under these circumstances. I must go, he heard Reginald say behind him, and turned to see him heading to the door. Wait, he called before he could think. Reginald paused, turning his head slightly, and waited. How are we to communicate with you? Reginald turned his head completely, an amused smile on his face. Give any messages to my brother. He reached out, opened the door, and disappeared from view. Percival whirled on Mrs. Thorne and Mr. Sinclair. All this time, you knew he was alive? They exchanged glances before looking back at him, saying nothing. Percival sighed, turning away. It came to him forcibly that he was dealing with people who, at the very least, were in communion with criminals. At worst, were criminals themselves. Yet here he was, contemplating tying himself to them permanently through the sacrament of marriage. Have I lost my mind? Does Abigail know he is alive, too? No. They chorused together. And you shall not tell her, Mr. Sinclair added, his eyes narrowing threateningly. Percival huffed in sardonic relief. I suppose one is not part of the family until they know at least one secret they are obligated to keep. Henry was headed toward the study when he overheard the name of the girl Percival had lost his mind over. He stopped, peering into the morning room, to see his mother and Lady Rosaline, heads together. I cannot believe Percival is attempting to get her out of jail. What will it take to break him free of that girl? Can he not see that she is a criminal? His mother sighed. Men. They do not think with their heads once a demerep has them. She glanced at Lady Rosaline with what looked disconcertingly like a smirk, mesmerized. Then how can we possibly break her hold on him? I expect once the noose closes around her neck, he will be forced to leave her behind, his mother said, rather callously in Henry's opinion. What if she is set free? The magistrate would not do that. He is a dear friend of your father's. But she will have a barrister, for sure, if the Duke is looking out for her. His mother shook her head. It matters not. She will be convicted. Henry took a step backward, surprised at the venom in his mother's voice. For the first time, he began to wonder if the girl Abigail was truly guilty of what she was accused of. You are to appear before the magistrate today, Jack said to the girl as he brought her breakfast. A room had opened up on the master's side of the prison, and so Jack had moved them there. The Duke was paying him a whole lot more than the average inmate on this side of the prison, even if they were nobility. The girl gasped but quickly composed herself, turning her attention to the boy she had taken on. She put some bread on a plate for him and watched as he scarfed it down like it might be the last meal he would ever eat. Jack did not know why she insisted upon keeping him with her. They were not related and his mother had cocked up her toes. He should be in the poorhouse or an orphanage. Still, he was not paid to question her. "Where will I appear before this magistrate? Will he come here?" "No. You will be transported to his residence." Will I be able to have my mother with me?" Jack shrugged. He did not know much about how that all worked. He was just here to guard prisoners. He left her to prepare herself, heading back to the guard room. He was in the midst of a game of whist when a soft feminine voice distracted him from the doorway. "Excuse me? I am looking for Jack O'Malley." He studied the tallish, brown-haired, green-eyed woman, who looked somewhat familiar. He stood up. "I'm Jack. What do you want?" She cleared her throat, coloring delicately. The Duke said I should ask for you. I am here to see my daughter." "Her daughter?" Yes, that was why she looked familiar. She was of a look with the girl. "Oh, well, follow me then," he said, courteously enough. "Mama." Abigail leapt to her feet, enveloping her mother in a strong hug. "I am so glad to see you." "Oh, Abby. Are you all right?" Her mother's voice was trembling and her eyes were damp. "I am all right. Mr. O'Malley is taking care of us." "Us?" Abigail moved aside so that her mother could see Tommy, sitting on the bed, his hair covering his eyes as he looked down at his toes. "This is Tommy. He's been my faithful companion as long as I've been here." "Oh," Joan said, "is he on his own?" "His mother is no more," Abigail told her in a low voice, hoping Tommy could not hear. "Ah," Joan said, and turned to Tommy. "It is very nice to meet you, Tommy." The boy's eyes flicked upward briefly and he smiled. Up here on the master's side, there were windows and so they could see each other. Tommy had the most intense blue eyes Abigail had ever seen, but his body was malnourished and small, his hair long and unkempt. She had tried her best to clean it with the limited bathing water they had, but she could not do much with no comb or scissors. She was hoping she could take him home with her as he did not seem to have anyone else. She was able to communicate all this to her mother with just a glance, who nodded her understanding. Abigail's heart softened with love, knowing that she was fortunate, indeed, to have the mother she did. "Mother, they are taking me before the magistrate today. Will you be able to come with me?" "Wild horses could not keep me away. Don't you worry, the Duke says he can get you out on bond. You will be home soon enough." Abigail looked back at Tommy, who seemed to understand that she might leave him. "I want to take Tommy with us, Mother. Please." "Of course, darling. We won't leave him behind." Abigail gave her another hug. "Thank you, Mother." She turned to Tommy. "Did you hear that, Tommy? You're coming home with me." Tommy simply nodded. "Mama's not going to wake up, is she?" Abigail shook her head sadly. "I'm afraid not, Tommy. But I promise to look after you, all right?" Tommy bobbed his head up and down, his long hair hiding his eyes. It couldn't hide the droop in his shoulder or the dejection in his hunched spine. Abigail's lip trembled with sympathetic pain. She could well imagine how it must hurt to lose a mother. She hurried to him, putting her arms gently around him. "It'll be all right," she murmured. Her mother came and put her arms around both of them. "Yes, it'll be all right. I promise," she echoed. Abigail knew she wasn't talking just to Tommy. She relaxed into her mother's arms and let her hold them both. The charge sheet read as follows. 586. Abigail Thorne was arrested for stealing, on the 3rd of March, at Mayfair, one ruby brooch valued 10 sovereigns. The property of Lady Rosaline Hoskins, in their dwelling house. Lady Rosaline Hoskins. I am the daughter of the Earl of Huntington and Lady Mary Huntington. We reside on 103 Mayfair Place. On the 3rd of March, between 5 and 7 o'clock in the evening, the prisoner came to my house. It was dusk. We had tea. My butler, Stevens, came up to me, and said the prisoner had taken my ruby brooch. I looked at her and saw a shine from my red brooch peeking out of the prisoner's cloak. I had taken it off my dress myself not 2 minutes before. She had it inside her cloak. I saw a little bit of it hanging out under her cloak, which was on her arm. I laid hold of her, she laid it down. The prisoner said she did not take the brooch, and made towards the door. I pulled her back and sent for a constable, who took her to Bow Street. The brooch is 2.38 carat ruby, 0.30 carat diamond, pearl, and 14 carat yellow gold crescent. Her cloak was on her arm, she was not wearing it. Leonard Stevens. I am butler to the prosecutor. On the 3rd of March, the prisoner came to Huntington House for tea with Lady Hoskins. She had not been into the house before. I do not know what they discussed. I did not serve them, but I saw her enter and leave. Q. Did you get her cloak? A. Yes, I did. I deposited the cloak on the rack as is customary and then went on with my work. I then saw the prisoner take the brooch off the table. It was about 10 feet from me as I walked past to check on her when my lady had to step out of the room. She took it as privately as she could, and was watching for Lady Hoskins all the time. I immediately went up to Lady Hoskins, called her into the hallway and told her what I had seen. She directly went back to the parlor and seized the prisoner. Q. How long were you away from them when you went to speak to your mistress? A. About half an hour. There was time enough for her to notice the brooch and plan to take it if she thought fit. When my mistress seized her, she wanted to run off. Prisoner's defense. I am a dressmaker, and have worked with my mother for a long time. On the day mentioned, I had been to Mayfair and had just left the home when Lady Hoskins called me back. She accused me of stealing her brooch of which I had no knowledge, and then they proceeded to search me, pretending to find the brooch in a pouch I had sewn into my cloak, which is patently untrue. Q. What had Miss Thorne done to make him think she was going to steal the brooch? A. Miss Thorne is a dressmaker with limited income. No doubt, she thought she might sell it for some blunt. Mr. Stevens re-examined. I am sure she said she wanted to go after she took it. I cannot say whether she had any premeditated intention of doing so, but I saw her lay it down. It was under her cloak, apparently concealed. I only saw a very small piece hanging out. I should not think she had it in her possession more than 1 or 2 minutes. Jury. Q. Was there anything to prevent her from running away? A. Nothing that I know of, but to the best of my recollection, she did not know she had been detected. The jury will deliberate whether Miss Thorne will be indicted. They filed out of the magistrate's residence, after the Duke's barrister had argued vigorously for Abigail to get a bail bond. Your Honor, the prisoner is a flight risk, the prosecutor tried to argue. Your Honor, the woman in question is affianced to the Duke of Northcott. She has no reason to flee, the defense counsel objected. After much deliberation, the magistrate ruled that a bail bond of 100 guineas would be set and Miss Thorne would be released to the Duke of Northcott's custody. Dazedly, Abigail got to her feet and followed Percival out of the room. Chapter 26. Plotting and scheming. I'm going to die, aren't I? They were all sitting in the Duke's parlor, cups of tea and plates of cakes in front of them. None, except Tommy, had partaken of the refreshments. You are not going to die, darling, don't talk like that, her mother said, immediately reaching over to squeeze Abigail's hand between hers. Abigail appreciated the gesture, but it did not dissuade her from the notion of her impending death. Promise you'll look after Tommy when I'm gone. The Duke made an annoyed sound. It will not come to that, Abigail. Now please, try to eat something. You cannot have received but modest fare at the prison, despite our best efforts. Abigail smiled at him. Thank you for sending Mr. O'Malley. He was very good to us. I should hope so, with the fortune I paid him, Percival mumbled, looking away and coloring slightly as though the notion of being thanked was foreign to him. Shall we discuss the way forward? Uncle Philip cut into her musings. She looked to him, seeing that his face was pale and gaunt with worry. She smiled reassuringly at him, conversely feeling heartened by his show of concern. It will be all right, Uncle. After all, I am innocent. Uncle Philip cast her a jaundiced glance but said nothing. Percival took a deep breath. We have a few contingencies in case that does not suffice. Contingencies? Like what? Percival, her mother, and her uncle exchanged glances between them, making Abigail wonder when they had become thick as thieves. "Well, some of my associates are looking into ways that we can get the charges dropped. In the meantime, to delay your sentencing for as long as possible," Uncle Philip said before glancing at Percival. "We thought it prudent to provide you with a belly plea," Percival finished for him. "What?" Abigail knew that her voice was quite high, but she could not believe what she was hearing. "They cannot execute you if you're pregnant," Uncle Philip said, and Abigail turned to glare at him before looking to her mother to see what she thought of all this. Joan avoided her eye, her cheeks coloring. "You're very quiet, Mother. Have you nothing to say to this?" Joan shook her head, her eyes shining with tears. "I would not wish this choice on anyone, let alone my only child. But if it is a choice between the belly plea or your life, I know which one I would choose." Percival took a step toward her and she turned to face him. "They will not grant us a special license with the trial hanging over you like the sword of Damocles, and so I propose that we travel to Gretna Green." "Gretna Green?" Abigail repeated faintly. "Are you sure you still want to marry me?" Percival smiled. "I think I have never been surer of anything in my life." Percival was in his office that evening, lost in thought. Abigail was obligated to stay within his residence, and so she had gone home with her mother to pack some clothes. Lady Stanley would be sufficient chaperone should they need one, and seeing as Abigail on scent could only be advantageous, no one was exerting themselves to get between them. Of course, he had yet to inform his aunt of their new house guest. "Something tells me she will not be pleased." A tentative knock had him turning toward the door. It was surely too early for Abigail to be back already. "Enter." Henry stuck his head inside the door. "Percival, old man, do you have a moment for your dear cousin?" Percival smiled. "I think I can find one to spare. What can I do for you?" Henry stepped in the room. "I need to discuss something with you. It is to do with your belle." Percival could not help the frown that marred his forehead. "And what about her?" "I don't know. I overheard a conversation between Lady Rosaline and my mother that perturbed me slightly. They seem to be very interested in keeping your Miss Thorne in jail at all costs." Percival frowned. "Well, considering the amount of trouble Lady Rosaline put into making sure she was arrested, I cannot say I am surprised." Henry sighed. "Desperation can make people do things that are out of character. I think that Lady Rosaline is simply misguided." Percival snorted. "You realize that if she is misguided, it is very likely that your mother is complicit in leading her astray?" Henry shook his head. "My mother. She gets notions in her head and it is sometimes difficult to get them out." Percival's eyebrows were at his hairline as he regarded Henry with surprise. "I did not realize you saw her so clearly." Henry shook his head. "I cannot bury my head in the sand forever, old man." Percival clapped him on the shoulder. "Indeed, you cannot, old boy. Indeed, you cannot. Come, let us retire to the study and discuss this over a glass of port like proper men." He left his arm around Henry's shoulders as they walked down the hall, the camaraderie strong between them. For the first time in a long time, Percival felt the bond of blood between them and lamented the wasted past, where Henry's mother had pitted one against the other. Abigail arranged her wardrobe as Tommy watched her, unblinking. "Tommy?" She modulated her voice so that it was smooth and even. "Is something the matter?" Tommy shook his head vigorously, his hair whipping from side to side, now clean and untangled but still too long. "Tommy," she said again, trying her best to imitate Joan's most motherly intonation. Tommy sighed. "I miss me mum." Abigail stopped fidgeting with her clothes and took the few steps necessary to sit by Tommy on the bed. She took his hand, squeezing it between her own. "I know you do. I am very sorry for your loss." Tommy looked down, a single tear trailing down his cheek. "You have been such a brave boy. She would be proud." Tommy let out a sob and Abigail gathered him in her arms, swaying back and forth with him, trying to soothe him as best she could. She felt her own sympathetic tears gathering, for she could imagine how awful it must be to lose a parent. at least to lose a parent that one was familiar with. The thought of her real father flitted through her mind, even as she held Tommy closer and tighter. A knock on the door distracted them both, and they let go of each other. "Come in." Abigail watched the door with wide eyes, wondering if Percival was going to defy propriety and come to her bedchambers. She did not know if she was relieved or disappointed when she saw that it was Claudette at the door. Nevertheless, she gave her friend a smile. "Do come in," she said, standing up to give Claudette a hug. Claudette held her tight, clearly glad to see her, and Abigail felt a little bit of shame at her momentary disappointment. "Are you all right?" Claudette asked, searching her features anxiously. "As fine as can be," Abigail said, and huffed a laugh. Claudette punched her on the arm. "Ouch. Why did you do that?" Abigail asked as Tommy giggled at them. Claudette cast a quick glance at the boy before she returned her glare to Abigail. "I told you not to go to Huntington House alone." Abigail had the grace to look shamefaced. "Fair enough. You were right, I was wrong. I concede. Forgive me." Claudette punched her again on the arm before turning to Tommy. "And who is this handsome young fellow?" she asked with a smile. Abigail reached out her hand for Tommy to take, pulling him to his feet. "This is my friend Tommy. I met him in prison. His mother, unfortunately, is no more, and so he will be staying with me." Claudette gave her a disbelieving glance before her eyes softened as she regarded the boy with a sigh. "Well, I suppose you could not leave him. Not you with your soft heart." It was Abigail's turn to punch Claudette on the arm. "I am not soft," she protested. "I will have you know that my father is a criminal, and I have just been released on bond from Newgate. Hardly the behavior of a soft person." Claudette snorted with amusement. "If you say so, my girl." She jumped onto the bed, crossing her legs and making herself comfortable. "So," she said before glancing at Tommy and back at Abigail. "Tell me, Tommy, do you want to go to the kitchens and see if they have anything for you to eat?" Tommy nodded his head vigorously, a smile on his face as he got to his feet. "All right then, tell them to make you some soup and bread. Make sure you eat it all." Tommy left the room, closing the door behind him. Alone at last, Claudette said, "Now tell me everything that happened to you from the moment we parted." Abigail took a deep breath and proceeded to catch Claudette up on everything. When she was done, Claudette shook her head in bemusement. "'Tis good as a play, this story of yours. So what now? Will you go to Gretna Green with your duke?" Abigail sighed. "It is not the way I wanted to get married. I cannot help but feel the Duke has been forced to marry me, for some promise he made in happier times. If it wasn't for the Duke, that awful woman would not have framed you." "Perhaps. I still feel like what would have been a happy occasion is now a desperate gamble that may not even work." Claudette leaned over to cover Abigail's hand with hers. "Now is not the time to have your head in the clouds, Abby. It's time to be practical." "I know, Claudette. I am allowed to mourn the death of a dream, aren't I?" "Of course you are, darling. And I will sit here and mourn with you if you like. I cannot help but worry. Everything is so up in the air." Uncle Philip and Mama do not seem worried. They have a plan, they say. I feel like they have been conspiring with Percival, and that they are keeping things from me. It scares me, while at the same time it fills me with sadness because a few weeks ago, my parents and Percival being thick as thieves would have been something to smile about. Claudette leaned in. "Honey, you have to realize that when you disappeared, they were all three in a state. They put their differences aside in order to find you. All three of them love you very much, and this period of hardship has bonded them in that love." "You could be right, but I cannot help the niggling worry that there's more going on here than meets the eye." Claudette shrugged. "Well, your instincts have always been good. You should listen to them." Abigail frowned. "What? You just finished telling me that it is all about the bond that comes with trauma, now you're saying I'm right?" "No. I am saying that you should listen to your senses. For they know better than I what you are feeling." Abigail drew a deep breath, flopping backward on the bed. "I don't know, Claudette. I have lived days in darkness and fear. I think I just need some rest and tranquility. Rest and tranquility sound wise. You should do that. Claudette got to her feet. I shall leave you to it, shall I? Will you be at the shop tomorrow? I expect so. Abigail frowned, not having considered how her bond would affect her livelihood. Am I even allowed to work? Well then, I shall see you there. Abigail reached out and squeezed Claudette's hand. Thank you very much for coming to see me, and for your help in finding me when I was locked up. Claudette squeezed back. Absolutely no need for that. You are my friend. I was happy to do it. Abigail got to her feet as well, ready to escort Claudette to the door. She was sorry to see her go, a familiar face in this unfamiliar place. Abigail knew that Percival lived with his aunt and his cousin. She had a feeling that they would not take kindly to their new lodger. She expected they might treat her exactly like all the other women of the town had been doing, like some sort of spectacle, one who was beneath their touch. Only the attentions of the Duke making her noteworthy in any way. Still, she crept down the stairs, Claudette at her side. She had it in mind that she should find Tommy, lest he be lost somewhere in this too large house. She was also feeling a twinge of hunger, and hoped to pinch some of his bread. It had been a busy day, and she had not taken the time to nourish herself. They embraced at the door, as Claudette put her cloak on, and with one last goodbye she disappeared into the night. Abigail wandered down the hall, wondering which door led to the kitchens. There was no one in sight that she could ask, and she did not want to go snooping. She was fairly sure the household was already wary of her. She did not want to give them more reason to be suspicious. So she climbed quickly back up the stairs and to her room, hoping that Tommy would return shortly. She was still startled when he burst into the room, his face red with excitement. Abigail, the girls, downstairs. Abigail reached out and squeezed Tommy's shoulder. Shh, calm yourself. Breathe. Tell me slowly. Tommy continued to breathe fast and shallow, his face reddened with effort. Tommy, she shouted, and he gasped, stopped breathing altogether before his breath evened out and he was able to speak. There is a woman. He stopped speaking, running out of breath. There is a woman? Abigail asked, nodding in a way to encourage him to continue. Woman shouting. She said we should leave. Abigail's eyebrow went up. A woman in the kitchen? Tommy shook his head vigorously. She's with the master, in his office. It seemed to occur to him then, that he was not supposed to have been in the master's office. His face colored with embarrassment. I just meant to find out what the noise was. That's why I went there. Did you see the woman? She asked curiously. Tommy shook his head again with vigor. No, ma'am. But he called her Lady Rosaline. Chapter 27. Conniptions. Why is she living in your house? She stole from me. How dare you? With all due respect, Lady Rosaline, it is none of your business who resides under my roof. Lady Rosaline's jaw dropped. How can you speak to me that way? Percival barely restrained himself from rolling his eyes. My dear Lady Rosaline, I think that it's time you went home. Percival reached out to cup her elbow, but Lady Rosaline jerked it away. Do not, she growled. Tell me what to do. She whirled around and stormed out of the room. Percival gave a very put-upon sigh. Rosaline's eyes swept down the hall, keeping an eye out for Lady Stanley. She knew the Dowager was somewhere close by. She must be, because she was the one who had sent a message to Rosaline to let her know that the little upstart was staying at Northcott House. It still came as a surprise when a hand reached out through the parlor door and unceremoniously pulled her in. What? She stumbled over her gown, as Lady Stanley propelled her forward, shutting the door firmly behind Rosaline. She didn't let that stop her from turning around and clutching Lady Stanley's shoulders tightly. It didn't work. He still protects her. How can he protect a thief? What is wrong with him? Lady Stanley shook her head, seeming as mystified as Rosaline herself. 'Tis more serious than we thought. Go home, Lady Rosaline. Do not worry about this woman. You must trust in the Lord, my dear. He will not let this injustice continue. Very soon, the Duke shall be in your arms again. Rosaline gave a curt nod. Amen. I will pray very hard for things to return to their rightful direction and trust that the Lord will not let me down. Indeed, he will not. You must trust him. I do, Lady Stanley. He has been faithful to me as have you and my family. I know that I shall prevail in this issue. All right then, listen to me now. The Cartridges are having a supper party. I'm sure you have been invited. Make sure to attend on your father's arm. Hold your head up high, and let everybody see how well you're doing. What? No, I cannot. I am not prepper. Stuff and nonsense, of course you're prepared. You have prepared for this your whole life. Go home, primp yourself, and allow your father to escort you to this event. Rosaline hesitated, wanting to say something else, but ultimately she closed her mouth and turned to the door. I will do that, but you must promise me to take care of this situation and get that light skirt out of this house. Lady Stanley patted her arm. Don't you worry about anything. I will see you at the Cartridges. Rosaline nodded briefly before turning to leave. If she knew one thing, it was that Lady Stanley was up to something, and knowing her, she did not want Rosaline to be involved. That was quite fine with Rosaline as long as she got what she wanted to be Duchess of Northcott. Was that really necessary? Aunt Martha closed the door gently behind her and Percival resigned himself to an unscheduled lecture on etiquette and propriety and how not to treat one's theoretical future bride. I do not know what you mean, Aunt. He tried to head her off, but he could see by the determination in her eyes that he would not be successful. Despite your current circumstances, the Hoskins have been dear friends for a long time to both me and your dearly departed parents. You have treated their daughter abysmally and should be ashamed. Percival grimaced. I shall be sure to apologize when next I see her. He stood up from his seat, but at the moment I need to go and find out how our guest is settling in. Excuse me, Aunt. He made her a leg before striding out of the room without a backward glance. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, questions of propriety ringing in his head. He stopped a passing serving maid instead of taking the stairs two at a time. Would you be so kind as to convey to Miss Thorne that her presence is requested in the dining room? He knew that supper was served, delayed due to the kerfuffle with Lady Rosaline. Yes, sir, she curtsied clumsily before hurrying up the stairs. Abigail and Tommy scrambled back into the room as soon as they heard Percival asking someone to look for Abigail. Come, let's wash our faces. It is time to eat. Abigail felt relief that her hunger was about to be satisfied. Living in this house might prove more of a challenge than she had anticipated. Not only because of the hostility of some of its residents but also being unable to move around freely, perhaps make herself a meal, or touch anything without feeling ill at ease. She suddenly very much wanted to go home to her mother. Lady Rosaline shouting in the corridor had been particularly unsettling. These people would never accept her. She changed into a clean gown, just then realizing that Tommy had only the clothes he stood up in. Tomorrow I shall take you to the shop and measure you for a tunic and some long pants. Would you like that? Tommy merely nodded disinterestedly. Are we going to eat food now? Abigail smiled, taking his hand. Yes, Tommy, let's go and eat. Just in time, there was a knock on the door and the maid poked her head in to tell them that they were expected in the dining room for supper. Lead the way, Abigail said with a smile. The Cartridges' supper party was well underway by the time Rosaline arrived on her father's arm. They were quite thrilled to see her and Rosaline knew it was because she was a major player in the current ondits. By now it must have got around that Percival had broken their engagement, and that his bird of paradise was residing at Northcott House. It was nothing less than humiliating, but she held her head high and kept a smile on her face. Her father squeezed her hand, staying close, and for that, she was more grateful than she could put into words. Not long after the arrival, she spotted Lady Stanley, accompanied by her son, Lord Stanley. As soon as she caught sight of Rosaline and her father, she made a beeline for them. "My dear Lady Rosaline, how are you doing?" she asked as if they had not spent the early evening, commiserating. "I am well, how are you?" Lady Rosaline smiled at them both. She was amused to note Lord Stanley's blush. Surely he was too old to be discomposed by a lady. His mother turned to him with a tight smile. "Henry, my dear, would you fill Lady Rosaline's dance card if it is not already full?" Of course. Lord Stanley made a leg before extending his arm for Rosaline to take. She let him lead her away, knowing that for some reason, Lady Stanley wanted to speak to her father alone. As Lord Stanley propelled her onto the dance floor, she turned to him with a smile. "What do you suppose they are talking about?" Henry returned her smile and added a blush to it. "I suppose my mother wants to give your father a chance to ask her about the goings-on at home. I expect it is of some interest to him." He surprised a laugh out of her. "I suppose it is." "What are we to do about this?" Martha asked through gritted teeth as they made their way to a secluded alcove where they would not be overheard. "You know what we have to do. We have one last card left to play." Martha frowned. "Are you sure?" Lord Huntington sighed. "We truly do not have a choice. It is the only way to ensure that he will turn his back on her." Martha nodded. "You are right. We must tread carefully in how we do it so that he will turn back to us and not retreat further." Martha continued to nod. "I will think on it." Percival got to his feet and made a leg when Abigail and Tommy stepped into the room. He gestured silently to the chair opposite him, before hurrying around to pull the chair out for Abigail. She smiled uncomfortably, not used to this sort of chivalry. "But I can learn to get used to it quite fast." She settled in her seat, looking around to see what there was to eat. As soon as Percival took a seat, 3 servants came forward, carrying bowls of soup, wafting with a delicious aroma of beef. Abigail swallowed, feeling her stomach rumble with hunger, and hoped that it was not loud enough for Percival to hear. She aimed a tight smile in his direction before tucking into her soup and hoping that they would at least supply some bread, because soup alone would not be sufficient to slake her hunger. Her bowl was empty in no time, but before she could figure out how to ask for more, the servants were taking away the bowls and replacing them with plates piled with beef steak and peacock pies. Abigail savored the food happily, making sure to eat every last bite. She looked up, her cheeks coloring as she realized that Percival was watching her with a slight smile on his face. "Have I food on my face?" She touched her cheeks self-consciously. Percival shook his head. "You seem to be enjoying the food very much. I feel quite envious of that peacock pie." The color in Abigail's cheeks increased and she glanced at Tommy before narrowing her eyes at Percival. "How nice of you to say." She gritted through her teeth, before turning her attention back to her meal. Her glance at Tommy seemed to remind Percival of his presence, and he turned to the boy with a smile. "Are you enjoying yourself, young man?" Tommy nodded as was his wont, with vigor, his hair flying about from side to side. "Yes, sir, I am. So much food I don't get hungry." Percival's smile became pained. "Glad to hear it." His eyes lifted, meeting Abigail's in a glance full of meaning. Just what the meaning was, Abigail was not sure. She hoped that he, like herself, was thinking of making a place for Tommy in their lives. If he should balk at doing so, she could always ask her mother to take him in, but she hoped that would not be necessary. They completed the rest of the meal in relative silence, interspersed with pleasantries, mindful of the ears of both Tommy and the servants. As they finished their meal and got up to leave, Percival laid a hand on her arm, detaining her. "May I have a word?" he said, sotto voce. She turned to Tommy with a smile. "Go on up to our bedchamber, Tommy. I will be right there." Tommy nodded and smiled, waved at Percival before taking off at a run. Abigail opened her mouth to tell him to walk and not run, but then shrugged and closed it again. When she turned back to Percival, he was smiling at her. "What? You'll make a good parent." His eyes were full of affection and Abigail had to look away, grimacing slightly. "What did you want to talk about?" She did not meet his eyes as she asked, starting slightly as he grasped her elbow. "Come, let us retire to my study where we can speak privately," he murmured, his eyes on the servants who were clearing the table. Abigail nodded her assent, and let him lead her gently down the hall to his study. She looked around the room, appreciating the walnut fittings, the brown leather seats, and the rows of books lining one wall. It was clearly a well-used and cherished space. She crossed over to the sofa and lowered herself onto it, hands clasped in her lap. He followed after her, leaning on the mahogany table in front of her, his eyes seeking hers. "It is good to be alone with you again." That statement made her blush and she lowered her head shyly. "It is good to be with you again, as well." She took a deep breath before looking up at him with liquid eyes which hid nothing of what she was feeling. Her heart was pounding and her fingers trembled the slightest bit. Will he kiss me now? Or do more? She did not know if she wanted him to or not. He had mentioned eloping, and as she had managed to hold on to her virginity until now, she would have preferred to keep it until her wedding night. On the other hand, I would not object to a kiss. She could not help the smirk that widened her smile a little as she watched him watch her, as if she were a prime cut of beef and he was a starving man, just released from prison. She could well appreciate the accuracy of that imagery considering she herself had just been released from that hellhole. She got to her feet, wanting to feed him just a bit. It's wrong to starve people when you have the means to satisfy them. The thought flitted through her mind as she got on her tiptoes, eyes on his lips. His tongue darted out of his mouth and he wet his lips, making them look shiny and inviting. Her eyes were glued to them, unable to look away, the shape of his lips getting more distorted the closer she got until all she saw was a blur. She touched her own lips to his, tongue peeking out to taste his mouth. She was tentative, unsure, until he grabbed her face in his big hands and pulled her in closer. She completely relaxed her body, letting him do with her mouth what he would. The warmth and wetness, the nearness of his flesh to hers was a little much for her. She reached out her hands, clutching at his smooth silk waistcoat, holding on for dear life. He plundered her mouth, running his tongue over her teeth and then thrusting it deep in her mouth and suckling. She shivered in reaction, knees going weak. The only thing holding her up was her hands on his waistcoat. She felt the strength of his hands, trailing down her neck to her shoulders, and then smoothing down her back to hold her close. Her own hands slowly loosened on his chest, rising to his shoulders and holding on. She could not stop the hungry sound that escaped from her throat and it seemed to spur him on to greater liberties. His hands moved lower, landing on her bottom, and then he squeezed, hard. She jerked backward in shock, hand reaching up quick as thought and slapped his face. Chapter 28. Elopement. I'm sorry. Forgive me. They both spoke at the same time, faces red with embarrassment and arousal. Percival took a step back. I overstepped my bounds. You were quite right to stop me. I just don't know what came over me. Percival ventured a smile. Well, whatever it was, it came just in time. You should go up to bed and get some rest. Abigail nodded. I will do so. She turned away, hesitating. Not wanting to leave things up in the air, she turned her head toward him again, looking him in the eye. I did enjoy the kiss. Percival nodded. I enjoyed kissing you. They both let out a quiet laugh. Good night, Percival. Abigail turned her head and headed for the door. Sweet dreams, Abigail. Percival had vacillated between obtaining a special license or going to Gretna Green. It was Lady Rosaline who made up his mind for him. If she would kick up such a fuss at Abigail staying at Northcott House, there was no way she would not turn up to object at the wedding. It was best to be as far away from London as possible when they tied the knot. He had decided that they would leave in the wee hours of the morning and be on their way before anyone was any the wiser. No doubt Mrs. Thorne would have liked to be at her daughter's wedding, but they could always hold a reception at a later date once all this trouble was behind them. The trip from London to Gretna was not going to be a pleasant one, even in a well-sprung coach that would absorb most of the ruts and swaying. It was some 300 miles or so from London to Gretna Green. Should anyone follow them, they could be forced to detour to side roads to stay out of sight. Percival did not travel much, but he knew that to do it fast, the horses would need to be changed every 30 miles, meaning at least 10 stops along the way. This increased their chance of being seen and knowledge of their journey being conveyed to Lord Huntington. It was a risk they'd have to take. In addition, he would need to hire fresh horses, making sure to give tips to encourage fast changes, buy food and drink for the journey, and find them room and board for the wedding in Gretna. It was a lot to plan in the short time he had. However intricate the plans he made, the trip was going to be tedious. Of course they might have to contend with delays if a horse went lame, or a wheel fell off, muddy roads, snow, or other bad weather conditions which slowed down the pace. Percival was prepared for all of it. He would not let anything get in his way, not when Abigail's life depended upon it. Abigail was a light sleeper, and so the quiet knock on her door had her sitting up in bed immediately. "May I come in?" Percival's head was floating several feet above the floor, looking disembodied in the flickering light of the candle in his hand and the fire in the grate. "What is it that you want, Percival?" "It's time to go." He stepped into the room, speaking quietly, clearly trying not to wake Tommy. "Go?" He smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners with childish delight. "Time to elope." Abigail's heart jumped and she lifted her hand and placed it flat on her bosom as if that might slow it down. "Now?" "Yes, now. Gather your things and meet me in the foyer." Abigail scrabbled out of bed, feeling a little dizzy with fear and excitement. Percival and his floating head had disappeared, taking the candle with him. The only illumination left in the room was the fire burning merrily in the fireplace. It was enough to see by, enough to gather her clothes and return them to her leather valise. Her hands shook only a little. She reached down and kissed Tommy on the forehead before creeping out of the room and down the stairs. She joined Percival in the foyer. "Will Tommy be all right here?" Percival frowned. "I do not take your meaning." Abigail took a tired breath. "I mean, will they feed him, avail him water to wash, and look out for him?" Percival hesitated, his eyes darting in the direction of his aunt's bedchambers and then to the back stairs that led to the kitchens. He seemed to have his doubts about how well Tommy would be treated. Abigail put down her valise. "I cannot leave him here, unprotected." Percival nodded as if he understood her predicament. He walked to the little table next to the door that led down to the kitchens and rang the bell that sat upon it. Not long after, the butler came hurrying up the stairs, the buttons on his coat askew. Abigail was taken aback to see him come from that direction. "Do they sleep in the kitchens?" "Yes, Your Grace," the butler said. Percival pointed at her. "Her Grace has a young male companion with her." The butler nodded his acknowledgement. Abigail knew that everyone below stairs had already met Tommy. He had told her all about the fuss they made over him when he went to find something to eat. "You will take care of him while we are away." Percival gave the butler a hard look, like he was entrusting something precious to him. "Of course, Your Grace," the butler said, and Abigail relaxed. Tommy would be all right, she hoped. In any case, it was too late to do anything about it now. Percival took her elbow and led her outside where a coach was waiting. Percival left Abigail at the inn as he went in search of one of the Enville priests. When Percival found him, the priest was surprised that he was unaccompanied. "Get your bride. I shall summon my neighbors to act as witnesses." Percival could not help showing his surprise. He had expected more ceremony than this. "All right then. I shall get her presently. We are not far away." The priest simply nodded disinterestedly and went off to find his witnesses. Percival got back in the coach and went to collect Abigail. "What? Now? I need to get dressed." Abigail almost closed the door in Percival's face. He reached out a hand to prevent her. "The priest is waiting. You look lovely as you are. Come, let us go." Abigail hesitated, looking down at her attire. She was wearing a stiff silk woven gown with bold floral design with narrow three-quarter sleeves hemmed with white ruffles. She wore a pink spencer over it, to shield her from the cold. Percival himself was far more elaborately dressed in a corbeau-colored, striped and pink-spotted velvet coat and breeches, and white satin waistcoat, richly embroidered in silver spangles, stones and colored silks, pink satin and network border, lined with pink satin, very elegant and rich. This was his wedding day and he wanted to look his best. He held out his arm to her. "Shall we?" Abigail had very rarely felt this level of fear and nervousness in her life. Even finding herself locked in a dark and dreary jail cell had not elicited this level of panic. "I am about to wed a duke." The anvil priest that was to conduct their ceremony did not seem at all fazed by the caliber of nobility he had before him, so Abigail decided to take a leaf out of his book and do the same. For witnesses, the priest had brought with him a wedded couple, who smiled gently at them both but did not otherwise say much. Robert Elliot turned to face them, Bible in his hand. "State for me your names, please." "Abigail Thorne." "Percival Montagu." Abigail glanced at Percival, surprised that he did not use his title. "Very good. Now you will stand up and declare that you are both single and with no attachments." Abigail's heart stopped, mind flashing to Lady Rosaline. "Is Percival single, with no attachments?" She wasn't sure. However, she was reassured by his immediate reply in the affirmative. "I am single, too." Robert Elliot nodded. "Did you come here of your own free will and accord?" They spoke at the same time. "Yes." Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Robert Elliot commenced filling in the printed form of the certificate. He turned to Percival. "Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife, forsaking all others, kept to her as long as you both shall live?" Percival nodded. "I do." The priest turned to Abigail, asking her the same question. Her voice shook but she got the words out. "I do." Abigail produced the ring Percival had handed her on the way over. She gave it back to him and he in turn handed it to the priest, who then returned it to Percival. "Put it on the fourth finger of the woman's left hand and repeat these words," he ordered Percival. "With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, with all my worldly goods I thee endow in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen." Percival took Abigail's right hand with his own. "What God joins together let no man put asunder." "Forasmuch as this man and this woman have consented to go together by giving and receiving a ring, I, therefore, declare them to be man and wife before God and these witnesses in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen." The priest made the sign of the cross as he said the words, and they were married. Percival felt a strange bubble of happiness suffuse his chest at the thought of having Abigail for a wife. It was with a curious sense of completion that he ushered her back into their room at the inn. She stepped in, her eyes on the bed, seemingly frozen. "Abigail?" She took a deep shuddering breath before lifting her eyes to meet his. "I'm fine." "Are you sure?" She nodded, as well as shrugged, so Percival did not know what to think. Her eyes were back on the bed. "I'm a little nervous." Percival followed her line of sight, almost snorting with amusement when he saw what she was staring at. "Well, we have yet to have our wedding breakfast. I am sure the innkeeper would rustle up something suitable for us. Would you care to join me?" She could not quite hide her relief as she nodded. It probably wasn't the innkeeper's first time conjuring a wedding breakfast for newlyweds, but Abigail still felt slightly embarrassed to look him in the eye. She could not help but think that he knew what they would be doing before the night was done, and it was mortifying. "After we eat, I thought maybe we should make our way back to London." Abigail looked at Percival in disbelief. "What? Now? What about?" Percival gave her a gentle smile. "I do not expect that you want to lose your virginity at a public inn." Abigail's cheeks warmed and she looked around frantically to see if anyone had heard him. "Percival," she hissed, torn between annoyance and disbelief when he just laughed. "Trust that these people have heard worse even if they did overhear me. And I am right, am I not?" Abigail did not want to concede that, yes, Percival had in fact read her like an open book, in all capital letters. She didn't want to experience the joys of the marital bed for the first time in a thin-walled inn where she would have to face the other guests come morning, knowing that they were well aware of what the newlyweds had been up to all night. It was silly, she knew that, but she could not shake this unexpected bout of shyness that had overcome her. She felt curiously grateful to Percival for perceiving her discomfort and catering to her needs. "Yes, let's go home. I expect Tommy will be missing me and I expect your bed is a lot more comfortable than the one here." Percival merely smiled at her. "I shall have the tiger retrieve our bags, then. Would you like to freshen up before we go?" Abigail nodded. "Yes, but first, let us finish this meal that the innkeeper was nice enough to prepare for us." Despite the bumpy journey, Abigail slept for most of the way. Percival found that he was unable to do so as his mind was inundated with different scenarios that might occur. The Earl could very well bribe the magistrate in order to find Abigail guilty, or worse, he could believe the Earl and his daughter's version of events and find Abigail guilty anyway. Her new status as Duchess could only help so far. It was unlikely that they would hang her now, even if they found her guilty, especially if she pleaded the belly. She could still be transported, however, which would not bode well for them. He had no problem immigrating to the New World if that was what it took, but he had responsibilities in England that he could not simply discard. He only hoped that whatever influence the Earl had on the legal system, Reggie Sinclair had an equal and opposite pull. That was another challenge, keeping the existence of Abigail's father a secret from her. It was unfair. What child would not love to be reunited with their parent, given the chance? Nevertheless, it was not his secret to tell, and so he would keep his counsel. He was just afraid that when the secret did come out, it might ruin their relationship forever. Chapter 29. The Life of a Duchess. On arrival at Northcott House, Abigail went directly to check on Tommy. She found him in the kitchens talking a mile a minute to Forbes, who had a very indulgent smile on his face. Abigail hid her own smile, simply letting Tommy know she was back. "'Tis good to see ye, Mistress Thorne. Mr. Forbes gave me some honey to drizzle on my cake." Tommy held up the spoon for Abigail to see and she smiled at his excitement. "Well, far be it for me to tear you away from your cake. I shall see you later." She hesitated, wondering if she should tell him now that they would no longer share a room. Before she could say another word, however, Mr. Forbes had jumped in. "We took the liberty of moving Master Tommy to the nursery, where he will be more comfortable." "Oh, that's..." Abigail didn't know if that was a good thing. She wanted to demand to inspect the nursery but also did not want to insult the man who had so clearly been taking care of her charge. He seemed to discern her discomfiture. "I do assure you it is very comfortable and the young master is very pleased with his new accommodations." Abigail nodded jerkily, tried to smile at Mr. Forbes, and then turned to leave. She realized she was quite exhausted, what with all the worry of the past week, travel, and getting married. She needed to sit down for a minute, perhaps have a nice relaxing bath. She hesitated, and then turned back to Mr. Forbes. "May I have some water to bathe?" "Coming right up, Your Grace," he said without missing a beat. Abigail nodded, quickly turning away to hide her blush and tripped triumphantly out of the kitchen. "My first request as Duchess went very well if I do say so myself." Abigail felt as though she had been wanting this for so long, yet she was not certain she would ever be ready. She had let her hair down, letting it cascade in dark waves down her back, a natural blush on her cheeks. She was clad in a chemise, simple but sheer enough to leave little to the imagination. Percival had done all he could to make the experience comfortable for her. He had urged her to enjoy her bath in her own room, candles lit all around the room. Her clothes were still here and so it was the sensible thing to do. He had assured her they could wait if she wanted, although they both knew that was a lie. She would need to get on Sant as fast as possible, preferably before the trial. It was her first time lying with any man, but she had wanted him, since the moment they met. "Ah, the good old days," she thought with sardonic affection. She got to her feet and opened the door. It was time to seek Percival out. She was unsurprised to find him awaiting her in the hallway. They held hands as they walked down the corridor from her room to his. It was folly, she thought, to be inflamed by so simple a thing. It was the most chaste of touches she had shared with Percival in their short acquaintance, and yet the sensation of hard, calloused skin against her own soft, smooth hand, set a warmth curling deep in her belly. She allowed herself to be led until they came to the ornate door of Percival's chambers. Percival paused in his steps before it and turned, pulling Abigail close until his next words fell directly into her ear. "Speak now, fair Abigail, if your desires have changed," he said, "for I do not believe myself capable of restraint once we have crossed the threshold." A sigh passed Abigail's lips. "I fear, your grace, that there is no hope of escaping me now," she said, as Percival's hand on her waist tightened. "I have made my choice." Percival caught her lips in a brief, fierce kiss that left her breathless and wanting before he pushed open the door and guided them inside. Abigail lay down on the bed while Percival took his jacket off and untied his cravat. He smiled at her, his dark eyes twinkling, reflecting the candlelight. His wavy black, slightly mussed locks softened his features. He asked her one last time, "Are you sure?" Abigail nodded and he started to unbutton his shirt. She held her breath in anticipation, for even though they had lain together that fateful night, she had not seen his body in all its glory. Percival peeled his shirt away, his muscled torso slowly revealed, bringing to mind a Greek sculpture. She had not known that such perfection was possible. He sat down next to Abigail on the bed, making her very nervous. Could I touch you?" she asked, unsure where to start. Percival laughed. The corners of his eyes crinkled, warming the inky darkness of his gaze with affection, and Abigail felt as if her heart would soar. He shuffled forward, looming over Abigail. His hands tugged firmly on her slim waist and Abigail went to him willingly, allowing Percival to manhandle her in whichever way he desired. Her heart thrummed at his proximity. Until now, they had only stolen a few heated kisses. She had heard stories from Claudette, some good and some horrifying. Claudette told her not to expect much, that for many men, the act was all about their pleasure and women were to endure it. Abigail loved Percival and wanted to please him, and she knew he felt the same about her. His breath was hot against Abigail's lips and set her cheeks aflame once more. "How polite of you to ask, but no permission is needed. Whatever you wish tonight, I am all yours. You are remarkable, Abigail. I look forward to uncovering many more of your marvels during our long and happy marriage." "Then I shall do my best not to disappoint, your grace," Abigail breathed, clutching at the unyielding hardness of Percival's bare chest. She tilted her head aside to grant access to her neck and her breath hitched at the first brush of ticklish hair against the soft skin. Percival hummed as he nosed at her jaw, tracing the gentle slope behind her ear and brushing the sensitive skin there. Abigail sighed. "Your grace. My name is Percival." The words were formed around a low growl that ignited the flame already simmering in Abigail's belly. A hushed whimper escaped her when a strong hand cupped her jaw and tilted her face to meet his. His eyes were dark with lust. "I shall hear it pass your fair lips, lady of mine, or not at all." "Percival." Abigail mouthed obediently. Her body felt alight with heat and sensation and she trembled with the stirrings of desire. Percival groaned, long and low, and caught her lips in a searing kiss. It burned as if her lips were caught in naked flame. She yielded to Percival's expertise and met the wet heat of his tongue with the soft pliancy of her own. The bristles of hair along Percival's jaw were rough against her cheek and neck, but she welcomed this new burn with the rest. There was a hardness against her hip where she was caught up against his firm body, and a broken sound was torn from her when it brushed against her. "You are an intoxicating creature, Abigail," Percival said huskily, breaking away to mouth at her ear. "I would have you now if you would allow it." "You need only command it of me," Abigail said. She whimpered when Percival nipped the skin of her neck. "Percival." The kiss left Abigail wanting more. She ran her fingers through the downy hair on his chest, over his tight abs, down to the waist of his breeches. She stopped, unsure of whether she should help him undress further. Of course, He noticed her hesitation and sought to make things simpler for her. He pulled her back onto the pillows with him, kissing her deeply this time. She could smell the wood smoke and earthy cologne on him. His hands moved down her back and hips and reflexively, she pressed into him. She thought she could feel him harden beneath her touch. Percival slid the hem of her gown up to her thighs. "May I?" he asked before proceeding further. "Yes, I'm ready." Despite her certainty of heart, she could not help the tremor in her voice. "It's all right, my love. We don't have to do anything you don't want to do." "It's not that. I just do not want to disappoint you. You know I've never—" "Shh," Percival urged, placing a finger to her lips. "It is I who worry about disappointing you. I want your first time to be extraordinary." "Oh Percival, it already has been. I don't know another man who would be so focused on my feelings and desires." Suddenly she was no longer afraid. She coaxed Percival onto his back and planted her knees on either side of his hips. She lifted her gown over her head and tossed it aside. Percival drew back to gaze upon her, face full of wonder. "A marvel," he said again. He traced the arc of one cheekbone with his thumb as though it was fragile china. He sucked in a breath at the sight of Abigail in her full glory. "Have I told you lately how beautiful you are?" She smiled coyly. "You may have said it once or twice. I shall say it at least 100 times more before the night is through." Percival cupped her breasts in his hands and traced light circles on her nipples with his thumbs. Abigail moaned in response as her nipples stiffened into sensitive peaks. A single finger fell gently over her lips, silencing her moans. The touch was like a jolt of electricity that coaxed her body to respond without a thought. Her body thrummed when heavy hands slid around her waist and she arched readily into Percival's embrace. Her pulse quickened as Percival trailed one hand along the back of her arm, curling behind her neck tenderly while using his thumb to trace patterns on the soft skin of her jaw. His hand slid around to cup the gentle swell of Abigail's buttocks, making her breath escape her body in a high-pitched whine. Her hips moved of their own accord, seeking the source of pleasure repeatedly. There was a tingling in her loins that she had felt before, but never with such intensity. Percival rolled her onto her back and hovered atop her. He kissed her lips, nibbled her earlobe, and sucked on her neck, the differing sensations on her sensitive skin stoking the fire within. "I'm going to do something for you," Percival asserted before ducking his head between her legs. She felt his warm breath on her and then his tongue swiped through her folds up to her sensitive nub. It felt incredible yet almost uncomfortable at the same time, and she squirmed away from his touch. "Your Grace, you really don't have to do that." He looked up at her through his lashes with a twinkle in his eyes. "Once I'm through, you'll be thanking me for not listening to you. Try to relax and let the feeling overtake you." She obeyed, albeit reluctantly, letting the warm pressure build within her core. She had never experienced anything like it before and never wanted it to end. Yet she felt as if she would explode if it did not come to a resolution. Percival groaned. His lips were hot against Abigail's, the sensitive skin of her inner thighs. "If only you could see yourself in such a state. Your softness pushing against me, desperate for my touch. Would you like me to bring you to completion, Abigail? You are so very beautiful, a vision of debauchery." Abigail weaved her hands through Percival's hair as she writhed beneath him. She pulled him up, bringing their lips together in hopes of halting the words spilling from his mouth. Percival delved between her parted lips, drinking the taste of honeyed wine from Abigail's tongue and drawing out a broken cry as their hips pressed close before breaking away to resume his plundering of her most private parts. Percival was fire and Abigail was a flame. She was surrounded, drowning in the heat and desire that threatened to consume her whole, her breath leaving her body in gasps and choked whimpers. She had lost all semblance of control over her limbs, her arms strained, in conflict with themselves, wanting to pull Percival away from her center and at the same time, pull him closer. Unable to hold back, she let her feelings out in the form of ecstatic cries. He slid up next to her, replacing his mouth with a finger inside her, and she felt her walls pulse around it. Her breath quickened and suddenly the pressure she was feeling crashed in waves, her entire body a-tremble with the impact. "Come, my lady," Percival said. He shifted yet again, and Abigail had not thought it was possible to meld into one another before now. Do not leave me wanting, Abigail, for the vision of your countenance as you reach the height of your pleasure. Her world shattered in a blaze of white. Abigail was lost for words. She had never thought a man could be so giving, and she would never have imagined the euphoric feelings that resulted from his ministrations. I don't even know what to say. I just thank you. Percival cupped her face in his hands. Thank you for allowing me the honor. You taste like the sweetest honey, and you've left me hungry for more. He kissed her deeply, and she tasted her juices on his lips. Her fingers scrabbled at the buttons of his waistband, and he took the hint, pulling his breeches off and freeing his erect manhood. Oh! She gasped unintentionally, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Percival laughed softly. I hope it is a pleasant surprise and not a horrifying one. I apologize. I just wasn't expecting it to be so big. Percival smirked. Why, Abigail, you flatter me so. Try not to worry. I'll be gentle. She trusted that he would. He had been perfect thus far. Bringing his lips to hers again, he caressed her cheek with his thumb. When he moved over her, she almost forgot to breathe. She could feel him at her entrance waiting for permission, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. I love you, Abigail. My Abigail. She melted at his words and grabbed his backside in encouragement, the anticipation driving her mad. He inched in slowly. Despite her wetness, it was a tight fit, and she felt the burning pain Claudette had told her to expect. She winced, which did not go unnoticed. Would you like me to stop, love? Percival seemed very concerned. Your Grace, Abigail gasped, as his thrust elicited a reaction deep inside her, similar yet different to his mouth. The flush was high on her cheeks, her words punctuated by soft whimpers, her movements quickening against Percival. Your Grace, I dash. He held her very close, carefully sinking into her, the weight of his body making her feel safe and secure. Her legs burned with the effort of gripping him around the waist while allowing his plunder. Yet the pain was lost in a haze of pleasure and desperation. His rhythm was unhurried, gentle, and careful. She was relieved to find that the pain eventually subsided, giving way only to pleasure. There were lips against her ear, spilling words of encouragement that her brain could not possibly comprehend, and those lips left a blazing trail against her skin towards her lips, before capturing those, as well. He pulled back, dark eyes boring into hers. She felt open, raw, and flayed, never more exposed to him than now. His breathing quickened, getting more and more ragged. She could tell he was holding back. It's all right, Percival, I won't break. A smile pulled at the corners of his lips and his thrusts became swifter, yet his touch was still tender. Oh, Abigail! He cried out as his seed spilled inside her. Chapter 30. Secrets and Lies. Things kept happening to delay the trial. The magistrate broke his leg in a bizarre carriage accident. Abigail's records disappeared from the Bow Street magistrate's office. The officer who arrested her disappeared. It was a huge mystery. I cannot possibly be this lucky, Abigail said to her mother, who looked anywhere but at her. Abigail leaned forward and down, trying to catch Joan's eye. Mother? Joan shook her head, looking fixedly out the window. You just might be that lucky. You've always been a very fortunate child. Abigail laughed. Mother, are you lying to me? I thought you were not going to do that anymore. A tear rolled down her mother's cheek, and she brushed it away hastily. Please leave it alone, child. Abigail got to her feet, heartbeat quickening in alarm. What is it, Mother? Tell me please. Joan sobbed. I cannot. Abigail took a deep breath to fortify herself. Well, then I will just have to find out for myself. Joan stood up as well, reaching out a hand to detain Abigail. Please, child, for your own good, leave this alone. Go home to your husband. Make children. She gave her mother a sidelong glance. Does that really sound like something I would do? Joan simply closed her eyes, shaking her head slowly. Rosaline burst into her father's study. We cannot let this go on, father. Lord Huntington slowly put down his pen. What can I help you with, my dear? These unconscionable delays, father. Why is Abigail Thorne not in jail yet? I fear her family's criminal past is working against us. What do you mean by that, father? I mean that perhaps it is time to let the Duke know exactly who he is allowing to share his abode. Rosaline's eyebrows lifted almost to her hairline. You mean? Do not worry your little head about it, my dear. I shall handle it. Rosaline just stared at him. Do it soon, father, I grow impatient. I should have been a duchess by now. And you will be, my little Rose. I promise you. Have I ever broken a promise I made to you? No, father. You have not. Well then, trust me one more time. I shall get you what you want. I trust you always, father. Lord Huntington leaned forward, pressing a chaste kiss to Rosaline's forehead. Now calm yourself, child. Do you not have that recital to attend this afternoon? She pinched her lips. I do not like how they look at me. As if I were a laughing stock. The Earl rubbed her arm soothingly. Very soon you shall have the last laugh. Percival was whistling happily to himself as he looked over the yearly accounts for his country estate in Derbyshire. His very capable steward made sure that the rents were collected on time, and the place was run with efficiency. I should give him a raise. A knock on the door distracted him. He looked up, a welcoming smile ready on his face, thinking that it might be Abigail coming to seek him out after her visit with her mother. Enter. His aunt walked in the door and his heart sank. He had not even been aware that she was in the residence. After storming into his room on the morning after his wedding night, she claimed that she would not be party to the travesty taking place in this house, and that she would be moving to the townhouse until the criminal, as she called Abigail, was out of her house. Percival had been inordinately pleased to see the back of her and had not even challenged her description of Abigail in favor of getting her out of his house as soon as possible. Aunt Martha. This is a surprise. Well, yes. I thought by now you would have come to your senses, but since you haven't, there's something you should know. Percival rolled his eyes, examining his fingernails, feeling beset by ennui. Is there? Yes, there is. I would have preferred not to have to give you this information, but I see now that I have no choice. You must know the truth. All right then, stop with the platitudes and tell me. Aunt Martha took a deep breath, turning to find a seat. Kindly pour me a brandy, would you? Percival's movements were jerky and sharp as he grabbed a glass and filled it to the brim before slamming it on the table next to his aunt's seat. There you go. Now speak. I know that you have long been heartbroken by the demise of your parents. Aunt Martha. Percival was already shaking his head in rejection of the topic. Hear me out. His aunt pleaded. We know that he and the Duchess were accosted by brigands on the London Bridge. And you know that those brigands were transported. Did it ever occur to you to wonder why they were not hanged? All the time, Aunt. The reason that they were not hanged was that they belonged to a gang of thieves known as the Foxes. Said gang was headed by a shadowy, powerful figure named Reginald Sinclair. Percival jerked in his seat, feeling suddenly very cold. His aunt's eyes shone with pleasure at his reaction, one which, in his shock, he could not hide from her. The Foxes are responsible for my parents' death? He didn't know whether to believe her. So many lies had been told about Abigail and her family, perhaps this was just one more. How can I know if you are lying to me? There is nobody to corroborate your story. I can give you the names of the two men who killed your parents. You may trace their backgrounds for yourself. Percival looked away, biting his lip. He had a feeling that going down this road would only lead to heartbreak and more pain. He was happy with Abigail and they had enough problems as it was with her court case. His eyes narrowed as he thought. He leaned forward, placing his elbows on the table, hands clasped beneath his chin, as he looked his aunt in the eye. I shall verify your statement on one condition. You must get the Huntingtons to drop the charges against Abigail. His aunt leaned back in her chair, a slight smile on her face. I shall do that if you promise that once you have ascertained the veracity of my statements, that you will do the right thing for your family. Percival nodded. It is a deal. Philip was working in his office when he heard a banging on the door. It was too early for Joan to be back even if she had forgotten her key, and nobody else would dare treat his property in such a cavalier fashion. He picked up his walking stick, face like thunder as he strode towards the front door. He pulled it open ready to give his visitor grief, but stopped short when he saw who it was. "What are you doing here?" Percival stepped into the foyer. "I have questions. You better give me some answers." His nostrils flared. "I am not one of your subjects, Duke. You do not speak to me like that." Percival's breathing was coming like bellows, and Philip understood that he was in high dudgeon. That did not mean he was prepared to tolerate any disrespect. Farron Lou and Hugh Hiram. Are those names familiar to you? Should they be? You tell me. They eyeballed each other, dark eyes boring into blue. They were at an impasse. Why do you want to know about Farron and Hugh? So you know them? I knew two individuals of those names once upon a time. They are no longer in England. So they were foxes. I did not say that. I inferred it from your reply. Philip merely narrowed his eyes at Percival. Your brother, he told you who to steal from? He set up your marks? Philip's eyes merely narrowed further until they were slits. What is it that you want to know, Duke? I want to know if Reginald Sinclair sent Farron and Hugh to kill my parents. Philip barked with laughter. What would Reggie have possibly wanted with your parents? Their money? The jewels my mother was wearing. My brother was no small-time thief, Duke. He was a criminal mastermind. Why do you still speak of him like he's dead when we both know that he's not? Philip shrugged. Force of habit. So did your criminal mastermind of a brother send those two men to kill my parents? Just because a man makes a dishonest living does not mean he does not have a code of honor. And that is a roundabout way of saying what? That he didn't do it? You need to ask Reggie yourself if you want the answer to that question. Percival snorted. It is not as if he would tell me. Well, then, I suppose you will never know. Percival let the breath out of his nose, huffing like a dragon without fire. Perhaps you ought to ask the person who gave you those names. I don't trust her. Ah, well. I just want the truth. And then what? What will you do, Duke? Will you go after Reggie? What will you do? Percival pursed his lips. I would know. And then what? You take it out on your wife? My wife has nothing to do with this. Philip laughed. Indeed, Reginald's daughter has nothing to do with him possibly killing your parents. But do not stand there and try to tell me it will not alter how you view her. Percival clenched his jaw. Did he take the bait? Benedict asked moments after he heaved himself off her. The townhouse was devoid of permanent staff, and so they were able to use it with discretion. Of course he did. He has wanted to know who killed his parents since they died. He would not pass up the chance to find out more. Benedict sat up in bed, letting the sheet fall to his waist. This has to work. It is our last card. It will. His Grace has been carrying the open wound that is his parents' death with him for years. There is no way he will recover from knowing that the foxes had something to do with it. He did ask that you drop the charges against the girl. Benedict shrugged. As long as we get what we want, that will not be a problem. We'll get rid of her the same way we did all the other obstacles to our plans. Martha smiled. Indeed. But we should make it look like an accident this time. It isn't as if we can rely on the foxes. The sound of something falling over in the other room had them freezing, listening hard. The house was supposed to be empty, apart from them. Martha raised her hand and whispered, "Stay here." She strode out of the room, tying her robe tight about her waist. The hallway was empty of anybody, but at the end of the corridor she could see that a vase had fallen off its plinth onto the floor. Surprisingly, it was not broken. Martha looked around for what might have caused it to fall but could not fathom how it happened. She walked to the stairs, searching below for signs of movement, but the house was quiet. She sighed, shaking her head, and returned to the bedchamber. It was just a vase that fell. Benedict mopped away perspiration that had developed while waiting. "We need to be more careful." Martha dipped her head. "I agree." Percival heard the knock on his office door and tensed with a feeling of déjà vu. He did not want to speak to his aunt. He was not ready to share what he had learnt or to contend with it in any way. He took another sip of his whiskey, feeling that he could not get jug-bitten enough for that conversation. "Enter." The knob turned slowly, as if the person on the other side was reluctant to come in. Percival drained his glass and slammed it to the table, getting to his feet to wait. He was startled when a head of dark and unruly locks appeared in the doorway. It was Abigail, not his aunt with her immaculately coiffed hair. "Abigail." His surprise was unfeigned. "Can I come in?" "But of course." She took a tentative step into his inner sanctum. "I only ask because you seem to have been avoiding me for the past 2 days." Percival would have done anything to avoid flying his colors at that point. He could not look her in the eye. "I don't know what you mean." "Our marriage bed is cold. You have not been in it since yesterday. You disappeared with not so much as a good morning. You have not spoken a word to me for 2 nights. If you are already tired of me, I wish you would tell me." Her eyes were huge in her face, and pleading. Percival felt his heart twist with pain and regret. "Don't be ridiculous, Abigail. Of course I have not tired of you, but I am a duke and my duties are far and wide-ranging. Sometimes I am busy. You will have to get used to that." "I understand that, but—" "Are you questioning me? Not married a week and you already break your vows?" She stared at him, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "What vows?" "What God has put together no man shall put asunder. Do you think me of so little honor that I would discard them without a second thought? What kind of man do you take me for?" Percival was shouting by the end of his tirade, his face red with anger and his eyes flashing. Abigail stared at him as if she was unable to comprehend where this was coming from. Percival could not blame her. She had no idea the turmoil he was in and he could not tell her. Not without destroying what they had. It was a bitter irony that after everything Lady Rosaline and her family had done to separate them, it was a secret they had nothing to do with, that would destroy Abigail and Percival's love. Chapter 31. Exposed. People were keeping secrets from her and Abigail did not like it. From Percival's outburst she could add him to the list of conspirators. It was as she suspected when she came out of jail. Something had happened between Percival and her parents. Something that changed their relationship fundamentally. She had tried asking her mother, and Percival had just blown up at her for no reason. Perhaps she would have better luck with Uncle Philip. "I'm sorry." She said it to soothe Percival's spirit, not that she meant it. Whatever crisis of the soul he was enduring, he clearly felt that she was not worthy to know. She would let it go for now, but sooner or later a reckoning was coming. She could feel it in her bones. "Do not apologize. I am the one who had an outburst." He shuffled the papers on his desk, avoiding her eyes. She walked slowly towards him, careful not to alarm him further. "Will you come to bed? From the level of that whiskey bottle by your glass, I am surprised that you're still on your feet. Come lie down. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." He snorted, head inclined tiredly to the side. Truer words were never spoken. She reached out for him, taking hold of his hand and pulling him with her. He went willingly, letting her propel him up the stairs and to his bedchamber. She undressed him slowly as he swayed in front of her, a slight smile on his face. "Do you mean to take advantage of me?" She was glad of his friendly mien, it'd make things easier for her. "I am willing if you are." She returned his smile with a naughty one of her own and he leaned down, pressing his lips to hers. She parted her own, letting him in, allowing him to plunder her to his heart's content. Whatever troubled him, it did not affect his desire for her. That was a relief to Abigail, a starting point. Philip climbed the hill and waited. He occupied the time taking in the scenery around him. London was laid out before him in all its muggy glory. Out of the mists the figure of a man appeared. Tall, well-muscled, with a rather distinct limp. "I did not expect you to come yourself." Reggie laughed. "If you have come, it means there is yet another emergency. I thought to save time. Was I wrong?" Philip pursed his lips. "Are you ever?" Like a vampire who smells fresh blood, Reggie's eyes gleamed. "Tell me." "Farron Lou and Hugh Hiram. Do you recall them?" Reggie turned away, a frown marring his brow. "So, you did send them to kill a duke and his wife?" Reggie inclined his head. Philip took a deep breath, looking off into the horizon. "Well, then we have a problem, because their son is on your trail." "How many have been on my trail through the years? As far as anyone knows, I am dead." Philip shook his head. "Their son is Percival Montagu, your son-in-law." Reggie snorted a laugh. "Well, what an interesting turn of events." When Abigail woke up the next morning, Percival was gone. On his bedside table was a note. "My darling Abigail, I feel I have come to a point where I need to go into the wilderness. You have noticed my crisis of the soul, and if you and I are ever to be happy, there are things that I must resolve, alone. I apologize for not taking my leave in person. I will see you again. All my love. Percival." Abigail gaped at it in disbelief. They were barely married a week and her husband had already run away from her. Her first instinct was to pack her things and return to her mother's house, but she did not want to give up so easily. "All right then, Percival, I shall give you some time. But I will not wait forever." A wave of nausea overtook her, and she ran to the basin, casting up her accounts with aggressive force. "Wonderful, now I am ill." She wiped at her mouth with her hand, slumping against the wall in defeat. A quiet knock at the door had her straightening up hopefully. "Yes? Come in." She had to hide her disappointment when Tommy stepped into the room. "Abby, shall we go and eat?" Her stomach rumbled. Whatever had caused her nausea was gone, replaced by gnawing hunger. "All right, yes, let's go eat." She held out her hand for Tommy to help her to her feet, staggering slightly with momentary dizziness. She took a deep breath. "Ooh. Are you all right, Abby?" Tommy asked, his hand tight within hers. She summoned a smile for him. "I am very well, thank you, Tommy." It took 3 days for Martha to hear that her nephew had left town. Lord Carrington had spotted him, on his prized bay mare, riding hell for leather in the direction of Bath, at the crack of dawn. The news had spread around the town by evening's end, and she had only failed to get the news earlier because she was in self-imposed confinement. It was a note from Lady Rosaline inquiring as to the Duke's intentions that had alerted her to the change in circumstance. She packed her bags and went back to Northcott House. The very first thing she did as she stepped through the door was to summon the criminal. "Have Miss Thorne attend me in the parlor, please," she ordered the butler. "The Duchess is resting." She stopped short, turning to face Forbes in surprise. "I beg your pardon. What did you call her?" "The Duchess, my lady." Forbes bowed very correctly, but his expression was insolent. "She is no duchess." Martha almost screeched in her annoyance, remembering only at the last minute that she was a lady and did not raise her voice. Forbes said nothing, but his dubious expression showed his disagreement with her statement. Martha took a deep breath, rolling her eyes. "Fine. Would you inform Her Grace that I would like to see her in the parlor forthwith?" Forbes bowed again. "I will let her know." Abigail took her time coming down. This confrontation was something that she had been expecting ever since the morning after the wedding night. Now that Percival had abandoned her, she was not surprised that Lady Stanley was here, demanding a reckoning. "Lady Stanley, how nice of you to visit." She took charge as soon as she stepped in the room, not giving Percival's aunt the chance to lord anything over her. Lady Stanley got to her feet, sauntering towards Abigail, her nose in the air. "Visit? It is you who is a visitor, Miss Thorne, and you have outstayed your welcome." Abigail's answering smile was enigmatic. Would you care to repeat that in Percival's presence? Lady Stanley took a step closer, and paused right in front of Abigail, giving her a superior look. You truly think that the Duke is returning to you? After all he has learned? I did not think that you were the brightest spark, but I did not realize you had more hair than wit. Abigail blanched, turning away from Lady Stanley. And just what do you mean by that? The news that your father killed his parents. Did he not tell you? Abigail could not hold in her gasp. In fact, she felt quite faint. I beg your pardon? She whirled to face Lady Stanley, her eyes wide. You heard me. Your father was responsible for the death of the Duke and Duchess of Northcott. Your father was the reason that Percival is an orphan. Abigail collapsed to the floor in a dead faint. Percival staggered out of the tavern, and stumbled into his coach, his vision blurry as he was a trifle disguised. He leaned back in the seat with a sigh, eyes closed. A fortnight of searching and he was no closer to getting any answers. How long do you intend to stay away from your wife? He startled at the voice, sitting up and looking frantically around him. His eyes fell on Reginald Sinclair, ensconced on the seat, smoking a cheroot with studied nonchalance. Where did you come from? Reggie's eyes crinkled at the corners as he turned his blue gaze upon Percival. That is not important. Do you intend to return to your wife at some point, or should I break your bones right here and now? Percival laughed bitterly. Go ahead, break my bones. I cannot possibly be in more pain than I am now. Reggie straightened up, leaning toward Percival. You're looking for answers about how your parents died, as though that will return them to you. In the process, you neglect the family you already have. I need to find the answers, or I will never find peace. Reggie blew smoke in his face. Fine, then. You want answers. I will give them to you. He leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs. Have your coachman drive. This will be quite the story. Percival banged the roof of the coach twice and it began to move with the lurch and whinny of the horses. Reggie took another deep inhalation from his cigar, blowing the smoke out of the window as he watched the passing landscape, the Avon River providing a pleasant backdrop to the rising sun over the horizon. 25 years ago, I was not the formidable business person you see before you today. I had pockets to let, and a family to feed. I owed my life to a cent per cent and was brought to point non-plus. I was ready to end it, drinking my troubles away in a tavern, when a gentleman approached me with a proposal. There was a man he needed eliminated, a rich man and his lady, who would have a fortune in jewels on them on a certain night. All I had to do was slit their throats, and he would give me £50,000. I could keep the jewels, too. Reggie turned to face Percival. I am not a monster. I asked him what these people had done to deserve such a fate. He told me they were thieves who stole from his family and got away with it by claiming peer privilege. He wanted revenge. Reggie paused, eyes on Percival as if he expected him to offer some kind of comment. Percival kept his own counsel, needing to hear everything. Reggie took a breath and turned away. I could well understand wanting revenge. And I needed the money. So I sent Farron and Hugh, and they did the deed. There was a charged silence in the coach, broken only by the clip-clopping of the horses' hooves on the cobblestones, and their breathing. Who was the man? He did not tell me his name. Percival turned at last to face Reggie. You cannot tell me that the great Reginald Sinclair carried out a murder without knowing the name of the man who was paying him. I said, he did not tell me his name, not that I did not know it. So tell me. Reggie sighed. His name is Benedict Hoskins, Earl of Huntington. Percival felt the breath leave his body with a whoosh. His limbs had no strength. His head was spinning. Tommy was the one who shook her awake, his face frantic and scared. What's the matter? She murmured sleepily, trying to shake some awareness into her body. There. Tommy trailed away, and that was when Abigail heard the noise. Banging and screaming, shouting coming from the bottom of the stairs. She almost did not recognize Mr. Forbes' voice, for she had never heard him sound so distressed. Something crashed to the ground with a loud bang and she jumped, getting to her feet, hands reaching for her robe before she was even properly thinking. Tommy grabbed for her hand and she clung to him as much as he was clinging to her, afraid of what she would find on the other side of the door. As soon as she stepped on the landing, one of the dozen men milling in the hallway looked up. "There she is," he cried, and two other men began climbing the stairs, actively impeded by Nell, who was clinging stubbornly to the ankles of the one in front. Abigail gasped, eyes darting everywhere, looking for an explanation. "His Grace will not be pleased when he comes home," Forbes shouted, and the suited man he was speaking to simply scoffed. "I care nothing for His Grace or what he wants," he declared as the men reached the landing and grabbed her. "Miss Abigail Thorne, by order of the Crown, you are under arrest for robbery." Abigail stared at him in befuddlement. "Actually, it's Her Grace to you," she said, not even aware of the words coming out of her mouth. The man downstairs laughed. "Grab hold of her. Make sure she doesn't escape." "She is out on bond," Mr. Forbes cried. "Well, consider that bond revoked. It's Newgate for the Duchess." He laughed so long and loud that his men had shackled Abigail and led her to the carriage before he was done. Chapter 32. Homecoming. Abigail sat in the cell at Newgate, grateful that they had put her in one of the rooms by herself. At least she did not have to sleep in filth. She fought the nausea that assailed her now and then, wondering if she was sickening for something or it was the smells from the sewer making her feel like casting up her accounts. She wondered if anyone knew she had been arrested yet. One of the guards had told her she would be brought before the judge the very next day. Whatever delays had been happening were now at an end and her trial would be expedited to make up for lost time. She sensed the hand of the Earl in all this, but there was nothing she could do about it from here. "Percival, God, I need you to come home," she snuffled, wondering if he would even deign to help her after the terrible news he had learned. She wouldn't blame him if he left her to rot. Percival walked into Northcott House and stopped short as he caught sight of a man in the butler's livery. "Who are you?" "I am Mr. Keyes, the butler." "What happened to Forbes?" Mr. Keyes looked uncertain for a moment. "I believe he was let go. May I have your calling card to give to Lady Stanley?" Percival frowned. "My calling card? Where is my wife?" "Your wife, sir?" "Yes, my wife. My wife." "Where is she?" The frown on Mr. Keyes' forehead merely deepened. He looked completely mystified. "Perhaps if you told me your name, sir?" "It's your grace to you, and if you do not know my name then why are you serving in my house?" Mr. Keyes blanched, paling considerably before backing away. They said that." He bumped into a plinth, almost upending a statue of the Virgin from its sconce. Fetch me someone that can answer my questions. Where is my aunt?" She is entertaining in the green room." The butler continued to back away in horror. "I shall just inform her of your presence, shall I?" He turned and hurried away while Percival dropped his bag, taking the stairs two at a time, and burst into his chambers like a man possessed. Abigail. He looked around for any sign of her possessions before hurrying across the hall to the chambers she had shared with Tommy. It, too, was devoid of any sign of her. "Where is my wife?" he bellowed. Claudette burst into the house calling for Abigail's mother. "They took her," she cried. "They took Abigail." The house was silent, and nobody responded to her cries. "Madame Joan probably went to work," Tommy said. "Indeed. I plumb forgot." Her hands were shaking so hard and her knees were so weak, she was quite surprised to still be on her feet. She flopped down on the settee, breathing hard. "And you, young sir? How are you faring without your foster mother?" She frowned at Tommy, concerned at all the upheaval he had undergone in his young life. She was no stranger to upheaval herself, so she knew well the trauma it could cause. She had gone to get him as soon as she got the message about Abigail's arrest from her lady's maid, Nell. Tommy shrugged, looking resigned before heading to the kitchen to look for something to eat. Abigail had to smile indulgently at his perpetual hunger. Such a bottomless pit, she thought with affection. A knock at the door startled her. "Come in," she called before she could think further about it. The door opened slowly, and slow heavy steps trudged towards her. She tensed, holding her breath, waiting to see who would come in. When he stepped in the room she froze with surprise. Percival. Claudette. Suddenly a rage like she had never felt before built up within her and she got to her feet, rushing him. She pushed him against the wall, one hand on his throat, choking the life out of him. "Where have you been, you bastard? Do you know what's been going on here? Do you know what's happened to your wife while you went off to sulk?" She was breathing hard as she let him go, stepping away from him, her teeth still gritted. He did not try to defend himself or stop her. He simply stood there and took it. "I was given some disturbing news and I needed some time to come to terms with it." "Well, I hope you have come to terms with that because there is more disturbing news. Abigail has been arrested. She's being arraigned in court tomorrow." Percival shook his head. "This is the Earl's doing for sure. Where are Mr. Sinclair and Mrs. Thorne?" Claudette shrugged. "I don't know. I just arrived myself, looking for them." "Right, well, I shall make my way to Newgate. Why don't you go to the shop and find out if Mrs. Thorne is there?" Claudette nodded, swallowing hard as she got up to leave. She paused at the door, looking back at him. "We'll save her, won't we?" Percival gave her back a grim nod. "I certainly hope so." Percival stepped into his house in search of all the gold he kept in his safe. His first task was to make sure Abigail was as comfortable as possible, and that would mean greasing palms. He caught sight of Henry, walking down the hall, and called after his cousin, wanting to know where his aunt was. "Percival," Henry said, turning to face him. "You're back." "I have been back for a while." His mouth quirked. "So I heard. I take it you finally found your wife?" "I did. I am surprised that you don't know that they took her away to prison." Henry shook his head. "I heard something of the same and would have written to apprise you, but you did not leave a forwarding address. When I got back from my sojourn to Brighton, I found that the Duchess had already been arrested." Percival sighed. "Henry, I am afraid your mother can no longer stay here. She has long been complicit with the Earl against my Duchess. Forbes tells me she fired him after he protested Abigail's arrest." Henry nodded, his eyes unusually grave. "I understand." "What? No arguments? No pleas for a second chance?" Percival's eyes sharpened as he got a good look at Henry's eyes. "Henry. What's the matter?" Henry's shoulders dropped in defeat. "Let's go into your study. We need to talk." Percival followed his cousin with a frown. He shut the door of his study behind him and turned to face Henry. The grave expression on his cousin's face was discomposing. "Henry? What's the matter?" Henry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I inadvertently walked in on my mother and—" Henry's eyes filled with tears. Percival hurried to the decanter tray to fill up a glass with brandy. He handed it to Henry. "Drink." Henry swallowed the whole thing down. "Now tell me," Percival said, his heart pounding with anxiety. "I stumbled upon my mother. In her bedchamber. And she was not alone." Percival frowned, going over the words, and then his brow cleared. "Oh. Yes. Well. She is a widow, Henry. If she has found—" "It was Benedict Hoskins, the man she was with." Percival went cold. "I beg pardon." "My mother was in flagranti with Lady Rosaline's father." Henry's voice trembled. "But that is not the worst part." Percival snorted. What could possibly be worse? They seemed to be discussing. Henry's mouth opened and closed as if the words would not come out. "What, Henry? What were they talking about?" Percival had an awful feeling he knew what was coming. "I think they were talking about possibly making sure the Duchess had some kind of fatal accident. From the way they were speaking, I have a feeling it was not the first time. They mentioned foxes. I don't know why." Percival had to sit down before he fell down. They arrived early to the courtroom. Mr. Sinclair and Mrs. Thorne rode with Percival. The carriage was deathly silent, everyone lost in their own thoughts. Nobody wanted to talk about what would happen if Abigail was found guilty. All indicators pointed to this judge having been persuaded to do just that. There was no jury. With the speed at which the trial was convened, there was no time to assemble one. They had already been notified by their solicitors that the death penalty was to be considered. The carriage came to a stop and all three alighted in front of the residence of the magistrate. A carriage was already parked nearby, bearing the crest of Newgate Prison. That meant that Abigail was already here. Percival took a deep breath, and began to walk towards the door, Abigail's parents following closely behind. The door was opened by a man dressed like a butler and they were directed towards a small hall, where Abigail already sat, flanked by two Newgate guards. Percival's heart broke to see her looking so small and scared. He took a step towards her, but one of her guards shook his head at him, a grim look on his face. He stopped, but his eyes sought out Abigail's. Her hair covered her face in an unruly mane and she had not looked up once. Percival willed her to look up, to see him, to know that he was here for her. She didn't move. The magistrate entered the room and everyone got to their feet. Once he had taken his seat, Percival sought a chair behind Abigail, next to her parents, and sat down as well. The magistrate hit his gavel, exhorting the room to silence. His court clerk read out the charges, loud and clearly, and then he sat down, giving way to the prosecutor. The door opened behind him and Percival turned around to see Lord Huntington and his family file into the courtroom, closely followed by his aunt. He gasped, not having expected them to show up, and then turned to face the front. His teeth ground together in frustration as he thought about everything Lord Huntington had done to his family. And here he is, cool as you please, trying to destroy us once again. It was all Percival could do not to lunge at him and strangle him until he was dead. He had never felt so deeply and utterly betrayed, so violated and attacked. "What did I ever do to you?" The proceedings continued, with the prosecutor calling as witnesses to the crime all the principal members of the Hoskins family staff as well as Lady Rosaline herself, to testify as to the theft of the ruby. Further, he called on various members of the ton who were present on the day Lady Rosaline accused Abigail of theft in her shop. They all confirmed that Abigail was a thief and a danger to the ton. Lady Ahern even went so far as to declare that Abigail had ingratiated herself by lying, and that is how she managed to bamboozle the Duke into running off with her to Gretna Green. The marriage itself is evidence that she is a charlatan of the highest order. Percival was on his feet before he had time to think and resisted when Philip tried to pull him back down. "I will thank you to keep your bird-witted insults to yourself," he growled. Lady Ahern gasped, hand on her chest in genteel shock. She looked to the magistrate to rescue her from this unwarranted attack. "The Duke will kindly refrain from speaking out of turn in my courtroom." Percival growled again for good measure before retaking his seat. "You see, Your Honor? She has probably bewitched him with herbs and spells. Who is to say what the scapegrace is willing to do to get her way?" Percival had never thought to hit a woman before in his life, but Lady Ahern was really testing his resolve. Mrs. Thorne reached over and put her gloved hand over his, a quelling look in her eye. The door of the chambers opened again and everyone turned to see Claudette enter, looking flustered, her color high, indicating she had been running. "Sorry," she mumbled before taking a seat behind Mrs. Thorne. The magistrate thanked Lady Ahern for her testimony and she left the witness chair. He then turned to face the room. "Would the accused like to offer a defense?" Abigail got to her feet. The sound of Percival's voice speaking up in her defense had quite startled Abigail. She had not known he was there. She had wished it with all her heart but hadn't dared raise her head to check, lest she be disappointed. There was not a snowball's chance in hell of escaping the hangman's noose unless they could equal Lord Huntington's influence. Even with the Duke in court and on her side, it was evident that sentiment was against her. Indeed, the Duke's presence on her side seemed to harden whatever animosity the participants felt toward her. A wave of nausea overtook her. "I don't want to die." When the magistrate asked if she had something to say, she got to her feet on shaking legs. What could she say that would change his mind? Your Honor, I have nothing to say other than I am innocent of all these charges. I went to Lady Rosaline's house at her invitation. She wanted me to reject His Grace's suit in her favor. I said no and made to leave. She ordered the Bow Street runner to search me, and he put his hand in my garment and emerged with the ruby. But that was her doing. She must have put it there when I was distracted. But this was the second incident of theft, was it not? Your Honor, I did not take the first piece of jewelry, either, and no trace of it was found in my shop. It was simply a bit of chicanery to cast me in a bad light in front of the Duke. She took a deep shaky breath, trying to swallow her tears. Please, sir, I just want to go home to my family. The last word was shaky as she could not stop her breakdown. Tears streaming down her face, she groped blindly for her seat. The warmth of Percival's hand on her shoulder squeezing as if he would never let go steadied her a bit. Once the guard caught sight of it, though, he flicked it off her shoulder like it was a troublesome fly. Percival made a sound of annoyance but did not try to retaliate. The magistrate sighed, reading over the evidence in front of him as everybody waited with bated breath. He looked up at one point, eyes narrowed at Abigail and then continued to read. Putting the papers aside, he faced the court. I have looked through the evidence and weighed the testimonies of all who have taken the stand today. His eyes flicked towards the Earl and Abigail's heart sunk. Having done that, it is my opinion that Miss Abigail Thorne is guilty. Before you continue with your verdict, Your Honor, I should like to say something. Abigail turned, her body freezing in shock at this new development. There was a man standing at the door, distinguished, with salt and pepper hair, meticulously groomed. He was fairly tall, though not as tall as Percival, and looked vaguely familiar. He took a step toward the magistrate and then another. Abigail noticed he had a slight limp. No. All the blood drained from her face in disbelief. She looked back at her mother and uncle. The former looked scared while the latter looked resigned. Did they know about this? And just who dares interrupt the court? The man stopped right by Abigail's chair, turning his head slightly to wink at her. My name is Reginald Sinclair, Your Honor, and I have evidence pertinent to these proceedings. If Abigail had been standing she would have fallen to the floor. Her mother's hand on her shoulder, squeezing so tight it hurt, grounded her a little. The magistrate frowned. Reginald Sinclair. Why is that name familiar? Lord Huntington got to his feet. It is because he is a notorious criminal, my lord, one who was presumed dead. Reginald Sinclair waved his hand airily. Reports of my death have been vastly overestimated. He turned to the Earl. Especially by old Benedict here. There was uproar in the courtroom at this blatant disrespect. Reginald stood nonchalantly, waiting for it to dissipate. The magistrate banged his gavel and the room fell silent. Perhaps you should explain yourself before I have you arrested for disrupting my court. Reginald bowed. Gladly, Your Honor. He turned to face the gallery, filled with members of the press, the public and other interested parties. 26 years ago, Lord Huntington was done up and sought out cent percenters to recoup his losses. When he could not repay the loan, he went to his friend, Edward Montagu, for help. But Lord Huntington was punting on Rivertick and his grace was not a bottomless bit of charity. There was only so much he could do to help. Lord Huntington was angry with his grace, they fought, and Benedict accused his grace of deliberately withholding his help because of jealousy. You see, Montagu and Hoskins once vied for the affections of the same woman. His eyes fell on Lady Huntington. His grace asked the Earl to leave and not return. Meanwhile, Lady Stanley became a widow with a young son, and even though her late husband had left her a jointure, it apparently was not enough for her needs. There was a growing murmuring among the listeners. Reginald ignored them while Abigail watched open-mouthed. There was a ringing in her ears. My father is alive? He is here? They not only wanted to recoup their losses, but also to control his grace's finances, have access to his titles, and the properties that were not entailed. Furthermore, they wanted his son, as the next duke, to marry Lady Rosaline in order that his descendants would be under their control. So they came to me, and asked me to kill the duke and his wife. The uproar in the courtroom was at a crescendo. Reginald kept talking, and the quietness of his voice did more to end the noise than all the magistrates banging on his gavel. It was that or lose all his property and have his family on the street. You see, he signed a paper with the impost takers, giving over his property in exchange for a large sum of cash. He managed to hold them off by paying them slowly with money skimmed off the Duke's family income for years, with Lady Stanley's compliance. But then, a twist in the tale, the son rejects Lady Rosaline and marries a commoner. They could not have that, so they made plans to frame the poor woman and get her out of the way. The magistrate seemed unimpressed by the new allegations, and his face showed it. Abigail feared that her father, had just exposed himself for nothing. She could not stop looking at him. Her mother's hand was digging into her shoulder. She might have permanent scars from how tightly she was holding on. That is not all. The new voice had the whole court craning their necks to see who was speaking. Abigail turned in time to see Percival's eyebrow cock in surprise as his cousin walked down the aisle to the front of the court. The word of a gentleman would certainly hold more weight than that of a criminal. A few weeks ago, I sought my mother out at the Northcott townhouse. I entered the house without announcing myself because I knew there was no butler in residence at the time to let me in. I walked up the stairs to put down my bag and was taken aback to hear voices from my mother's chambers. One was male and one was female, and curiosity pulled me to see who they were. Imagine my shock when I beheld my mother, in flagranti with no other than the Earl of Huntingdon. There was shouting in the courtroom at this. Reginald stood next to Abigail's chair, a smile on his face as he looked down at her. "In spite of the circumstances, it is a pleasure to meet you," he murmured quietly. Abigail simply stared. Henry continued to speak. "Much worse was in store for me because I heard them plotting the demise of the Duchess should their dastardly plot to frame her not work." Lady Stanley got to her feet. "Henry." He turned to face her. "I am sorry, Mother, but I could not just let this go on." The magistrate sighed. "Evidently, there has been a fair bit of chicanery going on here, and in light of this new evidence, I have to declare the accused innocent of all charges." Abigail slumped in relief. "However, arrest Reginald Sinclair on the charge of murder." The guards got to their feet to catch the brigand, and only then did they all notice that he had disappeared into thin air, using the commotion that followed the shocking declarations to slip away unnoticed. Abigail got to her feet, turning to Percival, who reached her in 2 steps, enveloping her in his arms. "Percival," she whispered. "I know, my dear. Hold on to me. I will take care of you." Epilogue. 8 months and 2 weeks later. Abigail clutched at her mother's arm with a grip as strong as iron. "It hurts, Mama, make it stop." "Shh, my darling. Just a little more. Push just a little more. His head is almost out." "I can't, Mama. I can't." "You can, darling. And you will. Your child is depending on you." Abigail let out a loud, piercing wail. Percival paced the hallways restlessly while Philip and Reggie Sinclair watched him with amusement. "The baby is killing her." Reggie snorted derisively. "No one who is dying could possibly scream that loud. We should have had a Sawbones in residence. This is a terrible risk." Philip sighed, rolling his eyes. "Madame Shelby is a very capable midwife." "Then why is Abigail screaming so loudly?" "Perhaps it has something to do with her pushing a baby out of her body." Both Reggie and Philip snickered with amusement at Philip's comment. Percival turned around to glare at them. "If you cannot take this seriously, perhaps you should leave," he growled. "And miss the birth of my first grandchild? You must be dicked in the knob." A beaming Joan emerged from the bedchamber. "The baby is here. It's a boy." A cheer went up in the hallway and Reggie promptly began to pass out cigars. At the end of the hall, the servants hovered anxiously, equally hungry for news. "It's a boy," Joan said louder so that they could hear. A cheer went up and they disappeared to notify the kitchens. "Can I see them?" Percival asked. "Of course. Come with me." Percival followed her with trepidation, his heart pounding triple time. Abigail lay crumpled on the bed, her hair every which way, face wet with sweat, and her night rail askew. She looked absolutely beautiful, her face radiant as she stared down at a little bundle in her arms. She looked up as she heard his footsteps, fairly beaming at him. "Look. It's our son." Percival went to his knees in worship, staring from the boy to his mother, unable to fathom that one human being could contain so much love and not absolutely combust with joy. "Our son," he repeated, reverently reaching out a finger to touch his downy head. He made a sound and Percival jumped, snatching his finger back. "Is he all right?" Abigail laughed with joy. "He is perfectly fine. Would you like to hold him?" Percival looked uncertainly up at Joan, not sure that this was a good idea at all. "Go on," she urged with soft eyes overflowing with tears, and Percival reached out carefully to take hold of his son. "What shall we call him?" Abigail asked as Percival stared down in fascination at the small human being in his arms. "We shall name him Edward for my father," he replied, soft and sure. The end? Extended epilogue. Timestamps. Claudette chased everyone out of the room so that Mama and baby could rest. There were only so many felicitations a woman could take after giving birth. What she needed was sleep. She plumped the pillows behind Abigail and smoothed down her hair, settling the baby gently in the crib next to the bed. "Now don't you worry about a thing. I shall be right here watching over the two of you, so get you some sleep." "Thank you, Claudette." Abigail's eyes were already heavy with sleep and Claudette could see how much she was struggling to stay conscious. She kissed her friend's forehead, urging her lower onto the bed. "Sleep now." She sat back, leaning against the wall as she watched her two charges with a watery smile. Abigail had been so brave in the last months, weathering the vilification of the ton, which strangely seemed to blame her for the downfall of Lord Huntington. Of course, this view was actively encouraged by his daughter, Lady Rosaline, and it had resulted in a dangerous amount of stress being placed on Abigail and the baby. Of course, the Duke had wanted to take them away somewhere, perhaps to the Isles, but Abigail would not be budged from her home and was too ill to make the journey anyway. The difficulties she had been having with her pregnancy caused the ice with which she had been treating her parents to thaw. It took a while, but she forgave them for hiding the truth from her for so long. Reginald, with his customary flair, had offered to kill the entire ton, and the Duke seemed inclined to take him up on his offer before cooler heads prevailed. Claudette smiled sometimes to recall the conversations she had heard. For a wanted man, Reginald Sinclair popped up very often. It seemed that once he made his daughter's acquaintance, it was difficult to go back to being simply a legend she heard about. Claudette was glad for her friend to have this piece of her history back. She worried sometimes, though, about what would happen if he ever got caught. Lord Huntington sat in jail this instance, scheduled to be hanged. He had applied for clemency on his sentence, and they all were waiting to see if the Crown would grant it. As far as Claudette was concerned, hanging was too good for him. He deserved to be drawn and quartered. Abigail was feeding the babe when Percival arrived home from his trip to Liverpool. She lifted her head for his kiss, smiling in welcome. He touched his lips to hers and then bent further down to plant a kiss on little Edward's head. "How was your trip?" Percival took a seat next to her, picking up the 1-year-old and placing him in his lap. Edward instantly clapped his food-stained hands, before smashing his palm flat against Percival's lip. His father smiled indulgently. "The trip was a success. How have you fared with the little terror without me to rein him in?" He grinned happily at Abigail. "It has been a long week. Your son is the very devil." Edward punctuated this sentiment by screeching with merriment, his 2 teeth on display. Percival favored Abigail with a significant glance. "I think he understands you." "I would absolutely not be surprised." Abigail smiled at her son, unable to keep from responding to his perpetual delight. Tommy bounced into the room, joy etched on his face as he caught sight of Percival. "Your Grace, you're back." "Indeed I am, young Tommy. What have you there?" Tommy looked down at his hands as if he had forgotten he was holding something. Forbes asked me to bring this for the baby. He just bought them from a passing tinker. He says they're good for building strong bones. He held out his hand so they could see what was in the bowl. Abigail leaned forward to examine them, a frown on her face. What are they? Why, stones of course, Tommy said. Abigail straightened up. Forbes wants Edward to eat stones? No, course not. He only has 2 teeth, Tommy said, as if Abigail was very silly to ask such a thing. He's meant to gnaw at them. Like a bone. Aha. Abigail was still mystified. Tommy picked up one of the stones to demonstrate. You see? He gnawed at the stone, little pieces breaking off quite easily. Well, I don't know that Edward's quite ready for stones, but you go right ahead and eat them. Tommy shrugged, always game to put something in his mouth. All right then. He settled himself on the floor and proceeded to work his way through the entire bowl. Abigail and Percival exchanged smiles. It was disconcerting how fast one could go from well-heeled to done territory. Lady Rosaline learned how quickly the tongue could turn its back on you. Following that horrible day when a known brigand and a misguided cad had made completely unfounded accusations against her father, she had to watch as the tongue cut her family dead. Even worse than not being acknowledged in society, the money ran out so fast. Once they no longer had access to whatever resources her father had been skimming from, the money dried up. Her mother went into confinement and Lady Rosaline was left to fend for herself. One by one, the servants left them, and soon there was no recourse but to call upon once dear friends and fall on their mercy. Not many would even see her. She was persona non grata and it was made clear to her that she was no longer welcome in their homes. Lady Ahern took pity on her and let her know that she had family in Scotland who were in need of a governess. Lady Rosaline swallowed her pride and wrote to them, but did not receive an offer. She was at her wit's end when she ran into one of her former admirers at the market where she was trying to obtain some food. You know you have a marvelous singing voice, and I know of a theatre group who are looking for singers. Lady Rosaline blanched. A common singer on Drury Lane? She could never. But all the vendors who had formerly delivered foodstuffs to them demanded outright payment now and she barely had 2 shillings to rub together. She swallowed her pride and went in search of the troupe. Have you come to audition? An extravagantly dressed woman asked her as she lurked by the door. She nodded jerkily, letting her hair swing forward to hide her face. Well, all right. Auditions start in an hour. You're welcome to clean yourself up a bit in the back. My name's Claudette. And you are? Lady Rosaline choked. She could not use her real name. They call me, the Duchess, she whispered. The woman Claudette grinned. Fine then, Duchess. Go on and get yourself ready. There's always room for a bit of nobility on the stage. Lady Rosaline hurried off without another word. They lay in bed, gleaming with sweat, and sated. Abigail turned to Percival, running a finger down his gleaming chest. Percival? Yes? Are we ever going to talk about what your aunt did to you? Percival huffed. You want to talk about this now? It's been 3 years, Percival. If not now, when? Never? Abigail propped her head on her elbow, staring down at her husband, her belly poking him where it was beginning to swell. Your aunt has been confined to her cottage in Liverpool after turning on Lord Huntington, who has been transported. Henry has married at last and made peace with everything. Now I would like to know if my husband is all right. I do understand if you would rather not discuss this with me. That is not why. Then why? Why do you keep this one secret between us? Percival's eyes brightened, shining with tears. It's such a waste, is all. I do not know why they could not just have found another way. Another way to what? To pay their debts? Acquire the wealth they wanted. Why did they have to take my family? Abigail cupped his cheek lovingly. I cannot imagine how awful it must be to have members of your own family turn against you like that. Percival turned to face her. You are my family now. You, and Edward, and this little one growing in your belly. Abigail smiled. Yes, we are. And so are Mama and Uncle Philip. Papa, too, as well as Claudette and her daughter. Where is the little minx? I haven't seen her in a while. Edward misses her. Abigail laughed. Well, apparently the Earl insisted that they should winter in Spain, at his family chateau. It's quite isolated, she says, but beautiful nevertheless. He really is quite taken with her, isn't he? I think purchasing a theatre troupe for her might indicate so. Percival laughed. Indeed. His wife is remarkably blasé about the whole thing. Well, according to Claudette, she is having a torrid affair with her own Cicisbeo. Percival's eyebrows rose in amusement. Ah, the lifestyles of the beau monde. Aren't you glad you married a tame little commoner like me? Abigail smirked at him. More than I can say, my dear. He reached up and captured her mouth with his inner searing kiss. 10 years later. Tommy alighted from the carriage, his heart beating wildly in his chest. He did not know how his father would take his news, but he would simply have to be a man and make his announcement. Surely they would understand. He walked toward the door and was unsurprised to almost be bowled over by a bundle of energy also known as his 10-year-old little brother. Tommy. You're home. Yes, I am. How are you, Edward? Shouldn't you be at practice at the moment? Edward made a face. Master Shu had a small accident. Tommy grinned at him, giving him a sideways look. An accident, Teddy? His brother shrugged, biting back a smile. Fine, I might have spread some cooking oil on the schoolroom floor and he might have slipped in it and hit his head. Tommy widened his eyes. Teddy? He's not dead. Teddy's voice went higher with protest as he gave a one-armed shrug. Not this time. Tommy nudged him as Hermione emerged from the house, her face lit with delight. Tommy. Thank heavens you're home. Teddy has been an absolute terror while you were gone. Teddy rolled his eyes as Tommy grinned at their youngest sister's 7 going on 17. Has he now? Is father totally unable to manage him? Hey, I am right here. Teddy protested. Father is able to manage him just fine, but his palm is stinging from all the smacking he's had to do. Tommy turned to see the Duke leaning against the paddock, one leg crossed over the other. He looked relaxed in his muddy hessians and riding clothes. Clearly he had just returned from exercising the horses. Father, Tommy said, and made a proper leg. The Duke frowned when he saw this and moved away from the fence he was leaning on. Come with me, he said, taking the steps to the house, and leave your entourage behind. His brother and sister made grumbling noises as he told them to go get his bags from the coach. He narrowed his eyes at them to show that he was serious before following the Duke to his study. He closed the door slowly behind him and turned to face the only father he'd ever known. All right. Spit it out. What have you done now? Tommy's heart sped up, but he drew himself to his full height, taking a deep breath for courage. Father, I have asked Miss Fleur de Vie to be my wife. His father merely regarded him impassively as if waiting for more. Tommy had to work harder and harder to fight the urge to quail. The sound of his mother's voice in the corridor had his shoulders slumping with relief. She burst into the room like the tornado she was. A little birdie told me you were home. She threw herself unabashedly into Tommy's arms, knowing he would catch her. We missed you. I missed you, too, Tommy said and swallowed the lump in his throat. He really had missed his family while he was away at Cambridge. His foster mother stepped back, looking him up and down. She did not look a day older than the day they had met in that dark and dreary prison. She was much cleaner though and happier. Tommy smiled at his own jest, and she smiled back at him as if she knew what he was thinking. So, why are you both looking so solemn? Her eyes flew to her husband before returning to Tommy, her eyebrows raised. Apparently Tommy here is affianced, the Duke said in that neutral tone that gave nothing away about what he was thinking. He is? Mother Abigail's voice was higher than normal, almost as squeaky as a mouse. So he says. Mother Abigail moved to stand beside the Duke, leaning against him ever so slightly. And who is the lucky girl? One of Claudette's dancers, I believe. The Duke answered before he could. Oh, his mother said. Tommy awaited their verdict as they did that thing where they had entire conversations simply by looking at each other. Mother Abigail turned to him with a soft smile. Do you love her? Very much. He hastened to confirm, his face open and earnest. Well then, the Duke said, I suppose we have a wedding to plan. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.